Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
With the aid of the sage, a figure of immense authority, many tasks became significantly easier. For instance, the subtle maneuvers Jie Ming and the others executed in the capital were partly successful because the sage used his influence to cover their tracks. When David confirmed that Jie Ming's group would act that night, launching their faith contamination to create an opportunity for the high-tier wizards, he and the sage made their final move. They secretly gathered the leaders of all races, those mortals wielding the highest authority, capable of mobilizing armies and organizing resistance. Then, catching them off guard, they triggered a magical trap prepared by the sage, instantly slaughtering them all. This was why, when Jie Ming's group escaped the capital, the city, though chaotic, lacked any authoritative figure to take charge and mount an effective counterattack. At that moment, all the leaders had already perished in this silent decapitation operation. This was also the key reason David secured second place on the contribution leaderboard. In addition to participating in Jie Ming's faith contamination plan, he earned substantial contributions for eliminating the mortal leaders. Thus, aside from Jie Ming, the mastermind, David's contributions were the highest. Sensing the message from the wizard camp through his artifact, David's lips curved into a confident smile. He knew he had played this move flawlessly. Meanwhile, the sage, his expression somewhat vacant, couldn't help but recall his first meeting with David. The young man had, with a perspective alien to this plane, clearly outlined the wizard civilization's might and Elogia's inevitable fate. With the sage's wisdom, he could see that David's approach was essentially a gamble with no upfront cost. If David failed to convince him, there would be no contributions to speak of, and thus no leverage to protect Elogia's beings. Yet, the sage also acknowledged David's truth. After recognizing the wizard civilization's overwhelming power, he knew Elogia had no chance of victory. Only submission offered hope for survival. Of course, defiance was an option. What truly swayed him was David's soul-piercing question. "Lord Sage, are you a sage for this world's nobles, or for its beings?" That was how David had asked him. The sage closed his eyes, the question stirring memories of long-forgotten dreams. Thus, he made his choice. In the wizard civilization's social structure, there was no place for nobles, and their anger only fueled David's disdain. So the sage decisively agreed to David's decapitation plan, not for the nobles, but to leave a spark for this plane, to let it persist in another form. Though the deities of Elogia's upper echelons have been entirely captured by the wizard civilization's high-tier beings, integrating the remaining plane was still a vast and complex task. This plane cluster encompassed numerous subplanes, each requiring meticulous consolidation and resource collection. More crucially, handling the plane's intelligent and non-intelligent beings demanded careful deliberation to align with Norn Workshop's highest interests and long-term plans. Thus, for the time being, the wizard apprentices who participated in the trial found themselves with idle time. Fortunately, the plane's barrier had vanished, allowing them to return to Norn Workshop at any time via the camp's spatial teleportation devices. Jie Ming initially hesitated. His fascination with Elogia's mysterious faith network made him eager to stay and continue his research. Since the plane's upheaval, the mortal dust aura he collected seemed to have undergone subtle changes, begging further exploration. Still, he wanted to return to Norn Workshop first to inform Mentor Clark, who had shown him considerable care and favor. Unexpectedly, before he could act, Mentor Clark contacted him directly. Clark's voice was as steady as ever, with a hint of subtle approval. "Jie Ming, we've heard about your performance in this plane. We're very pleased. Your contributions exceeded all our expectations." Jie Ming's heart warmed, and he replied humbly, It's all thanks to your guidance, Mentor. Enough flattery. Clark chuckled, his tone shifting. There's much to do at Norn Academy number 13. We'll be leaving first. Jie Ming was slightly taken aback. You, seize this opportunity, Clark said pointedly. That faith network is a treasure. I've studied it before, but lacked sufficient materials, so progress was limited. You're in a good position now. Perhaps you can forge a path. Thank you, Mentor. Jie Ming's doubts vanished. After bidding farewell to his mentors, Jie Ming stayed at the wizard camp. The former tense atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by a triumphant ease and bustling activity. Wizards tasked with resource inventory and plane integration had begun arriving, undertaking the massive task of cataloging. Jie Ming didn't involve himself in these mundane affairs. He returned to his assigned private chamber in the camp. He organized the rare materials and items he'd collected in a loggia, stones with ancient patterns, unique plant samples, and relics from the temples. Then, he pulled out his thick notebook and began diligently recording key insights and knowledge from this period. His pen danced across the pages, detailing deeper reflections on collecting and utilizing mortal dust aura. He noted that the more intense and chaotic mortal emotions were, the greater the yield of mortal dust aura. However, such aura was highly unstable and dangerous for tempering one's will. In contrast, aura produced in stable conditions, though less abundant and potent, was far safer. Thus, different types of mortal dust aura required distinct applications. He also meticulously recorded ideas for improving rune artifacts. This plane war had validated the potential of runes in practice while revealing room for enhancement. He brainstormed ways to make runes better adapt to different planes' energy systems and draw energy more discreetly. Most importantly, he documented his findings on the Divine Faith Network and plans for further research. He even began envisioning how to establish a new faith observation and experimentation system within his future domain. As Jie Ming immersed himself in thought and writing, his wizard artifact suddenly vibrated lightly. Checking it, he saw a communication request from David. Surprised but intrigued, Jie Ming accepted. David's figure appeared in the artifact's projection, no longer the barbarian from their first encounter, but exuding a wizard's distinct aura. Jie Ming, congratulations on taking first place, David said bluntly, his voice calm and direct. I assume you've heard about some of my contributions in this mission. You mean the plane leaders who died in the hall? Jie Ming raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. The deaths of those leaders couldn't be hidden from the wizards, and news had quickly spread through the camp. David's lips curved slightly. Exactly, but I have something else I need your help with. Jie Ming gestured for him to continue. David's gaze grew complex as he briefly explained his agreement with the sage. He emphasized it wasn't just a transaction, but a promise to preserve a spark for this plane. So, my goal is to propose a trade, David said solemnly. I can offer a price, my research notes. These contain my findings since entering this plane, covering faith energy, disguised wizardry, and in-depth studies of native species traits. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of earnestness. I hope you'll take in some of Alosia's native intelligent beings and settle them in your future domain. I'll provide a detailed list, ensuring they're chosen by the sage, willing to undergo transformation, and friendly toward the wizard civilization. Rest assured, I'll supply the transformation potions and assist with their modification. Jie Ming tapped the table, deep in thought. David's research notes. He knew David was a genius of Norn Academy, and his research from Alosia was perfectly suited to Jie Ming's interests. More importantly, Jie Ming realized that once he had a domain in this plane, he'd have much to do. He'd need people to manage the domain, assist in experiments, and even loyal subjects to observe the effects of transformations. These carefully selected, willing native intelligent beings were ideal. I agree, Jie Ming said, lifting his gaze with a deep look. Your research notes are indeed valuable. As for the beings, I'll settle them in my domain and ensure they're nurtured per the wizard civilization's methods. Relief and gratitude flickered in David's eyes. Thank you, Jie Ming. I'll send the notes over soon. The deal was struck swiftly, without even a formal contract. Both knew the other wouldn't break their word, as it benefited them both. As the communication ended, a smile spread across Jie Ming's face. The aftermath of the planar war felt unusually tranquil in the wizard camp at Norn Workshop. There were no deafening celebrations or grand reward ceremonies. Wizards, ever rational and pragmatic, valued knowledge and results above all else. Had this trial not been tied to the division of ownership over the Elosia plane, the honor roll of contributions might not have even been compiled. Yet this unexpected victory brought an unforeseen boon to the wizard apprentices involved. They completed the year-long trial early, gaining an extra half-year of precious free time. This was invaluable time for reflection. For wizards, knowledge and wisdom far outweighed mere level advancements. Only by amassing and integrating sufficient knowledge could a wizard truly match their current rank and prepare for higher tiers. Jie Ming followed this principle. Once settled in the camp, he cast aside all distractions and immersed himself in research. He knew this half-year was a golden opportunity for self-improvement. Glancing at his research notes, Jie Ming circled the section on the Divine Faith Network. I'll prioritize this area of study. To discuss the Divine Faith Network, one must first address the existence of gods. Even across the infinite multiverse, worlds with genuine gods were rare. In most worlds, the gods worshipped by mortals were merely higher-tier beings or projections of powerful creatures, lacking true mastery over a plane's core laws. True gods, regardless of strength, innately grasped a specific rule of their plane upon birth, forming a unique divine portfolio. Gods are divided into two types, primordial gods and faith gods. Both held immense interest and research value. Primordial gods, to wizards, were living embodiments of planar rules. Without exaggeration, thoroughly studying a primordial god, no matter its strength, could propel a wizard straight to the 6th rank. Their birth signified a deep bond with the plane's origin, embodying its laws. Studying them was akin to directly accessing a plane's core secrets. Faith gods, though slightly less potent and stable than primordial gods, were no less valuable. In fact, faith gods were rarer, their formation far more demanding than mere powerful beings could achieve. Many believed gods preceded faith, while others thought faith birthed gods. Through deep study of the Divine Faith Network, Jie Ming had confirmed both views were wrong. He was now certain that an efficient energy transmission system preceded both faith and gods. Simply put, a plane capable of birthing gods required an innately unique, highly efficient energy transmission and conversion system. This system gathered specific energies, which under certain circumstances merged with a particular being, or the energy itself gained sentience, becoming a faith god. For this to occur, the plane's energy system had to be extraordinarily efficient, almost exaggeratedly so. Every plane with faith gods possessed a distinctive divine faith network, or energy transmission system. If mastering a primordial god's rules could elevate a wizard to the 6th rank, studying a natural energy transmission system offered even greater theoretical depth and applications, potentially surpassing mere rank advancement. The best way to study such systems was to examine fully formed gods, whose internal energy pathways were near-perfect replicas of the plane system. Even without capturing a god, studying a plane's residual traits yielded results. The Elosia plane, stripped of its gods, was now an ideal, living dissection table. Months passed in a blink as Jie Ming voraciously absorbed this knowledge. He poured all his energy into studying Elosia's residual energy network, repeatedly delving into his mental sea to refine rune models, integrating new knowledge into his witchcraft system. The results were astonishing. By analyzing the plane's energy system, his 3 witchcraft models optimized themselves 3 times, each bringing qualitative leaps, lower mental energy costs, wider ranges, and greater potency. In the testing chamber, Jie Ming, having cast his witchcraft, eyed the results on the device, and exhaled. Not bad. Shame I couldn't improve precision control, or these three would have formally advanced to first-rank witchcraft. His three models, all support-oriented, required exceptional control beyond raw energy output, making their upgrades less noticeable. Had he built an attack-oriented model, his combat power would surpass most pure combat first-rank wizards. This wasn't a major issue. By modifying his runic artifacts, he could match or exceed attack witchcraft effects. He pulled out a metallic bracelet, its surface etched with scattered runes, a prototype runic artifact. His ongoing research into the Divine Faith Network's energy system hadn't hit a bottleneck, so the artifact's design evolved daily, its appearance secondary. Made just a week ago, and already it's flawed, he mused. Even without fully unraveling the system's mysteries, his current knowledge doubled the artifact's instantaneous energy output and elemental absorption efficiency without changing its rank, enhancing both endurance and burst power. Crucially, this efficiency best suited element storage runic artifacts, not attack or defense types. If applied, his future element reserves and casting efficiency would reach staggering levels. Time was short, though, and modifying storage artifacts was more complex. Jie Ming hadn't started yet. As he swam in the sea of knowledge, his artifact vibrated with a communication request from David. Jie Ming accepted. David's projection appeared, his scholarly demeanor calm yet weary. Jie Ming, sorry for the wait, he said, voice hoarse. I've finalized the zones for receiving Alosia's native sentient beings and submitted them to the camp. You can take over any time. Oh, Jie Ming's eyes flickered with surprise. You finished so quickly. He hesitated. His camp space was limited, unable to house many living beings. David, sensing his concern, smiled faintly. No need to worry about space. The plane cluster hasn't been fully organized, but Alosia's main plane is mostly cleared. Areas like the human kingdoms are under wizard control and partially planned. You can claim a territory now and request more later based on contributions. Jie Ming's eyes lit up. He thought of the perfect place. His Golden Harbor mansion, heavily modified with a 6th-rank array covering the estate, was secure and ideal as a base. The city, largely in ruins, was perfect for large-scale reconstruction and discrete experiments. Golden Harbor, Jie Ming exclaimed, smiling genuinely. David, I'll choose Golden Harbor as my first territory. I'll apply to the camp to take the entire area. Send the people and notes there. David smiled. Golden Harbor? Good choice. I'll arrange everything. Don't worry, I'll send the modification potions later. The call ended. Jie Ming stood, gazing at Alosia's lands beyond the camp, and took a deep breath. Jie Ming's application for ownership of Golden Harbor was submitted after his discussion with David. As expected, given his outstanding contributions in the planar trial and the area's current state of ruin, the application was swiftly approved. Without delay, Jie Ming used the camp's spatial teleportation device to reappear in the basement of his meticulously modified mansion. In the sealed chamber, the faint breaths of several dying beastman generals, trapped in cages, echoed clearly in the quiet space. Jie Ming glanced at them with satisfaction, knowing his research materials were well preserved. He quickly passed through a secret passage to the mansion's surface. Though the city outside lay in ruins, the mansion remained as he left it. A pristine courtyard, buildings untouched by war, and air filled with the fresh scent of earth and plants. This preservation was thanks to tasks assigned to 2 silver-white automatons before his departure. Their power was more than sufficient to maintain the estate. Standing in the courtyard center, Jie Ming surveyed the mansion's interior. But when he stepped beyond the mansion's illusion barrier and saw the desolation outside, his brow furrowed. Golden Harbor, once thriving, was now a heart-wrenching wasteland. Charred wood, collapsed stone walls, broken beams, and scorched earth silently testified to the war's cruelty. The air reeked of dust and decay, with occasional glimpses of unburied remains. Most glaringly, the area was littered with vast patches of excrement. Couldn't those beastmen have minded their surroundings while stationed here? Jie Ming muttered, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He raised his hand, and his runic artifact materialized in his palm. After the trial, he'd realized that focusing solely on elemental attacks or pure energy projectiles was too extreme. With time, he could craft various spell types, so why not diversify his runic artifact's capabilities? This artifact, a half-finished product, was inscribed with an energy-shaping witchcraft. Its attack power was modest, but it excelled in specific scenarios. The artifact glowed faintly, an invisible force radiating outward from Jie Ming. "Activate," he commanded. A thunderous rumble spread from his position. Not an explosion, but the muffled roar of countless invisible hands flattening ruins and pulverizing stones in an instant. Within moments, the debris within a 100-meter radius was crushed into fine dust, swept away by an unseen airflow, revealing compacted earth beneath. Like an indefatigable bulldozer, Jie Ming moved through the ruins, wielding his artifact to level each area instantly. Beyond this terrain-flattening artifact, he deployed air-filtering runic artifacts. Originally designed to purify toxic gases, with adjusted power, they cleanse the air of odors from ruined buildings, scorched soil, excrement, and buried rot. On the cleared ground, these artifacts created a transparent barrier that expanded outward, leaving only a fresh breeze within. The foul odors outside could be dispersed later with storm-based spells. In half a day, the sprawling kilometers of Golden Harbor's ruins transformed into a vast, flat expanse. The air was clean, the ground smooth, as if no city had ever existed. This land was a blank canvas, awaiting Jie Ming's brush. Cleanup complete, Jie Ming returned to the wizard camp, using the camp's credit system to purchase infrastructure. A survival package for tens of thousands, including high-energy compressed food for months, self-sustaining water arrays, medical supplies, and modular housing. These were standardized wizard camp supplies, refined over millennia for planar reconstruction and population resettlement, highly efficient and practical. Using his alchemy technique, Jie Ming crafted basic tools on-site: shovels, hose, measuring devices, and transport vehicles, enough to equip thousands. Preparations ready, he contacted David. "Jie Ming, everything's set." David's voice came through the communication room, unusually relaxed. "The people are at the edge of your designated Golden Harbor area, ready for handover." "Thanks," Jie Ming said with a faint smile. He arrived at Golden Harbor's outskirts, where a massive, wizard-crafted cargo airship hovered silently. Its huge bay doors opened, and thousands of figures emerged in an orderly stream. A crowd of tens of thousands, mostly young and robust civilians, balanced in gender, their expressions a mix of confusion and fatigue, but with little fear or resistance. Jie Ming scanned them, noting their diverse races: humans, beastmen, dwarves, graceful elves, and even dark-skinned, red-eyed drow elves. David approached, explaining softly, "I handpicked them for high genetic potential, ideal for conversion. They've undergone initial modifications, mental conditioning, and basic bloodline adjustments to remove traits misaligned with wizard civilization norms." Pointing to the drow elves, he added, "Take the drow, naturally inclined to evil and darkness worship. The modification potions have realigned their thinking to match ordinary humans, making them easier to integrate." Jie Ming nodded, his eyes gleaming. "With 2 more rounds of potions, their descendants will fully become wizard world humans," David continued. "Rest assured, I'll send those potions later." "No problem." They discussed resettlement details. David handed over his research notes, which Jie Ming briefly reviewed before David bowed elegantly and left. "Thank you for your help. Just a transaction," Jie Ming replied. As the airship departed, Jie Ming turned to the vast land and the tens of thousands of new residents awaiting his orders. Without hesitation, he deployed the modular housing, ensuring their settlement, and distributed compressed food and water arrays to meet basic needs. After they ate and settled, Jie Ming issued his first command to a few sharp-looking, preconditioned individuals. Gather all able-bodied workers. Soon, thousands assembled, gazing at the young wizard with uncertainty. Unskilled at speeches, Jie Ming skipped grand visions of city rebuilding, issuing a direct order, his voice amplified by witchcraft to reach every ear. "You will rebuild this place," he said, pointing to the flat land, his tone calm but resolute. "But not as a city." The crowd held their breath, puzzled. "I need you to transform Golden Harbor into a massive garden." His voice rose slightly. His runic artifact flashed, projecting a grand blueprint for all to see. Not concrete and steel, but winding rivers, blooming flowers, lush grasslands, and hidden witchcraft research facilities. He didn't want a mortal city, but a living, evolving laboratory to supply research materials and energy. Though the civilians didn't grasp his vision, the wizard's mental pressure and their conditioned obedience ensured compliance. Delegating tasks to skilled craftsmen to avoid micromanaging, Jie Ming stood on a hill, overlooking the bustling figures radiating from his mansion like ants. This garden would be more than a floral paradise. It would nurture mortal vitality, cycle life energy, cradle elemental birth, and serve as a boundless resource for his experiments. Golden Harbor was no longer a port, but his golden garden. In Golden Harbor, Jie Ming's former private mansion now awaited the preliminary completion of the Golden Garden. Outside the city, tens of thousands of residents toiled under strict plans, their sweat shaping the flat land into the outline of a garden. Meanwhile, Jie Ming had exiled himself to the profound depths of his mansion's underground laboratory. This was his true sanctuary, a world of cold metal surfaces, stacks of runic scrolls, and an array of intricate alchemical instruments. David's research notes lay quietly on his workbench, serving as a new cornerstone for Jie Ming's deep dive into the divine faith network of the Elosia plane. While David's work didn't match Jie Ming's depth in analyzing the divine faith network, it offered a radically different perspective. David focused on the underlying logic of mortal emotions, the essence of faith power, and how to efficiently incite and guide these forces. This incisive analysis of the source opened Jie Ming's eyes, as if a new door had been flung wide. Previously, his research on the divine faith network centered on energy transmission. But in truth, the official term for the divine faith network was the energy transmission and conversion system, encompassing not just transmission, but also conversion. This realization propelled Jie Ming's research into the energy conversion system of the Elosia plane's divine faith network, like dry tinder meeting a blazing fire, yielding astonishing results in no time. Here it is, this adjustment should do it. At the laboratory center, Jie Ming focused intently on tuning a floating metal disc. This was his elemental storage runic artifact. Compared to before, the disc now bore additional, obscure, and complex patterns in a slightly different hue. These new patterns were the latest fruits of his recent studies into the divine faith network. Interwoven with the original runic system, they coexisted like two distinct life forms in a single vessel, creating a marvelous harmony. His improvements not only increased the storage capacity of the elemental storage runic artifact, but, more crucially, dramatically enhanced its recovery effect and significantly reduced the difficulty of replenishing its elemental pool. Previously, filling the artifact required a specialized charging device or Jie Ming's prolonged guidance. Now, with his newly developed technology, it could autonomously absorb elements from the environment to recharge. This meant the artifact could operate independently, nearly self-sufficient. Soon, Jie Ming finished calibrating the disc, confirming all runes were activated and the energy circuit stable. He carefully brought it to the lab's depths, into a testing ground enveloped by multiple protective sorcery arrays. These arrays, set up by his own hand for high-risk experiments, isolated all internal energy fluctuations to prevent accidents. Self-charging mode, activate. At his command, the disk's new patterns lit up, emitting a faint glow. The artifact hummed lowly as it began to operate at high speed. The next moment, the monitoring instruments clearly showed that the elemental forces within the testing ground were instantly drained, leaving the once element-rich space as empty as a vacuum. This phenomenon didn't surprise Jie Ming. Other runic artifacts could achieve similar effects upon activation. But then, something truly astonishing happened. The protective sorcery arrays surrounding the disk began to tremble violently, their runic glow rapidly dimming. The barriers visibly thinned, as if on the verge of collapse. Jie Ming's pupils contracted, but his face soon lit up with uncontainable excitement. This is... His mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through his mental sea like lightning. Rushing to the monitoring instruments, he studied the data, his face breaking into an irrepressible grin. After integrating the Divine Faith Network technology, this elemental storage runic artifact, in self-charging mode, forcibly plunders elemental forces from preformed sorcery structures around it. This wasn't mere absorption, it was plunder. Ordinary absorption drew free, unutilized elemental forces from the environment. Plunder, however, tore elements directly from bound, utilized sorcery structures. Though the artifact's plundering effect wasn't yet strong enough to destroy a powerful sorcery array, it hinted at a terrifying possibility. When activated, this artifact could create a formidable anti-magic field, weakening any sorcery cast nearby by siphoning its elemental forces. This isn't right. After the initial thrill, Jie Ming's eyes flickered with doubt. While core technologies were closely guarded, available knowledge suggested no wizard researching the Divine Faith Network had achieved this plundering effect. This made sense. The Divine Faith Network was fundamentally an energy conversion and transmission system, not a plundering one. The two were inherently different. After some thought, Jie Ming contacted Minor Clark, ordering a standard model, small elemental pool. Elemental pools were mass-produced, standardized products with modules for user modifications. Jie Ming planned to use it as a control to test his hypothesis. Days later, the elemental pool arrived via the camp's teleportation array. Jie Ming eagerly disassembled it, applying the same technology to it. He cautiously activated the modified pool for a test run. As expected, it boosted the efficiency of charging from the elemental plane, collecting energy several times faster than before. This aligned with other wizard civilizations' findings on faith networks. Yet, it lacked the astonishing, plundering effect of his runic artifact. The protective arrays remained unshaken. There's definitely something off. Jie Ming's heart sank. This proved the issue wasn't solely with the Divine Faith Network technology. The answer was clear. The elemental pool structure was purely wizard civilization runes, without any cultivation civilization seals. His runic artifact, however, combined wizard runes with cultivation seals, sparking a unique chemical reaction. But why this result? Jie Ming disconnected from the magic network, frowning, and dove back into his runes and notes. Retracing every research step, inspiration, and detail over sleepless days and nights, he finally found a plausible explanation. The key lay in the differing approaches to power between wizard and cultivation civilizations. Wizard civilization relied on mental strength to manipulate external elements. They constructed precise sorcery models, combining mental strength with elements, amplifying energy through these models. In terms of energy, wizards manipulated external elements at roughly a 1-to-1 ratio. Their dominance in the multiverse stemmed from their precise control and efficient energy use. Through understanding world rules and accumulated knowledge, they multiplied the effect of elemental forces manifold. In simple terms, wizards turned 1 unit of force into 10, 1,000, or even millions. Cultivation civilization was entirely different. Cultivators used their own power to resonate with the world's natural forces, harmonizing with external energies. 1 unit of their force yielded only 1 unit of effect, but that unit could resonate with hundreds or thousands of times the world's power, achieving the same result. Thus, cultivators excelled at resonating with and mobilizing external forces. "This is my true edge." Jie Ming slammed the table, his eyes blazing with unprecedented light. The energy collection technology derived from the Divine Faith Network enhanced transmission and conversion efficiency. When paired with Cultivation Seal's ability to mobilize external forces, it triggered an unexpected chemical reaction. The Cultivation Seals amplified the artifact's resonance with environmental energies, drawing them in more deeply. The Divine Faith Network's conversion technology further boosted this, making the energy absorption not only efficient but aggressive, plundering even from occupied energy structures. This wasn't just a technical breakthrough. It was the most brilliant spark of two civilizations colliding within Jie Ming. He finally understood why his runic artifact's effect was so extraordinary. If a first-level wizard could amplify 1 unit of elemental force tenfold, a Foundation Establishment cultivator could use 1 unit to draw 10 units of external power. Jie Ming's runic artifact combined both strengths, drawing 10 units of external power with 1 unit of force, then amplifying each unit tenfold. What's a numerical monster? This is a numerical monster. The most terrifying part was that as both systems' cultivation advanced, Jie Ming's multiplicative effect could grow exponentially. What a pity, at this stage, there's only this one perfect synergy. Jie Ming sighed after indulging in the possibilities. Since cultivators primarily harness spiritual qi, perfectly blending both systems was no small feat. Even the runic artifact creation was a fortunate accident. But this research illuminated the future potential of his runic artifacts. Fueled by inspiration, Jie Ming dove deeper into his studies, practically living in the laboratory. While he was engrossed in exploring the Divine Faith Network, mortal emotions, and the new discoveries of his runic artifacts, the Golden Garden, transformed from Golden Harbor, took shape under the tireless labor of tens of thousands of modified Elogia residents. It wasn't until he received the first completion report from his craftsmen that he snapped out of his focus. Almost instantly, he teleported above the garden, gazing down at the site below. The scene took his breath away. In just 1 or 2 months, a vast area once filled with ruins had been transformed into the foundation of a garden. Though his provided equipment played a role, the speed spoke to the workers' diligence. Mere preliminary modifications couldn't yield such commanding results. David had clearly chosen well. These workers were pragmatic, aware that the Elogia Plains' ruling authority had changed. Before him stretched a truly boundless garden. From above, it resembled a colossal, colorful tapestry. Flowers of every kind, meticulously arranged, flowed like rivers, converging into vibrant seas of color. With generous point-based incentives, nearly every flower species from Elogia's main plain had been planted. The flower sea seemed endless. Early in construction, Jie Ming had used wizard technologies to ensure the flowers could thrive in dense planting. Special environmental zones even allowed rare, transcendent flowers to adapt. Unlike most wizard-built transcendent herb gardens, this garden primarily grew ordinary mortal flowers. With Jie Ming's advanced equipment, they flourished at an unbelievable density, vibrant and healthy, without any signs of crowding or blight. Only a few areas near the mansion's core were dotted with transcendent floral plants, their faint elemental glows invigorating nearby mortal flowers and adding a mystical hue to the garden. Custom arrays ensured flowers of different blooming seasons could flourish year-round. The garden was perpetually in full bloom, a dazzling display of myriad colors. The air brimmed with rich floral fragrances, sweet, fresh, and mingled with the moist scent of soil and dew, uplifting the spirit. Though devoid of transcendent power, the sheer spectacle of the flower's sea far exceeded Jie Ming's expectations. Descending into the garden, he strolled along a cobblestone path. Satisfied, he gathered the workers and issued new orders. From today, you'll collect the dew condensed on these flowers at dawn, which I call 100-flower dew. You'll also maintain the garden's daily operations, pruning, watering, fertilizing to keep it in peak condition. His voice, amplified by sorcery, rang clearly in the ears of tens of thousands. Whether collecting 100-flower dew or maintaining the garden, you'll earn coins. With these, you can buy necessities, food, clothing, tools, even rare magical items. Jie Ming's goals were simple and clear. The first was to collect pure 100-flower dew. The second, more critical goal was to rebuild a functioning society among the garden's tens of thousands of inhabitants. A society with production, trade, labor, and needs. Only then could they generate diverse, complex emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, greed, obsession, and desires for wealth and work. These would continuously supply him with the invaluable mortal qi. Of course, the garden's primary purpose wasn't just for 100-flower dew or mortal qi. Watching the workers, organized by overseers, begin their tasks efficiently, Jie Ming nodded in approval and silently returned to his mansion's underground chamber. He needed to prepare. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight pierced the mist, scattering across the garden's petals. Dewdrops sparkled like crystals. Jie Ming finished his daily cultivation, absorbing a wisp of eastern purple qi as the sun rose, then stood slowly instead of diving into research. After a rare breakfast, he strolled from the mansion, along the path, into the vast flower sea. Many were already busy collecting 100-flower dew, but even with nearly 10,000 workers, gathering dew from the colossal garden before the sun fully rose was daunting. As the sun climbed, residual dew on the flowers evaporated. Some collectors, seeing this, showed visible disappointment. With ample resources, Jie Ming paid well for the dew. For these former commoners, such a low-effort, high-paying task was rare. To them, evaporating dew was like watching coins vanish. Jie Ming didn't mind the loss. Gazing at the flowers unfurling under the sunlight, he circulated his true essence, focusing his eyes. A faint golden sheen gleamed in his dark pupils, piercing mortal veils to behold the vibrant flower sea. His vision revealed what mortal eyes couldn't. Wisps of varied, ethereal energies, like gentle breezes, rising from the tips of flowers and leaves, only to dissipate like bubbles in the wind. A fleeting dream. These were the astral and baleful qi of the flora, varying in hue with the flowers' attributes. Some carried their unique fragrances. In the cultivation world, floral, astral, and baleful qi was a specialized concept. Born from the vibrant vitality of plants interacting with heaven and earth's energies, it carried their primal essence and tenacity. Per the great Dao Book Pavilion, this was a minor path in the cultivation world. For instance, an ancient method among qi refiners, the 12 floral baleful astral arts, required collecting the astral and baleful qi of 12 distinct spiritual flowers, nurtured within the 12 meridians, to master the technique. If successful, it granted 12 potent spells, combinable into an indestructible protective treasure in critical moments. Its flaw was clear. As a minor path, it focused on destructive power and was perilous to cultivate, risking backlash and annihilation. For someone as extravagant as Jie Ming, such a minor path held little appeal. He didn't aim to refine this qi into his body, but to collect it as a premium conceptual material for crafting. Few would bother, as it was a minor path. Orthodox cultivators dismissed it, unwilling to expend effort on such a vast garden, while rogue cultivators, though interested, often lacked the methods to harvest or refine it. Only someone like Jie Ming, with his unique circumstances, would seek to create every possible conceptual material. With a thought, he drew a palm-sized gourd from his spatial pouch. Made of jade-like material, it was smooth and radiant with a faint glow. Its surface bore intricate golden patterns, not wizard runes, but array inscriptions unique to the cultivation world's crafting methods. This was a specialized tool Jie Ming had crafted to collect astral and baleful qi, the qi harvesting gourd. He activated a recently learned qi harvesting technique, channeling true essence into the gourd. The golden patterns lit up, and an invisible suction emanated from the gourd's mouth. Jie Ming raised it, aiming at the rising floral qi. Fine, invisible strands of astral and baleful qi, like iron filings to a magnet, were drawn from the flower's sea, swiftly sucked into the gourd. A faint halo shimmered on the gourd's surface, as if devouring these unique energies. Soon, the qi from the nearby flower patch was fully absorbed. Retrieving the gourd, Jie Ming sensed its contents and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. 2 months passed like sand through fingers, slipping away as Jie Ming immersed himself in his research. In the underground laboratory of his mansion, strange energy fluctuations never ceased. Each successful experiment refined his theoretical framework further. During this time, the transformation of Golden Harbor's ruins into the Golden Garden progressed steadily, taking shape beyond Jie Ming's expectations. The modified residents, driven by monetary incentives, toiled day and night, collecting morning 100-flower dew and maintaining the garden's vitality. Their societal structure, as Jie Ming intended, began forming a rudimentary system centered on labor and trade. Daily emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, desire for material goods, and yearning for a better life, flowed like trickling streams, coalescing into sparse yet pure mortal qi. This was absorbed by special runic arrays Jie Ming had placed deep within the garden, channeling it into the seals within his dantian. One day, as Jie Ming inspected the garden and planned its next phase, the wizard camp's tranquility was broken by the arrival of Amy and Victor. Jie Ming, so this is where you've been hiding. Amy's voice was as lively and crisp as ever. She wore a light apprentice robe, her once brown hair now a radiant gold, shimmering in the sunlight. Victor, more reserved, stood tall, a faint trace of exhaustion in his eyes. You're back. Jie Ming smiled, genuinely pleased to see his long-absent companions. Yeah, after months of running around, we finally get a breather, Amy grumbled. Feels like my parents always have endless tasks. Even coming home didn't give us much time together. And the academy, piles of exams and courses to catch up on, ugh. Why don't you have to retake exams? Because I'm the top rank, Jie Ming replied with a grin. Also, I finished those exams years ago. Amy's face twisted in mock outrage. TCH, can't stand talking to geniuses like you. Victor nodded. But we've finally settled everything. Norin Workshop has mostly completed the initial integration of the Elosia plane cluster. We'll likely stay here for a while. That's great. If the camp's not to your liking, come to my place, Jie Ming said, gesturing to his garden. It's got plenty of people, but there's still lots of space. Pick wherever you want. No thanks. Thanks to you, we've earned enough contribution points to claim a territory on this plane's main world, Victor said, shaking his head with a smile. Jie Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. You're planning to start a new family here? Not a new family, just a branch, Victor chuckled, glancing at Amy. She's the one planning a new family. Amy rolled her eyes. My family's just 3 wizards. What new family? Even if I get a territory here, it's just me finally breaking free from my parents. Mid-sentence, she spotted elves and dark elves passing by, tending the garden, and flashed a mischievous grin. Oh, didn't know you were into this. Makes sense, though. You're a genius, but still young. Totally get it. What? Jie Ming blinked, confused. Amy's teasing smile widened. Come on, I'm a girl. You expect me to spell that out? What are you talking about? Jie Ming's head tilted. Victor coughed. Amy, I think you're misunderstanding. Look at all these people. It's probably not what you think. This is Jie Ming, after all. Right, the research maniac Jie Ming. Amy nodded vigorously, arms crossed. Jie Ming's eye twitched. He conjured a fireball in his hand. Forget that weird nickname for a second. Keep talking in riddles, and I'll thump you both. Whoa, easy. Amy leaned closer, lowering her voice with gossipy excitement. You know, back at the academy, Elosia's elves are super popular. Everyone's buzzing about them. Victor coughed again, signaling Amy to watch her words, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Unfazed, Amy continued. Wizards chase knowledge and power. Mortal physical urges? We don't outright reject them, but we're not as easily swayed as regular folk. But these captured elves? Their looks are too much. Elves are one of the few races that can match our wizards in appearance. And with so many young folks at the academy, those who can't control their urges have made elves their new obsession. Jie Ming burst into laughter, finally understanding their earlier comments. While many wizards pursued beauty as part of studying life, laws, or art, when the subjects themselves were aesthetically exceptional, younger apprentices, especially those barely past adulthood, couldn't help but feel special impulses. So, with the new academy, tons of elves will be turned into apprentices or servants to serve wizards. The best-looking ones might even be kept by certain families as long-term research subjects or collectibles. Victor's calm words carried the cold pragmatism of wizard civilization. The new Norn Academy? Jie Ming caught the key detail. Yep, Norn Academy number 147, Amy explained. The workshops announced that for the Elosia Plain cluster, they're building a new Norn Academy here as an outpost for expansion and talent cultivation. So we will likely be the first mentors and administrators for this academy in Plain, even though we're just first-level wizards, Amy said, spreading her hands. Victor added, building an academy isn't easy. Beyond reshaping the Plains environment, we need to migrate enough people. It'll take at least a century for significant results. I see. Jie Ming nodded thoughtfully. Amy and Victor lingered briefly in the garden, marveling at the city garden's grandeur and uniqueness. Well, we've got other places to check out, so we won't disturb your research, Amy said, waving. Once the academy's set up, we'll have a proper catch-up. See you, Jie Ming, Victor said with a nod. They left via the camp's teleportation device. Shortly after, Jie Ming received a communication from Mentor Clark. Jie Ming, the final allocation for your trial contribution rewards has been decided. Clark's voice carried unusual gravity. Norn Workshop has fully cleared the Elosia Plain cluster. Valuable intelligent life, including deities, has been taken as servants or test subjects. Non-intelligent life and less useful planes remain, left to reproduce naturally. With your top contribution, you can claim any plane in the cluster, except the main plane, with priority selection. Golden Harbor's ownership also remains yours as private territory. Jie Ming's heart skipped a beat. He'd anticipated this, but the reward's weight still surpassed his imagination. He fell into deep thought, his mind racing. Noticing his hesitation, Clark offered advice. Jie Ming, choose based on your needs. If you need energy, pick a minor elemental plane from the cluster. They have pure elemental cores for endless energy. For materials, a fairy plane offers unique biological resources, or in demon plane, as the Elosia natives call them. Demon plane. Jie Ming's interest peaked. Yes, Clark explained. Some planes in the Elosia cluster, called demon planes, have harsh environments. Their brutal conditions breed ferocious creatures, shunned by other planes' inhabitants. Volcanic eruptions and geological activity are constant, with natural volcanoes and mineral veins rich in resources. Their unique environments also produce creatures and materials with special energy properties, invaluable for alchemy technique and sorcery material studies. Jie Ming's eyes lit up. Demon planes offered both high energy and abundant materials. His expertise in alchemy technique and array knowledge gave him a natural edge in exploiting such planes. Their harsh environments, a drawback for others, were a bonus for him. After all, perilous conditions were ideal for generating the baleful chi concept. After a moment's thought, Jie Ming made his decision. Mentor, I've decided. His voice was firm and clear. I choose a demon plane. Mentor Clark nodded silently, unsurprised by the choice. A fine choice. I'll immediately contact the overseer of the Elosia plane to handle the procedures. The plane's coordinates and details will be sent later. Remember, whichever plane you choose, you must explore and master it yourself. That's the true path of a wizard. Yes, Mentor. Jie Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. Then, recalling Amy and Victor's news, he asked, Minter, is this overseer you mentioned the future dean of the Elosia plane? So you've heard, Clark nodded calmly. Yes, it's a newly promoted 7th-level wizard, recently withdrawn from the battlefield with a mandatory 100-year rotation period. They're essentially confirmed as the future overseer of the Elosia plane. Jie Ming raised another question. Then, after the rotation ends, what do we do next? Head to the Star Ring Federation. He clearly remembered that Norn Workshop's trial was supposedly tied to some major move by the Star Ring Federation. Yet, after the trial, everyone seemed to forget this, as if the trial had turned into a recruitment drive for the new Academy staff. No need to rush, Clark said. With the Federation's tendency to plan centuries ahead, they likely released that news early. You won't be needed anytime soon. The workshop's plan to establish a new Norn Academy in Elosia is probably just making use of you all. Jie Ming's expression turned wry. We're not exactly useless, are we? You get the idea, Clark said. He studied Jie Ming through the communication screen, a smile in his eyes. Even if there were a need, you lack the strength to participate. Instead of worrying about that, focus on improving your power. Jie Ming scratched his head, knowing Clark spoke the truth. Given the Star Ring Federation scale, a first-level novice wizard like him had no place in their plans. Clark, unconcerned, had been through this phase himself. Young, ambitious wizards always thought themselves unmatched, eager to make their mark. Compared to some trial graduates already growing arrogant, Jie Ming's quiet dedication to research made him the model student. Besides, per the workshop's decision, even after the rotation period, you won't need to rush to the front lines. Jie Ming blinked. What about the contract? The workshop's contracts aren't that strict, Clark said casually. Your participation in the Elosia Plane War offsets part of your service obligation. Per the workshop's rules, wizards who complete a war get a rest period of 6 months to 5 years. After this 6 months, you can choose another half to 5 years of rest. It works like that. Jie Ming was stunned. Clark's lips curved. The workshop trains you to become stronger wizards. The service obligation is just pressure to push you forward. As long as you apply your knowledge and aren't some fool lost in pointless research, that's enough. And a low-level wizard like you isn't even worth exploiting. Jie Ming was speechless. Harsh but true. Aside from combat-focused brutes, proper wizards excelled at crafting products, and high-level wizards were walking production lines. With wizard civilization in a rapid expansion phase, resources poured in endlessly. In terms of output, thousands of low-level wizards couldn't match a single high-level one. After Clark ended the call, Jie Ming pushed aside these messy thoughts. The new academy was still a distant prospect, and claiming his chosen plane would take time. For now, back to research. A bronze mirror, shimmering with faint rainbow light, floated silently before Jie Ming. Its ancient design contrasted with its misty, chaotic surface, reflecting images with a hazy, indistinct quality. This was his natal treasure, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. After years of refinement, its intricate patterns and decorations had grown more complex, a sign of its increasing power. The Elosia Plane is a fine place. The 5 lights are nearly complete, and the first reforging is close, Jie Ming mused. Per the great Dao Book Pavilion, treasures were divided into 2 types. The first had fixed forms, relatively simple to craft with less demanding materials by cultivation standards. Their drawback was limited growth potential, with any improvements being slow and rare. The second, like the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, lacked a fixed form, making material acquisition and crafting difficult. Its advantage was near limitless potential for growth, with continuous material infusion and refinement. However, each reforging required exponentially more and higher quality materials, making advancement challenging. For Jie Ming, it was just a matter of time. But now, I can try a different refinement method. His expression grew serious. He extended a finger, drawing a faint wisp of mist from his internal space, gently brushing it across the mirror surface. Mortal Chi, the condensed essence of countless beings' joys, sorrows, loves, and grudges, carried the rawest essence of the mortal world, perfect for tempering a treasure's spirituality. Using a long-practiced qi control technique, Jie Ming meticulously infused the purest, gentlest portion into the mirror. At first, the mirror's surface deepened into chaos, as if coated in invisible sludge. This chaos wasn't a flaw, but the treasure's inherent ignorance of the mortal world at its creation. Mortal qi, with its profound worldly essence, was meant to refine this ignorance, allowing the treasure to truly comprehend and reflect the mortal realm. As the mortal qi continued to permeate, the chaotic haze began to dissipate, slowly but steadily. The mist cleared, the mirror growing clearer, its reflected light purer. This transformation was gradual, requiring Jie Ming's patient control. He could feel the treasure's faint spirituality awakening as it absorbed the mortal qi. It was no longer just a tool, but a nascent life beginning to understand what it reflected. When the wisp of mortal qi was fully absorbed, the five aggregates rainbow mirror was reborn. Its surface was as clear as water, vividly reflecting Jie Ming's slightly weary but elated face. Its rainbow light grew subtler, deeper, as if it could encompass all worldly phenomena. The obscure runes on its frame became livelier, almost breathing. More crucially, Jie Ming sensed its spirituality had strengthened. Linked deeply to the treasure, he felt his own consciousness grow clearer. Remarkable effect, he praised softly, retracting the treasure. But then his brow furrowed. The treasure's feedback revealed a faint fatigue. This refinement was an aggressive boost to its spirituality. Repeated too soon, it risked damaging or even shattering that spirituality. The principle of extremes reversing applies even in the cultivator's path, Jie Ming mused, storing the mirror to let it recover slowly. After a brief rest, he prepared for a second, bolder attempt, infusing a wisp of mortal qi directly into his soul. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mental strength inward, guiding the vast mortal qi within his internal space. This time, he extracted an even fainter wisp, as thin as a hair, and cautiously directed it to his soul's depths. The moment it touched his soul, his mental world erupted like a bomb. Not pain or impact, but an all-encompassing experience. His consciousness was torn apart, then reassembled. He was no longer Jie Ming, but one of countless mortals. He became a poor farmer, toiling under the blazing sun, sweat soaking his clothes, all for a bowl of hot soup for his family. The longing for a bountiful harvest and fear of natural disasters surged as a warm current in his heart. He was a young lover, confessing under moonlight, hearts entwined, the pure sweetness of first love making his heart tremble. He became a soldier on a battlefield. Amidst flashing blades and flying blood, comrades' screams and enemies' sneers echoing. The despair of impending death, yearning for home, and a final surge of survival instinct left him gasping, nearly suffocating. He, as in Jie Ming, was a mother who lost her child, wailing in a cold, rainy night, her heart-wrenching grief and helplessness bringing uncontrollable tears to his eyes. He became a noble in the capital, mingling at lavish banquets, fake smiles hiding endless scheming and greed, the insatiable hunger for power and pleasure coupled with a soul-deep emptiness pressing down on him. Scenes of countless lives, joy, sorrow, greed, obsession, love, and hatred played out in his soul with visceral reality. He wasn't an observer, but a participant, feeling every emotion, every sensation, as if they were his own. The collective experiences of hundreds of thousands of mortals, a torrent of raw emotions, surged like a volcanic eruption, battering his soul. His mental strength was nearly drained instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sweat soaked his robes, his face pale as paper. Clenching his teeth, Jie Ming clung to the last shred of clarity in his soul, barely avoiding being lost in the endless mortal illusion. After an eternity, when the wisp of mortal chi fully merged into his soul as a faint red glow, he broke free from the harrowing experience. Gasping heavily, his chest heaved as if he'd just walked through the gates of death. He opened his eyes, his gaze a mix of confusion and relief. It took minutes for his consciousness to fully return. Jie Ming exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground, his expression betraying unmasked exhaustion. This wasn't physical fatigue, but a weakness from his soul and mind being pushed to their limits. Yet, after the exhaustion came an indescribable clarity and elevation. His thoughts seemed to flow faster, his perception of surrounding elements sharper. It was as if his once murky soul had been cleansed by the mortal chi, becoming crystal clear. If the daily absorption of Eastern purple chi enhanced his soul's aptitude, the mortal chi refined the purity of his mental strength. It stripped away impurities, stagnation, and redundancies in his soul. This heightened purity elevated his control over his mental strength to a new realm. In wizard terms, Jie Ming sensed a reduced threshold for activating elements. Casting sorcery now required less mental effort, as if the elements were more responsive to his will. Even in planes with lower elemental activity, he'd be less affected. His precision in manipulating mental strength also soared, enabling finer, more intricate energy control. This mastery directly boosted his alchemy technique, turning theoretical or trial-heavy operations into effortless successes with higher rates. Like refining the treasure, however, this couldn't be repeated too soon. He sensed the faint red glow in his soul was saturated, needing time to settle and digest. Forcing another infusion risked irreversible soul damage. Refining the heart in mortal dust. No wonder the great Dao Book Pavilion recommends it, Jie Ming said, his eyes gleaming with the joy of discovery. Having experienced the effects of directly using mortal dust chi, Jie Ming confirmed that neither he nor the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror could further utilize it for rapid enhancement in the short term. He thus began exploring alternative applications. Due to its unique properties and accessibility, mortal dust chi had been developed by cultivators into a near-universal material, second only to spiritual chi. Beyond cultivation, nearly every branch of the 100 arts of immortality had techniques that could employ mortal dust chi. Its peculiar nature allowed small amounts to enhance oneself, while larger quantities could be used to attack enemies. Even the most resolute cultivator, unprepared and suddenly exposed to a large amount of mortal dust chi, would feel as if plunged into a cesspool. When it came to unique applications, Jie Ming's first thought was alchemy. But before that, he needed to understand the characteristics of mortal dust chi in its various forms. He began by searching his golden finger, the great Dao Book Pavilion, for special secret techniques capable of transforming mortal dust chi. One key reason mortal dust chi was a universal material was its ability to change properties under the influence of various secret techniques. The great Dao Book Pavilion was vast as an ocean, containing countless techniques and concepts from immortal cultivation civilizations. Soon, he found a heterodox technique called the 100 Transformations Heart Scripture, which detailed a method to convert demonic heart impurities into pure soul chi. Though mortal dust chi wasn't demonic, its complex nature, imbued with intense mortal thoughts, shared similar principles. Thus, some had experimented with applying it to mortal dust chi, resulting in a new material. Jie Ming spent several days deducing and practicing this secret technique. Once proficient, he attempted to transform a strand of mortal dust chi through specialized methods, shifting its energy from the chaotic myriad mortal dust to a pure substance that could nourish the soul. As the transformed strand of mortal dust chi flowed into his spiritual sea like a clear spring, Jie Ming immediately felt his soul being nurtured. The sensation was gentle and soothing, like a tender massage deep within his soul, invigorating his spirit. Not bad, Jie Ming muttered, though a trace of regret lingered in his expression. This transformed mortal dust chi had indeed lost its original intensity and negative effects, purely nourishing the soul. However, its effect was merely average, comparable to standard spiritual materials. With his current wealth, he could buy as many such materials as he wanted. It seemed that, after transformation, mortal dust chi lost its harmful effects, but also its core ability to deeply cleanse the soul. It became safe, but lost its essential trait. Using it directly like this isn't very valuable. I need a carrier. Jie Ming quickly devised a new approach. His gaze fell on a jade bottle beside him, containing crystal-clear 100 flowers dew. This conceptual material's greatest trait was its ability to carry and harmonize. Even adding it alone to potions could significantly increase their success rate. More remarkably, even without other materials, continuously refining 100 flowers dew could yield a spiritual liquid that stabilized one state, highly effective for cultivators with fluctuating souls or unstable minds. Its greatest feature, however, was its ability to carry intangible, conceptual materials. When Jie Ming previously refined soul-enhancing potions with eastward purple chi, the primary base material was 100 flowers dew, expensively acquired from the Academy. It could perfectly integrate conceptual forces like eastward purple chi into potions and stabilize them. Jie Ming experimented with refining the transformed mortal dust chi with 100 flowers dew. Benefiting from his experience with eastward purple chi potions, the process went smoothly. Half a day later, a bottle of potion emitting a faint fragrance successfully took shape in his hands. He eagerly tested it. As the potion entered his system, a gentle energy surged toward his soul, bringing a slight, refreshing effect. Not bad, Jie Ming assessed. The potion's effect was equivalent to adding another option for enhancing mental strength. Its advantage was clear, low cost. Mortal dust chi was abundant, and 100 flowers dew could be continuously produced by the Golden Garden, ensuring a steady supply. However, for Jie Ming, its value was limited. With his wealth, he already maxed out his use of auxiliary cultivation potions. Whether for chi refinement or meditation techniques, absorption had its limits. Even with a new potion, he couldn't use much more than he already did. For other wizards, this might be a thrilling discovery, adding a steady income stream, but for Jie Ming, it was a drop in the bucket. Safety and efficiency can't coexist. Jie Ming sighed lightly, recording the potion's formula as a backup plan. He pondered for a moment, his gaze returning to his experimental notes. Since transforming mortal dust chi stripped it of its core essence, further research in that direction was unnecessary. He decided to focus on the raw mortal dust chi instead. Jie Ming took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Drawing on numerous alchemical recipes from the great Dao Book Pavilion that used mortal dust chi as the primary ingredient, he began searching for suitable materials from the wizarding world based on his potion-making knowledge. Considering mortal dust chi's unique nature, he primarily referenced immortal alchemy theories, using the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements to balance auxiliary materials with mortal dust chi's properties. After another half-month, Jie Ming successfully refined a bottle of potion that exuded a strange, aromatic fragrance tinged with a faint trace of mortal fireworks. The potion's color wasn't pure, but shimmered with a hazy, 7-colored halo, as if it condensed the myriad aspects of the world. Yet, despite the hard-won potion, Jie Ming regretted that he couldn't test its effects immediately. One reason was that the fatigue from previously immersing his soul in mortal dust chi hadn't fully dissipated. Soul recovery required time, and experiments of this level demanded utmost caution. Better to be safe than sorry. The other, more critical reason was that time was up. The apprentices participating in the planar trials were finally graduating. Though Jie Ming and others who passed the Academy trials didn't need to immediately head to battlefields for Norn Workshop's planar conquests, as a matter of courtesy and to receive final evaluations and rewards, all apprentices, regardless of performance, had to return to the Academy for a graduation ceremony. I'll have to test it after returning from the Academy, Jie Ming said, storing the potion, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. He knew that if this potion succeeded, its value would far surpass any previous attempts. It might even replace refined gold as his primary income source. Stepping out of the underground laboratory, sunlight filtered through the garden's plants, warm and bright. A message came through his wizard artifact. Amy and Victor were waiting at the camp entrance. Jie Ming, hurry up. Not just anyone can be late for the graduation ceremony. Amy's vibrant voice rang through the artifact. Jie Ming chuckled, packed his research materials, and headed toward the spatial teleportation device leading to the camp. Norn Academy number 13. After months, Jie Ming set foot in this wizard apprentice training ground once more. This time, however, the feeling was entirely different. News of Jie Ming's performance in the Elosia planar trial had spread like wildfire through Norn Academy number 13, topping the contribution leaderboard, orchestrating faith corruption, indirectly enabling the capture of a deity, and earning priority selection rights for an entire plane. These astonishing feats circulated among apprentices like myths. As Jie Ming, Amy, and Victor entered the academy's main plaza, the scattered groups of whispering apprentices turned their gazes toward them in unison. Those who recognized Jie Ming's face were shocked, their eyes flashing with disbelief, then deep awe and complex emotions. The whispers fell silent, replaced by an intangible, oppressive hush. Only a few bold ones cast curious, probing glances. Even apprentices who had participated in the trials joined the silence. This was their awe of the strong. Only after Jie Ming passed did the discussions erupt again, more fervent than before. "Look, you're the Academy star now," Amy teased softly, her eyes mischievous. Jie Ming merely smiled faintly, unbothered by the attention. He knew that in the wizarding world, strength was the only currency. The graduation ceremony was held in the Academy's Central Void Hall. Unlike the elaborate rituals of the mortal world, Norn Workshop's ceremony was simple and efficient. In the hall's center, dozens of mentors stood solemnly in their respective formations, awaiting their apprentices completing the apprentice phase. No lengthy speeches, no sentimental farewells. Yet, when the ceremony began, everyone couldn't help but tense up. Graduates were called by their mentors one by one to step forward. In front of Mentor Clark's formation, Jie Ming stood beside Amy and Victor, waiting. When his name was called, he stepped forward calmly, approaching Mentor Clark. A rare, faint smile appeared on Mentor Clark's face. He retrieved a pristine wizard robe and a badge shimmering with profound light from behind him. "Jie Ming, this is the badge of a first-rank official wizard, along with your formal robe." Mentor Clark handed the badge to Jie Ming. It wasn't crafted from mere metal, but from a translucent material. Intricate wizard runes were etched upon it, with what seemed like a miniature elemental storm swirling within, symbolizing recognition of a first-rank wizard's mastery over elements. The robe, woven from special black silk, effectively shielded against external energy interference and served as a hallmark of an official wizard's identity. It featured ample blank spaces for the wizard to inscribe their own enhancements. Jie Ming accepted the badge and robe, feeling the potent energy within them, a ripple of emotion stirring in his heart. From this day forward, he could shed the title of apprentice and become an officially recognized wizard in the wizarding civilization. This was not just an honor, but the culmination of years of arduous cultivation and a passport to broader horizons. "Well done." Mentor Clark nodded with satisfaction. "Your performance exceeded my expectations. I look forward to more surprises from you in the future." "Thank you for your guidance, Mentor." Jie Ming bowed respectfully and then stood behind Clark to observe the ceremony. Aside from a few students with truly poor talent, the other graduates smoothly received their first-rank official wizard badges and robes. Those who failed to reach first rank due to limited talent bore stubborn expressions, their eyes frequently darting toward the nearby spatial teleportation array. That was the gateway to their upcoming battles on other planes. If all students feared conscription upon entering the academy, years later, those limited by talent and unable to break through to first rank were the ones most eager to join planar wars. The number of graduates varied by department, with most logistical disciplines completing their ceremonies quickly. The academy didn't delay. Once a department finished, its wizards could depart immediately. Thus, while some combat disciplines continued their ceremonies, on the other side of the hall, graduates bound for other planes began boarding the massive spatial teleportation array. As the array's runes lit up and light flickered, each teleport whisked away a group of young, passionate figures, sending them to planes Norn Workshop was conquering or exploring to fulfill an official wizard's duty, pioneering and gathering new knowledge. Standing behind Mentor Clark, Jie Ming watched those departing silhouettes, a profound sense of awe rising within him. He clearly remembered attending such a ceremony 5 years ago. Back then, he sat in the audience, watching graduating wizards embark on their journeys with fervor, their eyes filled with longing and curiosity for the wizarding world. Wait, no. Jie Ming fell into thought. He recalled, though he'd only studied for 5 years, he could already overpower every graduating wizard present at that time. At this thought, his gaze drifted, scanning the other students who, like him, had passed Norn Workshop's trials and were temporarily exempt from planar battles. Jie Ming felt an inexplicable unease. It wasn't until he saw the haughty Augusta standing behind a combat mentor that he realized who was missing. He instinctively searched for a vaguely familiar figure. Right, where's Horn? Jie Ming asked casually, still scanning the crowd. Horn, a prodigy with 8th rank elemental talent, had been a prominent figure among the new students, his exceptional talent making him a likely focal point of this ceremony. Amy, hearing this, remained calm, her tone almost indifferent, as if discussing something trivial. Him? Dead. Dead. Those few words struck Jie Ming's heart like cold lightning. He looked at Amy, whose expression remained serene, as if stating an accepted fact. Victor, beside her, nodded slightly in agreement. Yeah, he died during the Aloja planar trial. Horn is dead? A complex emotion surged within Jie Ming. Not sorrow or fear, but a dazed, intricate feeling like hearing of an acquaintance's passing. As an 8th rank elemental talent prodigy, many believe Horn would go far in the wizarding path, a standout who carried high expectations. Amy continued, It's a pity. After passing the Academy's trial, he got a bit full of himself. He focused more on networking than self-improvement, busy befriending noble families' heirs and attending banquets, neglecting his studies. So, he was just unlucky enough to die in the last trial. Victor added, a faint trace of regret in his tone. But this regret seemed more for the loss of talent than for the individual. Jie Ming felt a twinge of sentiment. Though he and Horn were barely acquainted, with almost no interaction, hearing that a once celebrated genius had perished so quietly still stirred him. He recalled Horn's confident, almost arrogant demeanor at the academy. Such talent, yet squandered on misguided pursuits, wasting precious time and energy on connections, only to fall in the brutal planar trial. In the wizarding world, this was all too common. Talent was crucial, but the thirst for knowledge, the pursuit of power, and the resolve to constantly improve in fierce competition were even more vital. Those who indulged in worldly power, relationships, or rested on their talents, no matter how high their starting point, would ultimately be culled by this cold, efficient system. Jie Ming's gaze returned to the official wizard badge in his hand. It seemed to remind him that true power always lay within oneself. Connections, resources, and honors were external. Only personal strength was the foundation for standing tall across the multiverse. As the crowd dispersed and the hall regained some quiet, Mentor Clark's steady voice sounded in Jie Ming's ear. Jie Ming, come to my office. Yes, Mentor. Jie Ming responded respectfully, following Clark through the familiar academy corridors. Mentor Clark's office was, as always, minimalist. Clark gestured for Jie Ming to sit across from him at the desk. Sit. Clark's voice carried a barely noticeable ease. He picked up a stack of documents from the desk, and Jie Ming's magic network terminal simultaneously received an encrypted message. "These are the planar details you requested," Clark said directly, pushing the documents toward Jie Ming. Jie Ming's attention was immediately drawn to the stack. It was the demon plane he'd earned through his top contribution in the Elosia trial, finally finalized. Based on the workshop's surveys, evaluations, and your preferences, the selected demon plane is a premier one within the Elosia cluster, Clark said calmly, though the weight of his words quickened Jie Ming's pulse. "This plane is called Infernal Sulfur," Clark continued slowly. "Its physical size surpasses even the main surface of the Elosia plane. It's a vast, primal land brimming with active fire elements and frequent geological activity." Jie Ming's eyes gleamed with disbelief. This meant the plane held immense resources and vast space for countless large-scale experiments. Clark gestured toward the magic network terminal. "This is the detailed survey report and the plane's coordinates you'll receive. Norn Workshop has installed a permanent spatial teleportation gate there. These coordinates are the key to that gate, allowing you to travel between Norn Workshop and the plane at will." He paused, adding, "Once you arrive, you can adjust the gate's specific coordinates based on your needs and safety. If you wish, you can share the coordinates with trusted individuals. It's up to you." Jie Ming took a deep breath, calming his excitement. This meant a genuine, full-fledged plane was truly in his hands. Due to its harsh environment, the plane is primarily inhabited by fire element creatures, heat-resistant magical beasts, and a few demons born in volcanic depths. Their numbers are vast, their strength formidable, and they're highly aggressive. "Prepare thoroughly," Clark cautioned. "Understand, Minter. I'll be careful." Jie Ming nodded. "Additionally, if needed, the workshop can arrange a team of low-rank wizard for logistical construction to handle initial development and resource collection. The relevant permissions have been sent to your terminal for you to manage," Clark continued. "Any questions?" "None, Minter. Thank you and the workshop for your support." Jie Ming sincerely expressed his gratitude. Clark gave a barely perceptible nod. "Go. The wizard's path lies in exploration and practice. Good luck." "Yes." Jie Ming didn't linger. Eagerly, he stood, bowed to Minter Clark once more, and hurriedly left the office. Hastening back to the Golden Garden in the Elosia Plain after the graduation ceremony, Jie Ming's mind was consumed by one thing: venturing to his demon plane. He was brimming with curiosity and anticipation for the infernal sulfur plane described by Minter Clark. It would be the first plane under his sole control, marking the initial foundation for building his own wizard tower. The wizarding civilization had evolved over time, including the terminology and definitions of certain concepts. In the earliest days, a vast chasm separated official wizards from apprentices, with official wizards possessing traits unattainable by apprentices. But as the wizarding civilization progressed, apprentices' capabilities grew, gradually mastering some traits once exclusive to official wizards. Now, the primary distinctions between a first-rank official wizard and an apprentice were increased mental strength and extended lifespan, with little else separating them. The concept of the wizard tower had similarly evolved. Originally, it referred to a simple tower structure. As wizards fortified their residences, their combat prowess surged within their towers. Over time, the concept of the wizard tower expanded, transforming from a mere tower into a synonym for a stronghold. This led to floating cities and now planar fortresses. However, perfect control over a plane typically required reaching 6th rank, when a wizard could touch the plane's origin to dominate it. A key reason 6th rank and above wizards were considered high tier. After all, a 5th rank wizard was still an individual, whereas a 6th rank wizard represented an entire war system centered on a planar fortress. Without delay, Jie Ming returned to his manor's underground laboratory. He strode to the teleportation array, retrieving a faintly glowing rune core and placing it at the array's center. This was the key to the permanent teleportation point set by Norn Workshop in the infernal sulfur plane given by Minter Clark. Jie Ming took a deep breath, calming his excitement. He extended his hand, channeling mental energy into the rune core. Instantly, the core erupted in dazzling light, resonating with the teleportation array's base. Space warped, a piercing hum filled the air, and a stable spatial rift slowly tore open, revealing a blurry, fiery scene on the other side. Jie Ming steeled himself, ensuring his protective spells were intact, then stepped into the rift. In an instant, a heavy, pungent sulfur smell assaulted his senses, making him frown reflexively, nearly sneezing. This sulfur wasn't ordinary. It carried a near-tangible burning sensation, as if it could seep into his lungs, making breathing difficult. Fortunately, his protective spells blocked most of the searing air, rendering it merely unpleasant rather than harmful. He looked up, and the scene before him vividly embodied the name, Infernal Sulfur. All around was a churning sea of crimson. The sky held no trace of blue, shrouded by thick, dark red sulfur clouds. Occasional lightning streaked through the clouds' depths, casting fleeting white flashes. The air was thick with scorching steam and choking smoke, the ground a blackened, scorched expanse, as if burned countless times, hard and rough. Jie Ming's body slowly floated upward, his gaze turning to the horizon. In the distance, massive volcanoes rose from the earth, not lifeless peaks, but living furnaces. Their slopes were charred black and rusted red, their vast craters like the throats of abyssal beasts, spewing scalding steam and glowing ashes. Molten lava, like viscous plasma, trickled down their sides, pooling into crimson rivers. These molten streams spread across the ground, devouring and melting everything in their path. The air's temperature was staggeringly high, even for a first-rank wizard like Jie Ming, who felt his skin faintly burn as if inside a giant steam oven. His vision held almost no green, only sparse, heat-adapted dark red or blackened mosses and fungi clinging stubbornly to rock crevices. No wonder it's called a demon plane, Jie Ming marveled inwardly. An ordinary person stumbling here would perish instantly. With a thought, he summoned an invisible spell shield, fully isolating the sulfur fumes and heat. He didn't rush to act, instead spreading his mental energy like an invisible net, extending in all directions. Activating a flight spell, he became a streak of light, conducting a preliminary survey of the infernal sulfur plane. The plane appeared desolate. During his flight, Jie Ming spotted numerous rugged, dilapidated artificial caves and stone palaces. Most were built against mountains or carved directly into their interiors. These structures showed significant damage, with no signs of life inside, exuding an empty, deathly stillness. This wasn't surprising. Mr. Clark had mentioned that the plane's higher demons, being intelligent, were taken away during the wizard's planar cleanup. Those demons were likely now research subjects or enslaved, leaving only these ruins. But Jie Ming quickly noticed the plane's defining trait. Its fire element was extraordinarily active. In wizarding civilization, the fire element represented more than just fire. It symbolized energy among the four foundational particles: earth, fire, wind, and water. The energy particles in the infernal sulfur plane were astonishingly dense. Moreover, the energy was more volatile and aggressive than in other planes. This means the plane's energy reserves are incredibly rich, Jie Ming thought, elated. The constant activity of those volcanoes must be due to the plane's overflowing energy. Though he'd been told demon planes were resource-rich, he hadn't expected this extent. Despite its harsh environment, Jie Ming discovered that the infernal sulfur plane had a complete, brutal ecosystem. He paused at the edge of a smoking volcano crater. Peering through the yellowish sulfur fumes, he witnessed a cruel tableau of survival. At the lava's edge lived the plane's lowest-tier creatures, red, maggot-like beings. Fat and dark red, their wrinkled, eyeless, mouthless bodies seemed formed from solidified lava. They survived and reproduced by absorbing lava's energy, countless writhing in the cracks of cooled lava, forming a chilling red carpet. As Jie Ming observed these strange creatures, a lizard-like beast, dozens of times larger, silently emerged from a lava fissure. Its skin was covered in thick volcanic scales, its limbs sturdy, and corrosive saliva dripped from its mouth. Greed gleamed in its eyes as it lunged at the red carpet of maggots. It devoured them voraciously, the chewing sound stark against the crater's rumble. To it, each maggot was juicy and delectable, a supreme delicacy. As a wizard, Jie Ming could sense their energy composition. He was astonished to find that, despite having no biological rank, these maggots contained vast amounts of highly condensed energy. Their seemingly juicy bodies held fluids brimming with intense energy. If splashed on an ordinary person, it would cause horrific burns, easily searing through flesh or melting steel. But for this plane's creatures, the fluid merely added a spicy kick, like mortals eating chili. Their bodies had fully adapted to this high-energy diet, perfectly absorbing and integrating it into their evolution. As the lizard gorged, a black shadow plummeted from the sky like lightning. It was a massive winged demon, its 10-meter wings wreathed in dark red flames, its sharp claws glinting coldly. Clearly, this was the region's apex predator. Without hesitation, the winged demon tore the feeding lizard in half, devouring its flesh. The lizard's body spilled steaming, energy-laden fluids, but the demon was unfazed, long accustomed to it. Watching from the air, Jie Ming's excitement grew. The harsh environment bred remarkably strong creatures. Even the food chain's bottom held energy far surpassing other planes, while the region's top predators were second-rank beings. Such naturally formidable creatures were excellent research subjects for wizards. Their unique life structures, energy conversion mechanisms, and adaptations to extreme environments held immense research value. After assessing the ecosystem and energy conditions, Jie Ming turned to surveying the plane's mineral resources. Jie Ming landed on a patch of hardened, igneous rock. The moment his feet touched the ground, he sensed something unusual. The rock felt unnaturally solid. Without hesitation, he pried up a large chunk of stone with his bare hands. Placing on the ground, he activated his alchemy technique, probing the rock's internal structure with his mental energy. His mental force seeped in like quicksilver, analyzing its composition. Upon seeing the rock's inner makeup, Jie Ming's eyes widened in shock. He discovered that the rock contained an astonishing 80% metal content. Its structure was incredibly complex, composed of 7 or 8 distinct metals, including some that qualified as extraordinary materials. This was no ordinary igneous rock. It was practically a natural, massive metal ingot. Suppressing his excitement, Jie Ming didn't pause. He quickly tested other rocks solidified beneath nearby volcanoes and even extracted samples of flowing lava for analysis. The results stunned him further. Whether solidified rock or molten lava, the metal content ranged between 60 and 90%. This surpassed the scope of mere mineral veins. It was fair to say this was a plane entirely composed of metal deposits. Rather than calling the volcano's flows lava, it was more accurate to describe them as molten metal. Such abundant mineral resources? Jie Ming's voice trembled. This truly deserves to be called the land of steel. The entire plain was a colossal natural smelting furnace, constantly melting deep subterranean metal ores and solidifying them into metal-rich rocks. This was a paradise for any alchemist. Even without particularly rare metals, the sheer volume of these mineral reserves was enough to make most wizards green with envy. Norn Workshop is truly generous. After all, during the plane's cleanup, the wizards surely assessed its mineral wealth, yet Norn Workshop still offered it as a reward. Such magnanimity. Amid his elation, Jie Ming activated the teleportation array to return to the Golden Garden. When he first learned he could choose a plane, he had begun formulating plans. Now, discovering the infernal sulfur plane's exceptional qualities, He couldn't wait to begin its transformation. Back in the Golden Garden's underground laboratory, Jie Ming swiftly activated his magic network terminal, eagerly contacting Minter Clark. Minter, I need to consult about 7th rank large-scale elemental pools, Jie Ming said directly, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. On the other end of the terminal, Minter Clark's figure appeared, calmly observing Jie Ming with a knowing look. It seems you're very pleased with that demon plane. Extremely pleased, Minter. Jie Ming didn't hide his enthusiasm. Its resources exceed imagination. I know its potential is vast. The workshop is always generous, Clark interrupted, his tone leveling. But regarding 7th rank large-scale elemental pools, Jie Ming, you have no need for equipment of that level right now. Jie Ming was momentarily taken aback. Not to mention 7th rank. Even 6th rank large-scale elemental pools are sufficient as the core energy source for planar war fortresses. With knowledge of a plane's specific rules and energy data, even a 5th rank pool can meet most demands for high-intensity planar warfare, Clark explained, his voice devoid of emotion. Even my own wizard tower currently uses only a 6th rank large-scale elemental pool. He continued, such pools are extraordinarily complex to craft, with a frighteningly high failure rate. Even in Norn Workshop, few would openly sell them. The 7th rank pools you mentioned are typically found only on the private commission lists of top-tier wizards. Jie Ming was well aware of this. Though he had begun developing elemental storage rune artifacts and easily acquired small-scale elemental pools, the technical complexity and power of large-scale pools were on an entirely different level. To compare, small-scale pools were like high-capacity household batteries, while standard large-scale pools were akin to nuclear power plants. A 7th rank large-scale elemental pool? That was practically a Dyson sphere. If 5th rank pools drew energy by connecting to the 4 elemental planes, 6th rank pools created a projection of an elemental plane. As for 7th rank pools, they essentially birthed a miniature elemental plane. Such creations transcended mortal limits, their crafting difficulty and resource demands reaching daunting heights. Even with Jie Ming's 2nd rank cultivation agreement granting unlimited purchasing power, items absent from the market couldn't be bought. This was precisely why he hoped to leverage Minter Clark's connections to find someone capable of crafting such equipment. The saying that Norn Workshop's logistical division was its backbone was no joke. Though usually understated, Minter Clark was part of a faction. He belonged to Norn Workshop's alchemy division, and all students majoring in alchemy automatically became its apprentices. Of course, many apprentices perished during their growth, but the survivors were still numerous. From Clark's offhand remarks and Jie Ming's own research, the alchemy division alone boasted over 27th rank wizards and hundreds of 6th rank ones. They were typically scattered across Norn academies or planar front lines, making their numbers less apparent. But this number of high-tier wizards was sufficient to craft a 7th rank large-scale elemental pool. Minter, I understand the difficulty, Jie Ming said firmly. But I have my reasons. Ordinary elemental pools can't fully meet my needs. He didn't elaborate, but after a brief silence, Clark didn't press further. Every wizard was responsible for their actions, and he trusted Jie Ming wasn't reckless or ignorant of priorities. This disciple always delivered unexpected surprises. Very well, Clark said, a faint sigh in his voice. I can try contacting my mentor. He might do me this favor, but he certainly won't craft it for free. Jie Ming's heart leaped, but then Clark raised a critical issue, compensation. I told you at enrollment that wizards value equivalent exchange, Clark said, his tone growing stern. Even for my mentor, crafting a 7th rank pool requires assistance from multiple same-rank alchemy wizards. Even as my disciple's disciple, he'd need to cover material and base costs. Those base costs are an almost impossible price for a wizard of your level. He projected a document to Jie Ming's terminal. This is Norn Workshop's best discounted price for a 6th rank, large-scale elemental pool. Even so, the points required are substantial. With your current wealth, it's quite challenging. Jie Ming opened the terminal, and upon seeing the figure, his pupils constricted. It was an astronomical number, exceeding his total points. He had thought his points were substantial, but a 6th rank pool's base cost was terrifying. Jie Ming did some quick calculations. Even with refined gold, a premium material with steady demand, and a constant supply of raw materials, tirelessly crafting and selling it to amass the points for a 6th rank pool would take a decade. This assumed the workshop continued buying his refined gold at a high price. But reality wasn't so kind. He wouldn't allow himself to waste 10 years. Even if he produced that much refined gold, its market price would drop. Despite its excellent resistance properties, refined gold was merely a 5th rank material in wizards' eyes. The wizarding civilization had countless such materials. A 7th rank pool's cost would be even more staggering. Of course, if you believe you can earn such points quickly, I can make the arrangements. But understand, this isn't a trifling promise, Clark emphasized. Jie Ming fell into thought. He genuinely needed a 7th rank pool. It was integral to his plans. But the immense point requirement was a formidable obstacle. Spending a decade mining and selling wasn't an option. It defeated the purpose of progress. Fortunately, Jie Ming wasn't entirely clueless. Some things needed verification, though, and couldn't be confirmed quickly. Understand, Mentor Clark. I'll give you an answer within 2 months. Seeing Jie Ming's demeanor, Clark's interest peaked. Oh, you already have a plan. Interesting. I'm looking forward to it. Fine, if you can solve the points issue, I'll make the contact. Thank you for your trouble. Unlike the last time, Jie Ming directly infused his soul with mortal dust qi, which overwhelmed him with an almost suffocating torrent of worldly emotions. This time was different. After each intense, emotional surge, a warm, soothing sensation followed, like a gentle breeze over a lake, calming his spirit and restoring his mental clarity. The extreme, near-breaking experience didn't recur. He could clearly feel that the potion hadn't diminished the core effects of mortal dust qi. In fact, amplified by other materials, its potency was enhanced. Yet, it also skillfully segmented and buffered the relentless, ocean-like flood of emotions. This was the potion's core function. It allowed Jie Ming to fully experience the myriad emotions of mortal life while preventing his spirit from reaching the brink of exhaustion, thus avoiding damage. It was as if he stood within a perfectly fitted, transparent raincoat, feeling the raging storm outside while remaining clear and safe. The potion's effects lasted about half an hour. As the final wave of emotions receded like a tide, Jie Ming let out a long breath. He opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright. Though still somewhat fatigued, it wasn't the near-depleting weakness of before, but rather the natural exhaustion from a prolonged, profound emotional journey. Good. Excellent. Jie Ming couldn't help but exclaim twice. The final effect was truly remarkable. Not only was the purification of mental strength undiminished, but the spiritual fatigue was significantly reduced. Recalling his previous use of raw mortal dust qi, just a single strand had pushed his spirit to its limit, requiring over a month to recover fully. Now, this potion used far more mortal dust qi than that single strand. Yet the results were even more astonishing. The soul purification effect was undiminished, and the spiritual fatigue didn't reach its limit. More importantly, he estimated the recovery time for this fatigue would be much shorter. Roughly calculating, he needed only half a month before he could use another dose. This meant that by using the potion, he could perform more frequent soul refinements and mental purifications in less time. This is the perfect product, Jie Ming murmured, eyes gleaming with excitement. Since the potion's refining method was designed to amplify and temper mortal dust qi, it retained its core properties. As the user's capacity to handle mortal dust qi increased, its effects grew exponentially. Even an immortal, if carelessly exposed to excessive mortal dust qi, could fall into the mortal realm. The great Dao Book Pavilion held numerous such examples. This meant that, regardless of the user's strength, as long as they could withstand it and sufficient mortal dust qi was added, the potion could effectively enhance soul purity. Unlike low-tier potions that lost efficacy with growing strength, this one remained potent. More terrifyingly, as long as mortal dust chi functioned correctly, the mental purity gained scale with the user's overall capacity. If eastward purple chi boosted aptitude by a fixed amount, mortal dust chi enhanced it by a percentage. For high-tier wizards, this percentage-based boost was far more valuable than fixed gains. As for the potion's effects, though it carried some risk during use, compared to the benefits of purifying the soul and mental strength, that risk was negligible. In the wizarding world's principle of equivalent exchange, a potion with such effects and no risk would raise suspicions of hidden flaws. Most crucially, unlike eastward purple chi, the potion's raw materials weren't restricted and were relatively easy to obtain. Jie Ming looked at the empty vial in his hand, a smile of unprecedented satisfaction spreading across his face. Now, I can confirm the new product. Having verified its effects, Jie Ming pondered briefly and decided that this potion, named Mortal Dust Potion, would primarily target high-tier wizards, specifically 6th-rank wizards. As wizard ranks increased, the gaps between them widened. For the potion to affect 7th-rank wizards, even exhausting his entire mortal dust chi stockpile would likely be insufficient. Targeting 5th-rank wizards would save materials, but the profit margin would be too low. 6th-rank wizards offered the best balance of cost and benefit. The amount of mortal dust chi needed for them was within the Golden Garden's production capacity. Moreover, 6th-rank wizards, building their wizard towers, typically amassed significant wealth. Ordinary items wouldn't tempt them, but Jie Ming was confident the mortal dust potion's effects could command a hefty price. As for the first buyer, Minter Clark, as a 6th-rank alchemy wizard of the Fate discipline, he must have amassed plenty of points. Thinking of his mentor, Jie Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without delay, he contacted Minter Clark via the Magic Network terminal. Reading Jie Ming's potion test report and description, Clark frowned. Not because it was lacking, but because it was too good. A potion that could purify the soul and mental strength of a 6th-rank wizard proportionally, with the only cost being some pain during use and less than a month of spiritual fatigue. This, if true, it made potions that boosted mental strength at the cost of vitality look pathetic. With Clark's experience, such a report was 99% likely a scam. If it weren't from his own student, he wouldn't have bothered looking. But since it was his student, Clark pondered briefly, then sent a spatial coordinate to Jie Ming. Moments later, Jie Ming appeared in Minter Clark's wizard tower. More private than the academy office, Jie Ming arrived to find Clark seated in a wide armchair, toying with an unknown alchemical component. "Are you sure that report is real?" Clark glanced at Jie Ming, his tone calm. "If this is false advertising to secure funding, even as my student, you'll pay for wasting my consultation time. Now, I can confirm the new product." Having verified its effects, Jie Ming pondered briefly and decided that this potion, named Mortal Dust Potion, would primarily target high-tier wizards, specifically 6th-rank wizards. As wizard ranks increased, the gaps between them widened. For the potion to affect 7th-rank wizards, even exhausting his entire mortal dust chi stockpile would likely be insufficient. Targeting 5th-rank wizards would save materials, but the profit margin would be too low. 6th-rank wizards offered the best balance of cost and benefit. The amount of mortal dust chi needed for them was within the Golden Garden's production capacity. Moreover, 6th-rank wizards, building their wizard towers, typically amassed significant wealth. Ordinary items wouldn't tempt them, but Jie Ming was confident the mortal dust potion's effects could command a hefty price. As for the first buyer, Minter Clark, as a 6th-rank alchemy wizard of the Fate discipline, he must have amassed plenty of points. Thinking of his mentor, Jie Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. Without delay, he contacted Minter Clark via the Magic Network terminal. Reading Jie Ming's potion test report and description, Clark frowned. Not because it was lacking, but because it was too good. A potion that could purify the soul and mental strength of a 6th-rank wizard proportionally, with the only cost being some pain during use and less than a month of spiritual fatigue. This, if true, it made potions that boosted mental strength at the cost of vitality look pathetic. With Clark's experience, such a report was 99% likely a scam. If it weren't from his own student, he wouldn't have bothered looking. But since it was his student, Clark pondered briefly, then sent a spatial coordinate to Jie Ming. Moments later, Jie Ming appeared in Mentor Clark's wizard tower. More private than the academy office, Jie Ming arrived to find Clark seated in a wide armchair, toying with an unknown alchemical component. "Are you sure that report is real?" Clark glanced at Jie Ming, his tone calm. "If this is false advertising to secure funding, even as my student, you'll pay for wasting my consultation time. Don't worry, Mentor. I brought the finished product." Jie Ming produced a delicate glass vial containing the shimmering, seven-colored potion with a faint mortal aura. He placed it gently on the table before Clark. "Mentor, this is my recent creation, the Mortal Dust Potion. As the report states, it excels at enhancing soul purity," Jie Ming explained. "I hope you'll try it." Clark raised an eyebrow, picking up the vial for closer inspection. With his expertise, he could tell the potion was extraordinary. Its energy was complex yet balanced, exuding an indescribable life aura, as if condensing the joys and sorrows of countless beings. This unique quality sparked his curiosity. Without a word, he uncorked the vial and drank it. The potion carried a hint of floral fragrance, but soon, a vast, chaotic stream of information surged into Clark's soul. Even for a sixth-rank wizard with a robust soul, tempered by countless planar wars, his body trembled. He saw the lives, deaths, loves, and hatreds of countless mortals, a soul-deep resonance briefly losing him in the myriad mortal dust. Clark closed his eyes, letting the potion's power flow through his soul. He experienced the humility and greatness of mortals, their pain and joy. As the effects faded, he opened his eyes, a profound shock in his deep gaze. His soul felt thoroughly cleansed, purer and clearer. His control over elements, understanding of laws, and even micromanipulation of mental strength had noticeably improved. For a wizard of his rank, such progress was rare. Each small step typically demanded vast time and resources. Yet this potion achieved in minutes what decades of meditation might. But for a high-tier wizard, strength gains alone weren't enough to shock him. What truly shook Clark was the experience during use. It was an ultimate experience, rekindling a sense of emotional resonance in a high-tier wizard who, over long years, had grown indifferent to many things. Clark looked at Jie Ming, his eyes gleaming with disbelief. "This is the potion you created?" Jie Ming replied calmly, "Yes." Clark took a deep breath, calming his shock. He understood the potion's value. For any high-tier wizard, enhancing soul purity was akin to a leap in aptitude. Moreover, this effect wasn't limited to standalone use. If one maximized their soul and mental strength through other methods before taking this potion, it could negate those methods' side effects entirely. Even the emotional experience Jie Ming considered a cost held significant appeal for some long-lived wizards. "Jie Ming, how do you plan to price this potion?" Clark's voice carried a trace of barely concealed excitement. Jie Ming smiled faintly, then showed a hint of frustration. "Honestly, I'm not sure how to price this. Do you have any suggestions, Mentor?" A glint flashed in Clark's eyes. "Mortal Dust Potion, right? What's its production rate?" Jie Ming calmly revealed his hand. "The potion's production is limited by raw materials. With my current setup, I can produce at most 2 vials of this grade per month." 2 vials a month. Clark felt a slight pang of regret. Such low output, while allowing a higher price per unit, restricted the potion's market. Fortunately, its remarkable effects justified a steep price. After careful thought, Clark quoted a figure that would bankrupt an average 5th-rank wizard. Yet, for a 6th-rank wizard like Clark, the price, though high, was entirely reasonable. It could even be called a bargain. If it only purified the soul and mental strength proportionally, the price would still be substantial, but not this exorbitant. After all, treasures abound in the multiverse. Even items that could elevate a 6th-rank wizard soul to 7th-rank quality weren't rare, and major wizard factions had channels to produce such resources consistently. Mere emotional experiences to wizards were trivial amusements. But combining the two created a luxury item. Enhancing strength while enjoying the experience, coupled with low output, meant this potion's initial target shouldn't be ordinary 6th-rank wizards. If you trust me, I can handle its sales, Clark offered. Jie Ming wouldn't refuse such an opportunity. He immediately handed over 3 vials. No problem. Thank you, Mentor. These are all the potions I've refined recently. Clark accepted the 3 vials without hesitation and transferred a massive sum of points to Jie Ming via the magic network terminal. Jie Ming's heart raced as he saw his account balance surge by several digits. I've paid for all 3 vials, including the one I tested, but I can't pay for one of them, Clark added. This vial will go to my mentor to demonstrate your payment capacity and persuade him to craft the 7th-rank large-scale elemental pool. Thank you, Mentor. Jie Ming felt a surge of gratitude. His mentor was truly dedicated to his cause. Clark waved it off, saying little more. After parting with Clark, Jie Ming returned to the Golden Garden. Gazing at the enormous points balance on his terminal, he began planning his next steps. Even with the Mortal Dust Potion as a high-value product, producing 2 vials monthly, it would still take 8 or 9 years to amass enough points for a 7th-rank elemental pool. This was still a long time, but compared to the decades of tedious, refined gold production he'd previously estimated, earning points this way was far easier. Moreover, Jie Ming had another idea. If he could visit other planes to gather more mortal dust chi, he could accelerate the process. While Alosia's mortal dust chi was abundant, it had a limit. As wizards conquered and transformed Alosia, its output would dwindle. Yet, in the multiverse, planes teeming with intelligent life like Alosia were plentiful. For the next few months, Jie Ming immersed himself in research, focusing on divine faith networks, spending most of his time in the Golden Garden. Apart from sending 2 vials monthly to his mentor, he occasionally visited the infernal sulfur plane during research breaks to check the construction team's progress. After months of intense study, he lost track of time. One day, he received a message from Amy and Victor. Their projections appeared on his magic network terminal, faces alight with excitement and tension. Jie Ming, you're holed up in your lab again. Amy's voice was noticeably steadier. What's going on? For both of you to contact me at once, Jie Ming asked, puzzled. We're fully prepared, Victor said, his tone heavy. After nearly a year, we've decided to join the next planar war. A year? Jie Ming's heart stirred. He hadn't realized how much time had passed in his research fervor. You're rushing into another planar war so soon. Jie Ming frowned. The workshop allowed 6 months to 5 years of rest after a planar war, adjustable at will. But to Jie Ming, even 5 years seemed too short to fully study a plane's gains. Amy and Victor had rested for only a year. Amy sighed, her eyes tinged with envy. You got it easy, Jie Ming. Unlike us, hitting research bottlenecks and needing the battlefield for breakthroughs. Is this what it's like to be a genius? I'm almost jealous. It's not like that, Jie Ming muttered, unsure. Victor nodded. She's right. You're still in a rapid growth phase. How can we not envy that? Their words were sincere. The wizard's path wasn't smooth. When research stalled, unable to advance through meditation or experiments, many wizards turned to battlefields for life or death, tempering or new resources. In a way, the ability to keep researching reflected a wizard's aptitude. Only those with exceptional talent and endless inspiration could remain immersed in knowledge, enjoying pure progress. We're already among the first-rank wizards with longer breaks. Combat wizards leave even earlier. Remember Augusta? Amy suddenly mentioned a name. Rumor has it, after the shortest 6-month break, she rushed to a new battlefield, too restless to stay at the academy. Jie Ming nodded. Augusta had left a strong impression. I recall her talent was high. Only in meditation, Amy teased. On the wizard's path, her talent's low. Combat suits her, though. They chatted briefly, but not for long. Such matters were routine for wizards. "Take care," Jie Ming said to them. "Don't worry, we won't die easily." Amy patted her chest. "When your plane's built, invite us to visit," Victor added with a smile. After parting, their projections faded, and Jie Ming sank into thought. Amy and Victor's words sparked another realization. He had been engrossed in research, advancing swiftly on the path of knowledge. But a wizard's strength wasn't built on research alone. After some thought, Jie Ming decided to add combat enhancement to his research plans. "Boosting combat strength," he murmured, his gaze settling on the rune artifact in the lab center. Sitting in a high-backed chair, his fingers tapped the desk as thoughts surged, reviewing his combat system comprehensively. Typically, a wizard's combat strength hinged on the quantity and quality of spell models in their mental sea. Each self-constructed spell model granted a new innate ability. The most direct way to boost combat power was to learn, analyze, and construct new, stronger spell models. More offensive spells meant richer tactics and better adaptability. However, Jie Ming's situation was unique. With his special rune artifact, simply adding offensive spell models felt redundant. Or rather, the benefits weren't as high as other areas. His mental sea already housed 3 auxiliary spell models, and with the rune artifact's versatility, he lacked no means against enemies. Instead of chasing quantity, he'd focus on more groundbreaking fields. His gaze fell on a metal disc on the table. It was his recently upgraded elemental storage rune artifact. With the rune artifact's nature, enemies I can't defeat after exhausting stored elemental power fall into 2 categories: those too fast to hit, or those immune to attack from the start. He ignored the possibility of enemies far stronger, as survival, not combat, would be the priority then. The first type could be countered with speed-enhancing rune artifacts, while the second likely involved scenarios like anti-magic fields. This sparked a realization. His elemental storage rune artifact created an anti-magic effect during recharging. So, to address weaknesses, I need to boost my combat ability in anti-magic scenarios. That means strengthening my physique as a last resort. Jie Ming's eyes lit with clarity. This wasn't a mainstream wizard path, but for him, it was a vital supplement. There were misconceptions about wizards' physical strength. Many mortal tales depicted wizards as fragile mages hiding behind spells, and some wizards neglected physical training. But in truth, wizards weren't as frail as imagined. Through meditation and absorbing elemental energy to strengthen mental power, their bodies were subtly tempered, becoming far hardier than mortals with higher resistance. The wizarding world also had spells to enhance physical strength, less flashy than elemental attacks, but effective in specific situations. Wizards could even undergo body modification surgeries for greater resilience. With their deep understanding of life, wizards used alchemy technique, bloodline spells, biomodification, or rune inscriptions for physical enhancements. Some, pursuing extreme power, transformed themselves beyond recognition, becoming half-beast monstrosities. This granted immense physical strength, capable of defeating beings a rank higher purely with their bodies. Yet, most wizards didn't prioritize physical strength, and many potions traded physical harm for mental power. This stemmed from wizards' core strength: precise use of elemental energy, leveraging knowledge to amplify raw power tenfold or hundredfold. Physical strength was linear. Its output was limited to the body's capacity, with little amplification. However, physical enhancement had another advantage. It faced few bottlenecks. Mental and soul growth was constrained by talent, insight, and resources, each step harder at higher ranks. Physical enhancement, while capped, could progress steadily with sufficient resources and methods, reaching astonishing levels. It was a hard work compensates for lack of talent, path. Lower ceiling than elemental power, but stable and controllable. As a supplementary method, the wizarding world had many ways to boost physical strength. Wizards studied other planes' supernatural powers, developing unique physical enhancement techniques and cultivation methods. These often blended other planes' body-refining methods, bloodline curses, or divine remnants, forming distinct wizard body-refining systems. With this in mind, Jie Ming didn't hesitate, opening his magic network terminal to search Norn Workshop's vast knowledge base for relevant techniques. Jie Ming ultimately didn't choose those body enhancement techniques with grandiose names. Instead, he selected a rather ordinary one, Charles's elemental body tempering technique. This was the body enhancement technique Jie Ming purchased from the Magic Network. This technique was among the most basic types of elemental body tempering, with origins so ancient it could even be called outdated. Modern wizards had largely abandoned this technique, as there were plenty of improved elemental tempering methods available. However, despite its obsolescence, Charles's elemental body tempering technique had indeed laid the foundation for many aspects of elemental tempering. Over half of the modern elemental tempering techniques were derived from improvements upon it. Most importantly, because it was so basic, there was an abundance of related research. Using Charles's elemental body tempering technique as a keyword, Jie Ming searched the Magic Network and found over tens of billions of foundational research papers related to it. Spending days filtering through various restrictions, Jie Ming finally narrowed it down to a few thousand papers exploring the inner principles of Charles's elemental body tempering technique. Damn it, the Magic Network. Its search system is way too user-unfriendly. After muttering this, Jie Ming, as if completely burned out, collapsed onto his bed and slept soundly for an entire day. For a long time afterward, besides studying the Divine Faith Network, Jie Ming also had to read through the papers he had purchased. Beyond the content of these papers from the Magic Network, he also made time each day to visit the great Dao Book Pavilion deep within his consciousness. Before the white jade pavilion in the depths of his consciousness, Jie Ming's spiritual body sat cross-legged, reading a book of cultivation insights. Besides the book in his hands, various other books floated around him. At the center of these books, a cultivation method title body forging technique was surrounded like stars orbiting a planet. The books around him, including the one in his hand, all contained insights related to this body forging technique. From the very beginning, when Jie Ming decided to enhance his physical strength, he had thought of the cultivation world. In the wizarding civilization, body enhancement techniques were merely a supplementary path for orthodox wizards to address their weaknesses. In contrast, body cultivation was one of the legitimate great paths in the cultivation world. No matter what path a cultivator took, they could not escape the three treasures of essence, qi, and spirit. Only the focus of cultivation differed. In terms of body enhancement alone, the body cultivation techniques of the cultivation world were far more mature and advanced. However, Jie Ming didn't dare to seek out overly profound body forging methods. Instead, he chose to study a widely available basic forging technique. The reason lay in the differences between the two worlds. In fact, shortly after cultivating his spiritual energy, Jie Ming had already attempted to practice body forging techniques. The results were deeply disappointing. The body forging techniques provided by the Great Dao Book Pavilion weren't entirely useless, but they were close to it. Combined with the long time it took to even begin cultivation, Jie Ming had genuinely believed his talent was lacking. But as he became a wizard and gained more knowledge, Jie Ming began to suspect that the ineffectiveness of those body forging techniques wasn't his fault. After carefully studying the most fundamental body tempering methods of both worlds, Jie Ming confirmed that his inability to practice them wasn't due to his own shortcomings. It was the world's fault. Though the wizarding civilization and the cultivation world both appeared human on the surface, their underlying structures were completely different. This difference wasn't about organs or cells, though those varied significantly as well. The greatest strength of the cultivation world's body forging techniques was their inclusivity. Even beasts with entirely different internal structures could cultivate them. The underlying structure Jie Ming referred to was something deeper, the fundamental particles that made up matter, namely the difference between spiritual energy and elements. Through his recent research, Jie Ming had basically confirmed that the cultivation world's body forging techniques essentially involved altering the structure of the spiritual energy that formed a cultivator's body, continuously refining it toward a more perfect and powerful state. Different creators had different ideas about what constituted perfection and power, leading to the development of various cultivation methods. The wizarding civilization's elemental tempering body enhancement techniques followed a similar principle. This was also why, despite internal circulation being an exceptionally excellent body forging method that could construct an inner world within the body, Jie Ming's physical growth hadn't been particularly remarkable. The internal circulation method he practiced only manifested the parts related to spiritual energy, while the aspects related to physical enhancement had never taken effect. So, Jie Ming's current goal was simple. By studying the foundational principles and related techniques of Charles's elemental body tempering technique, he aimed to gradually integrate body forging techniques into this world. Strictly speaking, this should be my first serious attempt at fusing the technologies of both worlds, Jie Ming suddenly said with a smile. While his runic artifacts had been quite effective, Jie Ming hadn't fully understood the internal meanings or differences between runes and sigils when researching them. His results had come purely from relentless experimentation and piecing things together. Even the accelerated runic artifact developed through studying the 5 aggregates, rainbow, mirror, followed a similar process. However, years of researching runic artifacts had given Jie Ming a certain foundation, which was now the source of his confidence in formally studying the fusion of the two worlds' technologies. Both the body forging technique and Charles's elemental body tempering technique were widely circulated basic knowledge in their respective civilizations. But their simplicity was an advantage. The content was straightforward enough, and with so many practitioners, Jie Ming could extract what he needed from numerous research papers and cultivation insights. As for internal circulation, which he had been practicing, Jie Ming still couldn't understand how it created an inner space out of thin air, let alone its effects on physical enhancement. So, if he wanted to strengthen his body, starting with these simpler methods was the most suitable approach. Of course, both the wizarding and cultivation civilizations had other methods to enhance the body beyond using supernatural forces, such as flesh modification or alien fusion techniques. In the wizarding world, these posed no major issues, but in the cultivation world, such techniques were typically used to create cannon fodder soldiers and were considered unorthodox among unorthodox methods. However, Jie Ming chose this path not only because orthodox body cultivators were undeniably powerful in combat, but also because he wanted to familiarize himself with the process of technological adaptation. Not only can I strengthen my body, but it also lays the technical foundation for transforming my plane. That's a win-win. Satisfied, Jie Ming closed the book in his hand, watching as the surrounding books turned into streams of light and returned to the great Dao Book Pavilion. Just as he was about to leave the depths of his consciousness, his body paused slightly, and he hesitated, glancing back at the pavilion. Moments later, a stream of light shot out from the pavilion, transforming into an ordinary-looking book before him. The book's cover clearly bore 3 large characters, Qi Refinement Technique. This was the method Jie Ming was currently cultivating, the foundation of his cultivator's path. He hadn't been wrong about the ineffectiveness of the cultivation world's body forging techniques in the wizarding world, but there was one exception, the Qi Refinement Technique he was practicing. This method was adapted from the refining essence in a Qi system, characterized by the harmonious unity of essence, Qi, and spirit during cultivation. Improving any one of the 3 treasures would drive the growth of the others. This was common in the cultivation world, but combined with Jie Ming's earlier theories, this method's capabilities were almost absurdly extraordinary. Jie Ming could confirm that his mental strength and body had not yet been transformed by spiritual energy. The only aspect truly unique to the cultivation world was the true essence within his body. Yet, even so, this method completely ignored the fundamental differences in the composition of the two worlds, achieving the unity of the 3 treasures. If Jie Ming were to rank what he most wanted to study, This method would undoubtedly take the top spot. But he couldn't understand it. The content was deceptively simple, yet it inexplicably generated spiritual energy out of thin air, even ignoring differences in fundamental particles to forcibly enhance mental strength in the body. The more I know, the less I understand. Jie Ming had a hunch that if he could fully grasp the principles of this method, he would master all the technologies of the cultivation world. Unfortunately, facing this thing, I'm like a primitive man staring at a smartphone. Using its functions was simple enough, but understanding the principles, he might as well give up and sleep. Shaking his head to dismiss the thought, Jie Ming let the book turn into a stream of light and returned to the great Dao Book Pavilion before turning to leave the depths of his consciousness. Opening his eyes, Jie Ming let out a long breath. Leaving the basement and stepping outside, the Elosia plain was now bathed in twilight. Looking at the sky, which seemed ablaze with fire, Jie Ming strolled through the garden, checking the operations of various facilities. Along the way, the workers he encountered bowed respectfully to him. In the past, Jie Ming would have nodded in return, but recently, finding the gesture too troublesome, he stopped bothering with them. After circling the Golden Garden and absorbing all the mortal dust she generated that day, he contacted the construction team through the Magic Network terminal to confirm the progress of the preliminary construction on the infernal sulfur plane. After handling these miscellaneous tasks, Jie Ming returned to the laboratory to continue his research for the day. Time slipped by quietly for several months as Jie Ming immersed himself in research and practice. Charles's elemental body tempering technique and the body forging technique were indeed simple enough, with an abundance of reference materials, making Jie Ming's progress in this area exceptionally smooth. In just a few months, Jie Ming developed a unique body forging technique tailored to himself. This method incorporated the technical principles of Charles's elemental body tempering technique, replacing the spiritual energy controlled in the original forging technique with elements, guiding elemental energy to temper his body and unleash its deepest potential. A month ago, his body forging had officially begun. The results were remarkable. A hallmark of the cultivation world's body forging methods was their deeper understanding of the self, allowing external resources to significantly enhance training effects. These so-called resources, besides specific potions and materials, primarily relied on spiritual energy. In theory, as long as there was enough spiritual energy, the speed of physical enhancement could reach astonishing levels. For the adapted body forging technique to suit the wizarding world's environment, the required resource naturally shifted from spiritual energy to elements. Fortunately, elements were the one thing Jie Ming had in abundance. Not to mention the elemental storage runic artifacts he had developed. The level 6 small-scale elemental pool he had purchased from Clark experiments was more than enough to last him a long time. He used the elemental energy stored in the small-scale elemental pool to continuously wash and temper his body. Each surge of elemental energy brought the tearing and reformation of muscles, the resonance and strengthening of bones. His body grew visibly stronger, with smooth, explosive muscle lines and tougher skin. With a light clench of his fist, a faint sonic boom could even be heard in the air. Under the supply of vast resources, in just 1 month, Jie Ming's physical condition underwent earth-shattering changes. Of course, there were obvious drawbacks. His progress was too rapid. As his physical strength surged, Jie Ming gradually noticed a decline in his control over his body. He became somewhat clumsy, unintentionally exerting too much force during delicate tasks. During meditation, the explosive growth of his physical strength occasionally disrupted his mental stability. This sense of losing control wasn't entirely negative, but it served as a warning. His body's enhancement speed had outpaced his mental and willpower control. Even more troubling, he could sense that a significant portion of his body's potential remained untapped, like a sleeping giant waiting to be awakened. If he continued strengthening at this pace, the rapid decline in his ability to control his body combined with the untapped potential, would cause his physical enhancement to hit a bottleneck. He needed to synchronize his body and mind, fully mastering this explosive power. How could he quickly gain control over this surging physical strength? The best method, of course, was a passionate fight. In the thrill of intense combat, the body's instincts would rapidly adapt to its strength, and the mind would focus intensely, mastering every muscle's explosive power with precision. Fortunately, Jie Ming wasn't short on sparring partners at this stage. After identifying his issue, he activated a spatial teleportation array and arrived at the infernal sulfur plain. This molten gold landscape remained as wild and majestic as ever. The air was thick with the pungent smell of sulfur, and distant volcanoes continuously spewed scorching smoke and lava. Jie Ming chose an undeveloped area, untouched by the construction team, preserving its primal ecosystem and the wildest life forms. Instead of using the subtle eye of detection, he unleashed his mental energy, locking on several massive, ferocious magical beasts nearby. Such blatant mental probing was nothing short of a naked provocation to these beasts. The moment they sensed him, the beast horde roared in fury. Jie Ming didn't use any witchcraft, relying solely on his element-tempered, powerful body as he charged into the raging beast horde. Roar! A giant molten hound, covered in volcanic rock armor, lunged first, bringing with it the stench of sulfur and the searing heat of lava. Jie Ming didn't retreat, but advanced, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Clenching his fist, his muscles tensed, and he threw a straight punch. The air was compressed, emitting a sonic boom as the punch, carrying immense force, smashed into the molten hound's skull. Bang! The tough rock armor shattered like tofu under Jie Ming's raw physical strength. The molten hound let out a wail, its massive body sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily into a distant charred rock wall, leaving a huge crater. But this was just the beginning. More magical beasts were drawn by the battle's fluctuations. Their forms varied, some physically robust, others spewing venom or flames. Jie Ming weaved through the horde, each punch and kick carrying air-tearing force. He didn't dodge or shield himself, letting the beast's claws rip, venom corrode, and flames burn. He simply swung his fists repeatedly, feeling every muscle contraction, every burst of power. Pain, bone-deep, excruciating pain. Each time a claw tore through, corrosive venom splashed, or lava scorched him, Jie Ming felt intense agony. But he didn't flinch. Instead, he transformed the pain into a sharper perception of his body. He experimented with using less force to subdue opponents, dodging vital points at trickier angles, and unleashing stronger power over shorter distances. After days of relentless contributions from the magical beasts, Jie Ming clearly felt his body control improving. The sense of losing control gradually faded, replaced by a mastery of strength that felt instinctive. Not enough. Jie Ming assessed his body. The issue of uncontrolled strength was resolved, but the untapped potential within him remained untouched. This level of tempering could no longer meet his needs. He needed an opponent who could push his physical strength to its limits while subjecting him to higher-level damage. His gaze settled on the region's apex predator, a second-tier living spirit, the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord resided near a massive volcanic crater, its body not of flesh but condensed from pure flame and molten lava. Its towering form was like a mountain, wreathed in blazing fire. As Jie Ming approached, the Flame Lord let out a deafening roar, the lava surging as if the entire volcano echoed its fury. Come on! Jie Ming's eyes burned with fighting spirit. He took a deep breath, the elemental energy within him accelerating through the body, forging technique, tempering his body further. He charged at the Flame Lord, fast as lightning, leaving 2 rows of footprints on the charred ground. Sensing the provocation, the Flame Lord swung its massive molten arm, bringing a wave of searing fire as it slammed toward Jie Ming. Jie Ming didn't dodge. meeting it with a punch. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out as Jie Ming's fist collided with the molten arm. Terrifying recoil surged through his arm, every bone groaning under the strain. Jie Ming's body was blasted back dozens of meters, his feet plowing deep trenches in the scorched earth. During the fight, he hadn't activated any protective witchcraft, not even a basic shield. This left his arm burning with intense pain, his skin scorched, revealing patches of charred marks. Yet, Jie Ming was exhilarated. This power, this pain, he could clearly feel his arm cells dying and regenerating under the intense impact and burns. With each regeneration, they gained a slight increase in fire resistance. Unlike Qi refinement, body cultivation was designed from its inception for greater combat prowess. Even the most basic body forging techniques had the trait of evolving infinitely through combat, and Jie Ming, during his research, had deliberately preserved this characteristic of the body forging technique. Seeing its first strike fail, the Flame Lord roared in anger. More fire runes lit up around it, frantically drawing in the surrounding fire elements, condensing them into thick molten pillars that bombarded Jie Ming like fountains. Jie Ming darted through the pillars, his speed blinding, but he didn't fully evade. He deliberately let the pillars graze his body, even taking a few direct hits. Each contact sent tremors of pain through him. But after the pain, a warm current flowed from deep within, his cells repairing under the element's influence and growing tougher. Whoosh! A fire pillar struck Jie Ming's chest head-on. He grunted, his body sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His robe instantly turned to ash, revealing scorched skin and even charred muscle tissue. The Flame Lord pressed its advantage, raising a massive molten foot with the force to crush mountains, stomping toward Jie Ming. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Jie Ming rolled to dodge. He knew the Flame Lord's power exceeded his current physical limits. He could feel the exhaustion deep in his body. Continuing the fight, even if it improved him through the body forging technique, risked irreversible damage. He sought tempering, not self-destruction. That's enough for today. See ya. Jie Ming grinned through the pain. He stomped the ground, activating his flight runic artifact, his body turning into a blur as he sped into the distance. The Flame Lord let out an unwilling roar, but Jie Ming was too fast, vanishing into the rolling sulfur smoke in an instant. Jie Ming fled the battlefield in a battered state, covered in scorch marks, some areas exposing bone, but a satisfied smile played on his lips. The results were clear. He could distinctly feel that his body had undergone unprecedented tempering in the fight with the Flame Lord. Once his injuries fully healed, a significant portion of his untapped potential would be realized, and his physical condition would improve further. Moreover, due to the body forging technique's unique nature, he could sense his body's fire resistance had greatly increased post-healing. Short-term goal: make my body fully adapt to fire damage and gain high fire resistance. Jie Ming clenched his fist, feeling the vibrant life force within. Long-term goal: he looked up at the sulfur-clouded sky, his eyes gleaming. Gain resistance to all types of damage. Deep within the infernal sulfur plane, at the foot of a massive active volcano, the Flame Lord's colossal molten body clashed once more with Jie Ming's diminutive figure. Boom, boom, boom. The air was filled with the sounds of violent collisions and the explosive crackle of fire elements. Jie Ming moved like a dark phantom, weaving around the Flame Lord. Over a year had passed since Jie Ming began practicing the body forging technique. During this time, he periodically returned to spar with his Flame Lord. The Flame Lord's onslaught was relentless. Molten boulders, searing claws, and scorching fire breath erupted from its mouth, attacking Jie Ming from every range with overwhelming force. But after such prolonged training, Jie Ming was no longer as fragile as before. Even these terrifying attacks could no longer pose a fatal threat to him. Clenching his fist, he threw an uppercut infused with spiraling force, smashing heavily into the Flame Lord's jaw. formed of solidified lava. The sheer power of the strike forced the Flame Lord's massive body to reel backward, the scorched earth beneath its feet cracking with a loud snap. Seizing the moment, Jie Ming leaped, driving his knee upward and slamming his elbow down, each attack precisely targeting the Flame Lord's joints or weak points in its energy flow. The Flame Lord let out a deafening roar, its surrounding flames surging violently, engulfing Jie Ming completely. Yet, when the flames dissipated, Jie Ming stood unscathed, his robe reduced to ashes, revealing skin reddened by the intense heat. But it was merely reddened. As the flames faded, his skin visibly returned to normal. Even the wounds from previous battles with the Flame Lord were closing at a visible rate, healing from the edges inward. Older wounds had already grown new skin. Even the thick sulfurous smell in the air seemed to have no effect on him anymore. Jie Ming still relied purely on physical strength in combat, using no witchcraft defenses, making the fights gruelingly difficult. Each attack required him to mobilize every muscle and bone, and every defense had to be perfectly timed. Yet he could now hold his own against the Flame Lord, occasionally even gaining the upper hand, a testament to the significant improvements in his physical condition and close combat skills over this period. This style of combat had become Jie Ming's routine for over a year. As soon as his injuries healed, he eagerly returned to the infernal sulfur plane to challenge the Flame Lord in round after round of grueling training. The Flame Lord, seemingly enraged by this persistent pest, fought with unrestrained fury each time. In these high-intensity, no-holds-barred, close-quarters battles, Jie Ming's understanding of the body-forging technique deepened. He treated his body like raw iron, hammered repeatedly. Each burn from the flames, each impact from the molten lava, was a bone-deep tempering. The results of this training were exceptional. Beyond physical strength and combat skills, his body's resistance to fire had significantly increased. Now, standing before the Flame Lord again, Jie Ming's body was completely immune to its gold-melting flames. The scorching lava spewed by the Flame Lord only produced a sizzling sound upon contact with his skin, unable to cause any damage. Even the Flame Lord's massive molten arm strikes could only push him back a few steps, no longer capable of causing serious injuries like fractures. Moreover, his self-healing speed had drastically improved. Initially, recovering from full-body burns without witchcraft took Jie Ming 10 days. Now, even with multiple fractures across his body, he could fully heal in less than an hour after leaving combat. Your flames no longer affect me. After taking a face full of fire, Jie Ming shook his head and spoke softly to the Flame Lord. Though still at a disadvantage in the fight, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only a hint of regret. The Flame Lord seemed to realize this as well, letting out an unwilling roar. Its massive body trembled, its energy fluctuations growing chaotic. It couldn't comprehend how this puny creature could adapt and become immune to its power in such a short time. Jie Ming felt the surging vitality within him and the solid sense of complete adaptation to fire. He knew his physical potential still had vast room for growth. But since the Flame Lord's flames could no longer harm him, continuing to fight, it had lost its original purpose. He needed greater pressure, more challenging elemental attacks. Thanks for your time, Jie Ming said with a slight nod to the Flame Lord, choosing not to linger. He turned and headed deeper into the infernal sulfur plane to search. He sought more powerful creatures, hoping to push his fire resistance even higher. Flying over the infernal sulfur plains landscape, he headed toward areas with higher elemental concentrations. The environment in these regions was harsher than before, the air laced with not just sulfur, but a sharp, metallic, scorched smell. Jie Ming extended his mental energy, meticulously scanning every inch of this unfamiliar terrain. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had explored his plane so thoroughly. Suddenly, Jie Ming let out a soft exclamation and descended. In a molten river, he spotted a group of crystal fish feeding. Their translucent red crystal bodies moved freely through the thick, 1,000-degree lava. After a brief observation, Jie Ming reached into the heavy metallic lava, catching a few with his bare hands. He discovered their crystal bodies contained extremely pure fire elemental essence, making them excellent alchemical materials. Most importantly, this feeling, it's somewhat similar to the fire essence described in the cultivation world. Interesting. Maybe I can refine them using the methods for processing fire essence. Marking the location on his magic network terminal, Jie Ming left with a few crystal fish, satisfied. This discovery sparked his interest in this plane he had never thoroughly explored. To improve his search, Jie Ming even purchased memories of native creatures from the Aloja Plane cluster on the Magic Network. These contained plenty of information about materials in the infernal sulfur plane. Soon, through deliberate searching, he discovered a plant called coarse sulfur flower in a lava cave. This flower rooted deep in scorching rock walls, its dark purple petals emitting a peculiar fragrance. It absorbed sulfur and toxins seeping from the depths, converting them into a substance that slightly nourished mental energy. After finding information about this flower in the natives' memories, Jie Ming's eyes lit up. For the natives of the Aloja Plane cluster, the flower's value lay in its secreted substance. But for a wizard like Jie Ming, the flower itself was the real treasure. To convert toxins into beneficial substances through its own biological processes, these ignorant fools are wasting such a treasure. Reviewing the natives' memories, Jie Ming pounded his chest in frustration. To collect more of the secreted substance, they typically crushed the flowers, never considering the underlying principles. Jie Ming carefully collected some samples, storing the intact plants in a spatial expansion bag, planning to cultivate and study them in the Golden Garden. He also discovered peculiar metallic minerals. Each find was sampled and subjected to preliminary analysis with the alchemy technique, offering new inspiration for his artifact crafting and alchemy. Unfortunately, he didn't find a more suitable sparring partner. Though the creatures here were stronger, most of their fire-based attacks were comparable to the Flame Lords. Just as Jie Ming, slightly disappointed, prepared to return to the previous area, he stumbled upon an unusual volcano. Most volcanoes in the infernal sulfur plane were active, many with flowing lava in their craters, radiating intense heat. But this volcano was eerily silent. Its entire structure was a strange, pitch black, as if its vitality had been completely drained. No lava flowed. No steam or smoke rose from its crater. It was as if it were truly dead. Amid the surrounding fiery chaos, this silent black volcano stood out, exuding a cold, oppressive aura. Jie Ming cautiously landed on its outskirts, using the alchemy technique to investigate. Soon, he uncovered the anomaly. The volcano's slopes and surrounding ground were littered with countless animal carcasses. These remains weren't naturally decayed, but bore signs of being torn apart, burned, or frozen by powerful energy, clearly the result of an intense battle. Many bones still carried traces of corrosive slime or transparent crystals, indicating that the combatants weren't solely fire-based creatures. Even more shocking, Jie Ming discovered that the ley line connected to this volcano had been forcibly severed. Deep within the volcano, where vibrant geothermal energy and active fire elements should have surged, there was now only emptiness, as if something had drained all its vitality. This was the root cause of this volcano becoming a rare, dead volcano. This place likely witnessed a fierce battle, Jie Ming mused. Such devastating destruction, capable of severing the Earth's veins and extinguishing an active volcano, was far beyond the power of ordinary creatures. This must be the aftermath of an intense clash when the wizards of Norn Workshop purged this plane, capturing a high-ranking demon. The powerful attack had obliterated the volcano's energy core, silencing it forever. Gazing at the now-dormant volcano, Jie Ming's eyes lit up, a surge of excitement rising within him. A volcano like this, with its severed earth veins, mass loss of life, and residual chaotic energies, was a unique phenomenon. According to the principles of the cultivation world, such conditions would give rise to a special kind of baleful qi. Baleful qi was a conceptual material in the cultivator system, a sinister and chaotic energy formed from resentment, bloodlust, destructive force, and specific environmental factors. It wasn't purely negative energy, but its intense corrosiveness could backfire on a user if not properly refined. However, if collected and refined correctly, it could serve as an exceptional resource for certain unique cultivation techniques. The Golden Garden, for instance, was a site Jie Ming had deliberately created to generate and collect flower god baleful qi. This volcano, due to its unique history, could also serve as a source for baleful qi. Jie Ming immediately took out a variety of materials and set up a complex formation around the entire volcano. He formed hand seals, channeling his true essence to activate the formation. As the incantation took effect, invisible ripples spread from the formation's center, seeping into every inch of the volcano's earth and every corpse within. Gray mist, invisible to the naked eye, carrying the aura of death, resentment, and chaotic energy, slowly rose from the fractured earth veins deep within the volcano and the remains of demonic beasts. Drawn by the formation's power, the mist flowed like rivers to the sea, converging toward the volcano's center. Using the Baleful Qi Collection incantation, Jie Ming condensed it into a thin stream, guiding it into the baleful qi gourd he held. Such potent baleful qi! Jie Ming's heart raced with joy. Without pause, he continued collecting the baleful qi drawn by the formation, channeling it into the gourd while simultaneously using the baleful qi refinement incantation to categorize the qi within. The process lasted several days, with Jie Ming tirelessly collecting and refining baleful qi in the desolate volcano. As the baleful and deathly qi were extracted, the air around the volcano grew clearer, the oppressive, eerie atmosphere noticeably diminishing. Finally, when the concentration of baleful and deathly qi became too low for the incantation to efficiently capture, Jie Ming ceased his efforts. He caught the slowly descending baleful qi gourd, shaking it gently, feeling the turbulent qi within, a satisfied expression on his face. The amount collected in this single session rivaled a month's worth of flower god baleful qi from the Golden Garden. As expected, while artificially created environments can yield baleful qi, they pale in comparison to the conceptual volume produced by naturally formed wastelands like this. He stored the noticeably heavier baleful qi gourd in his internal space. After extracting the volcano's baleful and deathly qi, Jie Ming didn't stop there. Conceptually, as long as this unique area remained unchanged, it would continue to generate new baleful qi over time. Having found a rare, sustainable source of baleful qi, Jie Ming spent several days meticulously setting up complex formations around the dead volcano. These formations weren't for attack or defense, but for protection and stability. He first laid several concealment formations around the volcano's perimeter, fifth-level arrays purchased from the magic web, sufficient to prevent the area's unique energy fluctuations from being easily detected by creatures of the infernal sulfur plane. Then, at key points within the volcano, he inscribed dozens of baleful qi gathering runes and soul-drawing arrays. These could slowly channel stray negative energies from the environment, attracting newly formed baleful qi to converge in the volcano's depths, where it would be refined into a purer form. The formations also stabilized the residual energy of the earth veins, ensuring the volcano's dead state persisted, creating a unique breeding ground for baleful qi exclusive to him. In principle, these formations gradually gathered related conceptual energies based on the local terrain and conditions. The drawback was that they relied entirely on spiritual energy to function and couldn't be left unattended. Fortunately, Jie Ming didn't need to guard constantly. He calculated that the true essence required to sustain these baleful qi gathering arrays was minimal. By fully charging them, they could operate for 1 or 2 months. Since he already planned to return monthly to collect baleful chi, it wasn't too troublesome. With all the formations and arrays in place, the dead volcano was enveloped in faintly shimmering rune chains. From a distance, it remained a dark, silent peak, but in Jie Ming's perception, it had become an efficient conceptual material conversion factory. After completing the volcano setup, Jie Ming was about to search for other potential baleful chi sites when his communication artifact buzzed. Glancing at the unfamiliar contact, he paused, momentarily confused. Then he remembered it was the leader of the construction team he'd hired. Answering the call, he learned that the engineering project he'd commissioned was complete, awaiting his inspection. "I'll be right there." Hanging up, Jie Ming turned and sped toward the site where he'd hired the wizard team for preliminary construction. Upon arriving, he was stunned by the sight before him. In just over a year, the low-tier wizard construction team had transformed the area beyond recognition. What was once a rugged landscape of active volcanoes and jagged ridges had been leveled into a vast plain, though it lacked many structures. At first glance, the area was dominated by a massive, perfectly smooth metal surface. This metallic ground, forged from refined special alloys, gleamed with an obsidian-like sheen under the sulphurous, smoky sky. Its surface was polished to a mirror-like finish, reflecting the dark red clouds above, a stark contrast to the jagged, scorched terrain of the rest of the infernal sulfur plain. The metal expanse was vast enough to house a large city. Looking at it, Jie Ming recalled the black surfaces he'd often seen at Norn Academy, a common technique for plane modification. But he knew this was more than just a smooth surface. Approaching the center, he knelt and touched the ground. Activating his alchemy technique and analysis technique, he sensed faint, orderly energy fluctuations emanating from below. His spiritual sense probed deeper, revealing a complex, web-like structure within the metal ground. Beneath its surface, numerous permanent arrays were embedded, not exposed but intricately woven into the metal layers like blood vessels, connected by countless energy conduits and rune pathways, forming a vast, precise energy network. As a preliminary project, most of these arrays weren't particularly powerful. Beyond basic protective functions, they serve primarily as amplifiers and a foundational framework. Jie Ming moved to the center of the foundation, closing his eyes to feel the pulse of the array network beneath his feet. These embedded arrays could amplify the effects of any future arrays he placed into reserved spaces, extending their influence across the entire plane. They acted like giant subterranean amplifiers. Whether he built elemental pools, alchemical workshops, or plane-wide defensive arrays in the future, embedding their core arrays into this network would exponentially enhance their range and power, potentially affecting the entire infernal sulfur plane. This was the foundation Jie Ming had laid for his future plane modifications and grand array constructions. During his inspection, he noticed reserved interfaces and energy nodes. According to the construction team's leader, this preliminary setup could support even higher-level functions, such as arrays to enhance communication with the plane's origin. Such arrays allowed wizards to deeply sense and influence the plane's origin, efficiently drawing its power or even making preliminary modifications to its rules. However, these arrays required immense spiritual power, achievable only by a 6th-level wizard, to safely control and utilize. "I'm not a 6th-level wizard yet, so I can't use them now. No rush to build them," Jie Ming thought. Constructing such arrays demanded vast resources, and if he couldn't fully control them, it risked energy backlash or even rejection by the plane's origin. When discussing with the construction team, he'd excluded these complex arrays beyond his current needs, prioritizing resources for the most practical and foundational components. He looked at the results with satisfaction. Though only a preliminary project, it was already taking shape. Pleased with the results, Jie Ming's thoughts turned back to the issue of physical enhancement. The Flame Lord could no longer provide sufficient challenge, and while the infernal sulfur plane housed other powerful beings, finding suitable training opponents across its vast expanse was highly inefficient. He needed a more effective, controlled training environment. If the external world can't provide it, why not create one internally? With a spark of inspiration, Jie Ming immediately consulted the leader of the wizard construction team. They were thrilled to accept the additional business. Jie Ming paid a hefty sum of points that excited the low-tier wizards, commissioning them to build a fully functional gravity training chamber deep within the underground laboratory of the Golden Garden. Days later, a massive circular chamber forged from special alloys stood prominently in the deepest part of his underground lab. The chamber's interior was spacious, its walls etched with intricate rune circuits. Jie Ming eagerly stepped inside to test it. "Activate tenfold gravity," he commanded the chamber's control system. A low hum filled the chamber, and an invisible weight descended instantly. Jie Ming felt his body sink, as if bearing a massive burden. He moved his limbs, feeling his muscles tremble under the pressure, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Good. Increase to 1,000-fold gravity," he ordered. The gravity surged again, making breathing difficult. His bones creaked, and his knees nearly buckled. Gritting his teeth, he tensed his muscles, relying on the formidable physique honed by the body forging method to withstand the force. Sweat soaked his clothes, dripping to the floor. Excellent. 1,000-fold gravity produces such great results. The maximum tens of thousands-fold gravity field. It'll suffice until I reach the nascent soul stage, Jie Ming marveled. This extreme gravity not only tempered his muscles and bones, but also forced him to refine his control over physical strength. Beyond the gravity field, the chamber was equipped with precise, multi-element attack arrays. After a brief workout, Jie Ming ended the gravity test and turned to the elemental attack arrays. These arrays didn't unleash destructive attacks, but could release elemental energy streams of varying intensities and attributes, or simulate attack patterns of elemental creatures, based on Jie Ming's settings. Activate Fire Element Simulation. Instantly, the chamber's air grew scorching. Visible streams of fire element burst from the runes on the walls, like whips of flame, gently but persistently lashing at Jie Ming's body. He felt each thread of fire energy penetrate, stimulating his body's innate resistance to fire. Water element corrosion, lightning paralysis, wind blade slicing, earth element impact. Jie Ming cycled through the elemental modes. Each attack was like a precise chisel, microscopically carving his body, allowing it to gradually adapt to various elemental assaults and enhance resistance through the body forging method's properties. He could precisely adjust the training intensity and elemental types to achieve his long-term goal of resistance to all forms of damage. From then on, Jie Ming's life became more structured and fulfilling. For the next period, he immersed himself in a rhythm of research and self-improvement. Each day, he trained intensely in the gravity chamber, pushing his body's potential. Then he returned to the lab, diving into various studies. Occasionally, he visited the dead volcano, activating the arrays to collect newborn baleful chi. Under the array's protection, the volcano became a stable baleful chi production base. When research left him exhausted, he would pilot a flight rune artifact, scouring other regions of the infernal sulfur plane for new baleful chi sources or unique species and minerals. One day, after collecting baleful chi at the dead volcano, Jie Ming checked his inventory. To his delight, months of consistent collection had amassed a substantial amount of baleful chi from the volcano. Combined with the flower baleful chi gathered from the Golden Garden, his stockpile was now considerable. Rubbing his chin, Jie Ming knew it was time for a new round of crafting. Back in the lab, he pored over the vast archives of the great Dao Book Pavilion, selecting a crafting method for a protective treasure that best suited his current needs. This treasure, called the mysterious astral mortal dust barrier, was a unique protective technique in the cultivator system. According to the pavilion's records, it was semi-permanent. Once crafted, it wasn't a physical object, but an intangible protective barrier that constantly enveloped the user's body. The treasure had a single function: resisting curses and divination. Crafted primarily from chaotic astral and mortal dust chi. Once formed, these energies wove together like interlocking chains, creating an indestructible protective net around the user. The mysterious astral mortal dust barrier's mechanism for resisting curses and divination was simple. Any curse or divination targeting the user required a connection to them. With the barrier's intangible, conceptual nature surrounding the user, such techniques had to breach the astral and mortal dust chi first. But in doing so, the barrier's energies would flow back along the connection, corroding the caster. It was like surrounding oneself with a mote of filth. Of course, this protection came at a cost. In resisting and counterattacking, the barrier's astral and mortal dust chi would gradually deplete. If overexhausted, the treasure would collapse. Its advantage lay in its ability to be replenished with more baleful and mortal dust chi, allowing semi-permanent protection. After half a month of preparation, Jie Ming began crafting the protective treasure. He first placed the collected baleful chi into a custom furnace for preliminary refinement and fusion, transforming it into the astral chi needed for the mysterious astral mortal dust barrier. This process demanded precise control of spiritual power. A single misstep could cause the chaotic baleful chi to backlash. Fortunately, Jie Ming, flush with resources, encased himself in thick, refined gold armor. Occasional leaks during crafting had little effect thanks to the armor. Next, he extracted the most chaotic portion of mortal dust chi from his internal space, merging it with the refined astral chi. At this stage, the protective treasure was nearly 80% complete, requiring only a few restrictive runes to finalize. As it was more like a consumable talisman than a true magical treasure, the crafting difficulty was low. This sparked new ideas in Jie Ming. Per the great Dao Book Pavilion's method, the finished treasure relied on external spiritual energy to sustain the astral and mortal dust chi's operation. But the wizard world lacked spiritual energy, only having elemental forces. Jie Ming wanted to see if he could substitute the energy source. Drawing on his previous success adapting the body forging method and studying flight rune artifacts, he quickly identified the runes governing energy supply in the restrictions. Replacing them with runes to absorb external elements wasn't enough. The absorbed elemental energy had to be converted into a form the astral and mortal dust chi could recognize and use. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Jie Ming knew this was the critical moment. He relied on his recent insights, not quite research but a bold idea. Carefully, he extended his spiritual power, guiding the absorbed elemental energy to flow in a specific pattern. Then, with utmost caution, he wove the purified astral and mortal dust chi through the restrictions like threads, intertwining them. The elemental energy surged like living water, resonating strangely with the astral and mortal dust chi. Initially, the two distinct energy systems repelled each other, causing faint tremors. Sweat beaded on Jie Ming's forehead as he adjusted the rune's frequency and altered the energy infusion pattern. At a certain moment, the repulsion vanished. The sharpness of the astral chi and the flexibility of the mortal dust chi fused perfectly, driven by the wizard's elemental energy. More precisely, elemental energy converted into spiritual energy. The unique pattern was none other than Jie Ming mimicking the flow of his own chi refinement method. The treasure's defining trait was its symbiosis with the user, requiring significant similarities between them. With astral and mortal dust chi and the restrictions, it could simulate a human-like environment to some extent. With a human body, it could naturally emulate a cultivation method's operation. The restrictions glowed brilliantly, then dimmed, slowly dissolving into fine streams of energy that merged into the core astral and mortal dust chi. When the light and fluctuations subsided, Jie Ming held nothing tangible. The mysterious astral mortal dust barrier, upon completion, became an intangible protective shield, enveloping him like a second skin. He could feel its perfect harmony with his soul, as if it were part of him. Closing his eyes, he sensed the treasure existing in a liminal state between reality and intangibility, occupying no space and invisible to the eye. Its greatest feature was its ability to absorb external energy to sustain itself, allowing the user to maintain it indefinitely without fear of energy depletion. For Jie Ming, the most significant achievement was validating his idea during the crafting process. Simply put, by simulating a human environment and mimicking a cultivation method's flow, he could convert external elemental energy into spiritual energy, even without understanding the method's inner logic or technical principles, just by copying the pattern. This meant from now on he could unlock a host of new possibilities. Jie Ming temporarily set aside the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, turning his attention to another matter. At the critical moment of forging the mysterious astral mortal dust barrier, a dazzling light that transcended the boundary between illusion and reality had granted him the opportunity to reforge his natal treasure. The light of creation, the final core material needed to reforge the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. The materials required to reforge the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror were not complex, merely various concepts of light. Jie Ming had long since gathered the other materials, but the most crucial one, the light of creation, had eluded him. It wasn't until the moment the mysterious astral mortal dust barrier was completed, bursting with radiant light, that Jie Ming had an epiphany. The so-called light of creation represented the instant of genesis from nothingness, the primal light of life's spark, perceptible and capturable only in the moment of extreme energy convergence. Though the crafting process for the mysterious astral mortal dust barrier was simple, its materials were far from low-end, enabling it to unleash the light of creation upon completion. With a gesture, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, quietly suspended deep within his dantian, responded to his call and emerged. After years of refinement, this treasure no longer radiated the ostentatious aura it had when first forged. It now resembled an unremarkable, ancient bronze mirror, plain and unassuming. The light of creation is in hand. It seems today is your moment of destiny as well, Jie Ming murmured, gazing at the mirror. The bronze mirror emitted a faint glow in response, as if expressing its own joy. Due to the unique materials used in its creation, the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror inherently possessed a quality that bridged the tangible and intangible. Its true core was an aggregate of illusory light concepts. This unique composition allowed it to be repeatedly reforged through a refining method known as turn. Each turn significantly enhanced the treasure's quality and power. One reforging was a first turn, 2 was a second turn. The higher the turn count, the stronger the treasure. Over the years, Jie Ming had never neglected refining the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. He nourished it daily with his pure, true essence, and periodically polished its spirituality with the chi of mortal dust. These efforts not only deepened its bond with his soul, but also elevated its spirituality to the level required to bear higher concepts, ready for its first turn. Cultivation hinged on seizing opportunities. Seeing the timing was perfect, Jie Ming restored some of his true essence, sat cross-legged, and suspended the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror before him. Taking a deep breath to calm his mind, he entered a serene state of artifact refining. His mental energy surged like a tide, enveloping the treasure completely. Disperse. With a low command, his fingers traced intricate patterns in the air, forming complex runic arrays. These runes, inscribed directly into the void, shimmered and resonated with the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. Guided by his mental energy and runes, the mirror began to hum and tremble. Its bronze form grew blurry and distorted. With a soft puff, the mirror's physical shape dissolved into the air, leaving only 5 pure streams of rainbow light floating before Jie Ming. This was the first step, shedding its mundane form to reveal its essence. Next was reshaping. Jie Ming retrieved the various light concept materials he had prepared and cast them toward the rainbow lights. Under his refining technique, the mirror's core began to split and reassemble. The new materials were swiftly absorbed by the rainbow lights, which, under Jie Ming's control, rapidly coalesced into the shape of a mirror. Yet, no matter how they condensed, the lights couldn't regain form or substance. The final, most critical step awaited. Jie Ming carefully guided the light of creation, captured during the forging of the mysterious astral mortal dust barrier, to the center of the glowing mirror. The light of creation, carrying the wondrous essence of Genesis from nothingness, merged with the core of light concepts. The fusion was not seamless. Each light concept had unique properties, attracting and repelling one another. When the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror was first forged, it contained 5 light concepts. Now, with Jie Ming's additions, the number had doubled, increasing their conflicts. As the light of creation merged, the 5 light clusters trembled violently, their glow flickering as if on the verge of collapse. Jie Ming's true essence and mental energy were consumed at a frantic pace. He adjusted the runic arrays, maintaining energy balance, using his will to resolve the conflicts and guide them toward fusion. Fortunately, his prior successful forging gave him experience, making it manageable. Fuse, Jie Ming growled, pressing the final wisp of light of creation into the core. Instantly, the 5 light clusters contracted sharply, then erupted in an unprecedentedly brilliant radiance, sparked by the central light of creation. Jie Ming's eyes gleamed. He freed one hand and cast a technique on the radiant light. Guided by the technique, another identical light of creation coalesced in his hand. This was the terrifying power of conceptual materials. They could self-generate and even multiply from nothing. With this light of creation, gathering materials for a second turn would be far easier. As the radiance faded, the ancient bronze mirror slowly reappeared. Jie Ming felt a wave of exhaustion. The forging hadn't taken long, but the mental strain was immense. Looking at the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror in his palm, a joyful smile spread across his face. First turn success. He recalled the mirror, and it merged back into his body, perfectly aligned with his soul. He could clearly sense a qualitative transformation within the treasure. The most significant enhancement of the first turn 5 aggregates rainbow mirror was its improved escape capabilities. After briefly examining the mirror, Jie Ming eagerly headed to the infernal sulfur plane. Here will do. After studying the survey map provided by the construction team for a long time, Jie Ming chose a spot near a lava lake for testing. The area was devoid of life, perfect for experimentation. Closing his eyes, Jie Ming communed with the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, receiving detailed information. Beyond enhanced basic abilities, the first turn mirror had a critical new advantage, or rather, a new safeguard. Through the mirror's feedback, Jie Ming learned he could now apply shields to himself before activating its light transformation ability. During the transformation, these shields would also turn to light, merging into his transformed light form. When the transformation ended and his body reformed, the shields would reconstitute, remaining active. This meant that when escaping via light transformation, he wouldn't be left defenseless during the vulnerable post-transformation period. The shields provided an extra layer of protection. At critical moments, this could buy him precious time, preventing enemies from exploiting his weakness. A tremendous advancement. Without hesitation, Jie Ming used a 4th-level artifact to apply a shield, then channeled his true essence to activate the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror's light transformation ability. Transform to light. His body instantly became pure light, crossing the lava lake at a speed beyond mortal sight. Jie Ming felt his light transformation state was more stable, allowing him to sustain it longer with the same amount of true essence. Boom! The transformation ended abruptly, and Jie Ming crashed headlong into a volcano, shattering its wall and plunging into molten lava. Rumble! The already volatile volcano erupted under the impact, spewing black smoke and searing lava from the breach. adding more ash to the infernal sulfur plane's already polluted air. After a moment, a hand emerged from the lava lake, grasping the nearby rock. Jie Ming climbed out, his shield faintly flickering as lava slid off it. Sigh. I got too excited too soon. Ignoring the intense heat below, Jie Ming sat on the volcano's rim, looking at his flickering energy shield with a rueful sigh. He should have realized that light transformation was a function of the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, and every ability had its power limit. As a natal treasure of a Foundation establishment cultivator, freshly advanced to first turn, maintaining a 4th-level shield was overly ambitious. During transformation, most of the 4th-level shield's energy dissipated, nearly failing to maintain its form upon reconstitution. It seems the limit for shields during light transformation is 2nd level at this stage. Higher-level shields destabilize both the shield and the transformation duration. Feeling a bit greedy, Jie Ming shook his head. Oh well, I'll only use light transformation in dire situations, so I can't be too picky. Escaping farther is the priority, and that's improved significantly. By his calculations, without the 4th-level shield's interference, he could have sustained the transformation a moment longer. Compared to before, the first turn 5 aggregates rainbow mirror doubled the transformation duration for the same true essence and mental energy, doubling his escape distance. For a Foundation establishment cultivator, light transformation already allowed a 1,000-mile leap in an instant. Doubling that meant even 3rd-tier beings couldn't catch him. Unexpectedly, body refinement brought extra benefits. It's truly a path focused on combat, with remarkable adaptability to negative conditions. Feeling the emptiness of depleted true essence and the stabbing pain from exhausted mental energy, Jie Ming clenched his fist, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. He turned to the rock wall he'd gripped and smashed it with a punch. Boom! The calming volcano roared back to life, a powerful force erupting within. A figure burst through the lava and rock. Crash! The figure landed, scattering dense lava like water. Standing unprotected in flowing lava, Jie Ming looked at his body with excitement. He hadn't expected body refinement to yield such benefits. His robust physique prevented the post-transformation weakness he'd experienced in prior tests, leaving him with strength for basic self-defense. Though his mental energy and true essence were drained, his powerful body allowed him to stand firm and even engage in simple combat, providing a double layer of security. As his mental energy rapidly recovered, Jie Ming's satisfaction grew. A strong body is indeed valuable. It not only gives me self-defense after transformation, but also speeds up mental energy recovery. I should focus more on body refinement going forward. Satisfied with testing the first turn 5 aggregates rainbow mirrors enhancements, Jie Ming waited for some mental energy to recover before activating a teleportation device to return to his laboratory. Over the next few days, he focused on refining the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. While stabilizing its new state, he further enhanced its already impressive spirituality. Sitting in a chair, Jie Ming watched the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror float outside his body, circling him playfully like a pet with its master. Observing its state, he stroked his chin, musing, the first turn has elevated its spirituality to what could be called spiritual intelligence. It's time to test an old idea. The first turn 5 aggregates rainbow mirror exuded an unprecedented liveliness within him. It was no longer just a medium or tool, but akin to a living being with independent thought. Though its intelligence was low, comparable to a low-tier creature with mere instincts. As a treasure, it possessed immense computational power. With this nascent spiritual intelligence, the mirror could now judge and act on Jie Ming's intentions. This discovery reignited an old idea. If the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror could independently control other runic artifacts, could he delegate their operation to it, freeing his focus and even achieving a degree of automated combat assistance? Achieving automated combat had 3 challenges. First, the mirror's spirituality, now sufficient after the first turn. Second, connecting the mirror to runic artifact for direct control, a hurdle he'd overcome while studying reconnaissance runic artifacts. The final challenge was how the mirror would activate runic artifacts. Runic artifacts required slightly more mental energy than equivalent artifacts, and the issue was that the mirror lacked a soul to generate mental energy. Fortunately, on the Aloja plane, Jie Ming found the key, the Divine Faith Network. With this, the final piece of the puzzle was in place, leaving only the assembly. Jie Ming retrieved an attack-type runic artifact from his inner space, suspending it before him. He wove a network with his mental energy, extending it like a probe toward the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. Since the mirror lacks mental energy, I'll simulate the Divine Faith Network to grant it access to mine, allowing it to control this attack runic artifact. He adapted the energy transmission structure of the Divine Faith Network into a mental energy network, enabling the mirror, already attuned to his will, to draw his mental energy as needed. The mirror responded instantly, its 5 light clusters flickering faintly. An invisible ripple spread, connecting to Jie Ming's mental sea and extracting a wisp of pure mental energy. This energy didn't flow directly to the runic artifact, but was first processed and guided by the mirror, then linked to the crystal-like attack runic artifact. Test. Attack the target, Jie Ming commanded. The crystal runic artifact trembled, then fired a brilliant elemental beam, precisely striking a preset target on the lab wall. Success! Jie Ming's eyes gleamed with pride. He hadn't controlled it himself. The mirror, receiving his intent, had drawn his authorized mental energy and, with its unique spirituality, activated the runic artifact. This meant the mirror could think and execute, independently handling combat tasks, even while he performed complex sorcery. Proving his idea's feasibility, Jie Ming dove into the next phase. He gathered a pile of metal materials and, after consulting the magic network, began crafting self-suspending, autonomous metal platforms. Designed as sleek, rhomboid pillars with streamlined shapes to reduce air resistance, they were intricately engraved with flight and gravity arrays. The flight arrays provided continuous lift and thrust for agile hovering and movement. The gravity arrays ensured absolute stability, unaffected by external air currents. Jie Ming carried a corresponding gravity component, allowing the platforms to maintain a subtle gravitational link, enhancing their ability to follow his movements. To give the platforms independent energy sources, he embedded high-quality energy crystals purchased from the magic network. These artificial crystals, simplified versions of elemental pools, steadily powered the platform's arrays, enabling long-term operation without Jie Ming's energy input. He then retrieved various attack-type runic artifacts from his inner space, crafted in batches during recent refining practice. Realizing his inner space allowed him to have it all, he saw no need to limit his attack strategies. Whether energy bolts, elemental beams, or traditional fireball or lightning spells, he could stockpile them. For firing speed and ease of control, he selected several beam-firing runic artifacts. Each was delicately embedded on the 4 faces of a rhomboid pillar, giving each pillar 4 attack runic artifacts. Jie Ming crafted 6 such pillars, each an independent fire point. Once completed and fitted with runic artifacts, he used his Eye of Reconnaissance as a medium to deeply link these weapon platforms to the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror. This allowed the mirror to autonomously control the runic artifacts, while the Eye of Reconnaissance added vision to the combat system. The mirror's spirituality flickered again. It adeptly processed the influx of data, constructing a 3D model of the surroundings. With its enhanced spirituality, it analyzed potential threats while building the map, directing the 6 pillars to coordinate combat based on Jie Ming's preset logic. When Jie Ming activated the system in the lab center, the 6 slender rhomboid pillars silently rose behind him, hovering in a stable array like 6 swords pointing in all directions. Each pillar's front bore 4 faintly glowing crystal runic artifacts. Their surfaces shimmered with energy traces from the flight and gravity arrays, powered by the energy crystals. Jie Ming observed his new combat system. Taking a few steps forward, the 6 pillars followed silently, maintaining their relative positions perfectly. Attack all moving objects, he commanded, releasing several elemental energy targets that shot out from a distance. The instant the targets appeared, the 6 pillars reacted. Their crystal runic artifacts lit up, firing dozens of beams like a laser net, instantly vaporizing the targets with precision. The process was fluid and swift, without delay. Jie Ming, watching the display, smiled with satisfaction. This system's reaction speed is faster than mine. Is it because the mirror's essence includes the concept of swiftness? After pacing the lab, observing the vigilant pillars floating behind him, he murmured, "This system can truly be called autonomous floating cannons." With the aid of the gravity training chamber and various resources, Jie Ming's cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. His physical tempering and soul refinement advanced in tandem. With clear progress each day, his improvements palpable. However, not all paths were so smooth. In his research, Jie Ming recently noticed his studies on the Divine Faith Network slowing imperceptibly, now mired in an indescribable bottleneck. His underground laboratory, once filled with data models and analytical runes related to the Divine Faith Network, now seemed stagnant. This complex energy flow, born from the plane and naturally gathering mortal faith, was like a vast starry sea. Initially, he could easily discern its surface tides and currents, but delving into its core to unravel its underlying logic and laws met with unfathomable resistance. Jie Ming knew he could push forward with sheer determination, but he estimated the time required would be astronomical. He had tried countless analytical methods, constructing thousands of simulation models, yet only scratched the surface. The Divine Faith Network was a grand bridge connecting mortals and deities, a meticulously crafted construct rooted in the plane's deepest rules. It wasn't merely energy transmission, but involved souls, beliefs, causality, and higher dimensional laws. At his current level as a first-rank wizard, analyzing such an entity was akin to a mortal trying to unravel the universe's mysteries. Jie Ming calculated that fully understanding the Elosia plane's Divine Faith Network at his current efficiency and with available data would take thousands of years, and those millennia would only yield thorough understanding. Converting it for his use or replicating a similar energy system would require another immeasurable span. Faced with this problem, Jie Ming had few solutions. Such core knowledge was rarely sold, and even if it were, it would likely demand high-level military merits, far beyond his means. Today was the day Jie Ming delivered this month's batch of Mortal Dust Potion to Mentor Clark. Carrying 2 vials shimmering with 7-colored radiance, he arrived via teleportation array at Clark's office in Norn Academy. Clark took the potions, habitually scanning them with his mental energy. A satisfied smile spread across his face. But then, he sensed a trace of irrepressible anxiety and fatigue in Jie Ming's mental fluctuations. "Jie Ming, you seem troubled lately?" Clark asked calmly. His voice, though emotionless, carried a penetrating insight. Jie Ming didn't conceal anything. He detailed his bottleneck in researching the Divine Faith Network and his astronomical estimate of the time required. After listening, Clark merely nodded, his deep eyes showing no surprise, as if he'd anticipated this. He stood, gesturing for Jie Ming to follow. "Come with me," Clark said without elaboration. Jie Ming hesitated but followed instinctively. They stepped into a small teleportation array in the office's corner. A soft white light enveloped them, and a fleeting sense of spatial distortion passed. When his vision cleared, Jie Ming found himself in an entirely different world. This wasn't the cold, rigid laboratory of Norin Workshop, but a vibrant land. A gentle sun shone overhead, lush grass spread beneath his feet, and a babbling stream flowed nearby. "This is my personal plane," Clark's voice sounded. We're my private residence and research base. Jie Ming understood. This was Clark's personal laboratory within his wizard tower. Surveying his surroundings, he saw the laboratory embedded in a floating crystal island, surrounded by elemental runes with flowing energy, grand and mysterious. Mentor, Jie Ming began to ask why he was brought here. But Clark was already walking ahead. Come, I'm treating you to a meal today. Clark led Jie Ming from the laboratory through a neatly trimmed tree-lined path to a grand architectural complex at the floating island center. It was an opulent mansion. The main structure was a majestic palace of white marble and golden runic stones, elegant yet imposing. Its towering spires pierced the clouds, each tile shimmering with faint energy. The expansive courtyard was filled with exotic plants from other planes. Their forms and colors varied, some glowing faintly or emitting invigorating fragrances. A clear lake encircled the mansion, its surface a mirror reflecting the palace, with unknown amphibious creatures frolicking in the water. The palace's grand doors, embedded with magic crystals, sensed Clark and Jie Ming's approach and slowly opened. Entering, Jie Ming found the interior vast, with a soaring domed ceiling adorned with magical murals of swirling stars. To his surprise, the welcoming staff and servers in the dining hall were clearly not human from the wizarding world. They varied in form. There were lizard men covered in scales, dressed in refined guard uniforms, looking exceptionally elite. Blue-skinned horned maidens with gem-like eyes and small horns carried trays, moving with silent grace. There were even petite flower sprites with translucent butterfly wings, circling in the air, scattering specks of starlight. Despite their diverse appearances, these beings displayed high intelligence and disciplined etiquette. "These are my servant races," Clark explained, sensing Jie Ming's curiosity. Pointing to a lizard man pulling out a chair, he said calmly, "I allow these races to live in my plane, providing them shelter and stability. In return, they offer combat strength, forming servant armies to assist me in conquering other planes. This is common among high-tier wizards," he continued. "You can do the same. Find oppressed races in other planes, offer them protection, and let them thrive in your plane. When you need power, they'll become your most loyal servant army." Jie Ming nodded thoughtfully. He was familiar with such practices. Wizards had limited ways of handling natives, and he'd heard such rumors before. But this was his first time seeing servant races in practice. So, theoretically, every high-tier wizard is a complete war system, Clark included. The wizard and their plane's wizard tower form the high-end combat force. Artificial beings, or bio-beasts, serve as elite mid-tier forces, and these servant armies are the vast, foundational low-tier forces. A high-tier wizard alone can conquer other planes or sustain long-term colonization. Jie Ming envisioned the scenario, awestruck. They sat, and a lavish banquet began. The table was laden with delicacies from various planes. The foods were bizarre: jumping black meat, glowing fungi, blue fruits resembling eyeballs, but all exuded enticing aromas. Jie Ming cautiously tasted one, and his eyes lit up. Despite their odd appearances, they were extraordinarily delicious. Rich in texture, with lingering flavors. More importantly, these specially treated foods greatly benefited the consumer. Each bite sent a cool energy seeping into Jie Ming's body, nourishing his mental energy and subtly strengthening his physique. Noting this silently, Jie Ming realized that while these foods' enhancement effects were less immediate than potions, their cumulative impact from daily consumption could be significant. He decided to incorporate these exotic delicacies into his daily diet as a cultivation supplement. During the meal, Clark inquired about Jie Ming's progress on the Divine Faith Network. Jie Ming detailed his bottleneck, stuck at studying the surface-level energy transmission. After learning Jie Ming had only grasped a fraction of the network's surface knowledge, Clark shook his head with a helpless expression. Without a word, he rose and entered an adjacent study. Moments later, he returned with a small bag radiating spatial fluctuations and handed it to Jie Ming. This is my research manuscript on the Divine Faith Network, Clark said calmly. It's from another plane, not a logia, but since all laws share a common origin, it should inspire you. Jie Ming's heart jolted at his mentor's words. Clark, unfazed, nudged the spatial expansion bag closer to Jie Ming. It's not as grand as you think, just some surface-level research. It should help you cross this hurdle. And it's not free. Wizards value equivalent exchange. You'll need to pay points for this. Jie Ming instinctively took the bag and opened it, revealing stacks of papers and crystal tablets. They were densely inscribed with runes, formulas, analytical diagrams, and handwritten notes. These manuscripts, the fruit of a sixth-rank wizard's centuries of research, were invaluable. Holding this weighty gift, Jie Ming felt a surge of gratitude. He understood the worth of such core research materials. Normally, knowledge involving plane-level or higher laws was never sold. It was a wizard's most vital asset, their foundation. Though Clark named a steep price, insisting the manuscripts weren't free, Jie Ming knew that for other wizards, even second- or third-rank ones, this cost would bankrupt them. For him, Clark's price was merely the value of 2 mortal dust potions. Clark knew Jie Ming's potion production efficiency and his current wealth. This was essentially gifting him core knowledge. The favor was immense. Mentor, what? Clark sliced a piece of glowing blue flesh and put it in his mouth, glancing at Jie Ming expressionlessly. Jie Ming's lips moved, unsure what to say. Thank you so much. You're my student. If your skills are lacking, they'll question my standards, which isn't good for my future sales. Clark wiped his mouth with a napkin, his face impassive. Being tsundere isn't trendy anymore. Mentor, Jie Ming's mouth twitched, but he held back the retort. But thank you for your guidance. With this knowledge, I can continue my research. Clark nodded slightly. Just equivalent exchange. It's outdated research. I'm not losing anything. If it's not enough, I can speak to my mentor, Clark added. In the Alogia plane trial, the alchemy branch likely captured a few deities. I could ask my mentor to act as an intermediary to purchase knowledge derived from deities or even deity samples. Jie Ming's heart skipped. Deity samples, remnants, or soul fragments, contain core law information, a dream for researching the Divine Faith Network. But after careful thought, he declined. Mentor, I appreciate your generosity, he said sincerely, but I've decided not to pursue deeper involvement for now. Looking at Clark, his eyes held a clarity born of reflection. Early on, I thought I could quickly master the Divine Faith Network. But the more I've learned, the more I realize how shallow that assumption was. It's truly a top-tier core knowledge that a wizard could study for a lifetime, Jie Ming said with a sigh. Fully understanding, it would take an incalculable amount of time. My priority now is to enhance my own strength. Clark's eyes flickered with approval. Jie Ming's choice, foregoing the tempting opportunity, showed a clear understanding of his path and the essence of power. It was a sign of maturity. You're responsible for your decisions. That's the wizard's way. Clark nodded lightly, then shifted tone. But if you'd recklessly asked me to make those arrangements, a fool like that wouldn't deserve to remain my student. Jie Ming's eyelids twitched, knowing his mentor wasn't joking. Had he chosen wrongly, Clark might have made the arrangements, but it would likely be Jie Ming's last visit to his mentor's wizard tower. I was concerned your insistence on a 7th-rank large-scale energy pool showed arrogance, but now I see you've thought it through. That puts me at ease. Jie Ming was startled. The 7th-rank energy pool. Relax, I'm not so petty as to renege. I've already made arrangements, Clark said, glancing at his apprentice. Seeing Jie Ming relax, Clark shook his head. But frankly, even with arrangements, you won't get it soon. A 7th-rank energy pool, even for my mentor, takes over a century to craft. Jie Ming fell silent, grasping Clark's meaning. If he were as arrogant as Clark feared, he might not live long enough to receive the energy pool. Wizards' conquests of planes seemed glorious, but the risks were immense. Many profited from plane wars, but just as many wizards perished. A wizard's greatest strength was wisdom, but their most dangerous flaw was arrogance. The infinite planes held endless possibilities. Arrogance invited swift retribution. High-tier wizards like Clark, with long-lived mindsets, possessed extraordinary foresight. They disdained deceiving apprentices, but if an apprentice faltered, they wouldn't hesitate to profit from it. Well, looks like I passed this test, Jie Ming thought, satisfied, as he sipped a drink that seemed to wail with resentful spirits. After the meaningful banquet, Jie Ming took the weighty spatial expansion bag, bid farewell to his mentor, and returned to Golden Garden via teleportation. As night fell, he sat in his laboratory, poring over the manuscripts, diving into a new round of research. Since Clark generously provided the Divine Faith Network manuscripts, Jie Ming's interactions with his mentor grew frequent. Their conversations evolved from simple question-and-answer sessions to profound academic discussions. Clark occasionally posed thought-provoking questions or shared peripheral insights from his past research, while Jie Ming offered his latest experimental data and thoughts. This mentor-friend dynamic made Jie Ming's pursuit of knowledge feel unprecedentedly fulfilling. A year passed. Jie Ming's life remained steady. His main focus was studying Clark's manuscripts. The runes and theoretical data on another plane's Divine Faith Network opened new perspectives. He began integrating this knowledge into his understanding of the Alosia plane's faith network, dissecting, analyzing, and reconstructing obscure concepts bit by bit. Day after day, Jie Ming explored the ocean of knowledge and power like a tireless seeker. His mental energy grew purer, his insights into laws deepening. Then, one day, a sudden change occurred. Jie Ming was in his laboratory, meticulously analyzing a complex divine rune from Clark's manuscript. Suddenly, a faint tremor stirred deep in his mental sea. It wasn't external energy or an instability in his mental energy. It came from within, from the core of his mental sea, the ring of truth. At first, it was a subtle ripple, like a wave on a calm lake, nearly imperceptible. But soon, the ripple spread, growing more frequent and vivid. This mentor-friend dynamic made Jie Ming's pursuit of knowledge feel unprecedentedly fulfilling. A year passed. Jie Ming's life remained steady. His main focus was studying Clark's manuscripts. The runes and theoretical data on another plane's Divine Faith Network opened new perspectives. He began integrating this knowledge into his understanding of the Alosia plane's faith network, dissecting, analyzing, and reconstructing obscure concepts bit by bit. Day after day, Jie Ming explored the ocean of knowledge and power like a tireless seeker. His mental energy grew purer, his insights into laws deepening. Then, one day, a sudden change occurred. Jie Ming was in his laboratory, meticulously analyzing a complex divine rune from Clark's manuscript. Suddenly, a faint tremor stirred deep in his mental sea. It wasn't external energy or an instability in his mental energy. It came from within, from the core of his mental sea, the ring of truth. At first, it was a subtle ripple, like a wave on a calm lake, nearly imperceptible. But soon, the ripple spread, growing more frequent and vivid. A low hum resonated in his mental sea. The sound didn't reach his ears but vibrated in his soul, carrying a peculiar rhythm, as if a grand entity was awakening. Looking inward, Jie Ming saw his ring of truth radiating brighter than ever. Within the light, something seemed to be brewing, sprouting. With a hum, every sorcery model in his mental sea trembled slightly. They didn't collapse but quivered under an invisible force, resonating as if cheering, preparing to welcome something new. It was an unprecedented sensation, both unfamiliar and instinctively familiar. Jie Ming halted his data analysis and stopped all research. This anomaly was too significant. Caution was paramount. His first thought was to seek his mentor. He activated the teleportation array and arrived at Clark's private plane. Stepping into Clark's laboratory, he found his mentor immersed in a complex alchemy experiment, surrounded by dense elemental fluctuations. Jie Ming's arrival didn't disturb him. Clark glanced up, instantly sensing the anomaly in Jie Ming's mental sea. Mentor, my sorcery models and my mental sea are acting strangely, Jie Ming said directly. He described the ring of truth's tremors and the sorcery model's resonance in detail. Clark paused his work. Turning, his deep gaze settled on Jie Ming with a knowing look, a rare smile crossing his face. Well done. You've been diligent, never slacking, Clark said with a hint of pride. Jie Ming, the anomaly in your mental sea is the precursor to a new sorcery's birth. Jie Ming's heart jolted. A new sorcery? How is that possible? He said, incredulous. I haven't deliberately studied advanced knowledge or built new sorcery models. Clark brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, explaining, your case is rare among modern wizards, but was common long ago. Since knowledge sharing began, most wizards consciously choose advanced knowledge after building foundational sorcery, following established systems to quickly construct new sorcery. They follow paths paved by predecessors, efficient but bound by their thoughts. Your case, however, stems purely from your own research and understanding, incrementally increasing your knowledge and reaching a critical point in comprehending the world's essence. This triggered your ring of truth, enabling it to autonomously form new core runes, meeting the standard for creating new sorcery. Clark walked to a massive elemental sand table in the laboratory center, his fingertips summoning complex runic images. Both methods of forming sorcery have pros and cons, he continued. The first, through learning and imitation, lets wizards quickly gain new sorcery, boosting combat power. It's like using tools crafted by predecessors, ready for immediate use. Your method births sorcery from your deepest understanding. This sorcery perfectly aligns with your mental traits, knowledge system, and unique insights into laws. It's not someone else's tool, but an extension of your soul, a crystallization of your wisdom. While its power may not vastly exceed other sorcery, it's the most suitable for you. Jie Ming relaxed. Though he'd sensed the anomaly wasn't harmful, confirmation eased his mind. How do I proceed with the construction? He asked eagerly. It's not complex, especially for someone with your knowledge reserves, Clark explained. Once your knowledge reaches a certain level, your ring of truth automatically forms corresponding core runes. Mentor Clark gestured for him to step toward the sand table, his hand lightly stirring the floating rune images. He pointed, and a glowing triangle instantly appeared at the center of the sand table, representing the rune about to be constructed. What you need to do is select from the sorcery models you've already mastered the runes that can connect to the energy ports of this core rune. Mentor Clark's tone was solemn. As long as you combine these runes with the core rune, you can construct a brand new, complete sorcery model in your mental sea. Under Clark's guidance, several differently shaped figures appeared on the sand table. Following Clark's instructions, 3 figures with inner angles perfectly aligned with the earlier triangle, forming a complete circle. That's simple. Jie Ming could hardly believe it, especially since he had personally constructed sorcery models before. He remembered how much effort it took to build his first sorcery model. Just pick runes from existing sorcery models? The wizard civilization had discovered over 1,000 basic runes, and beyond that, the number of specialized runes, evolved through wizards' modifications, could easily exceed tens of billions. Fortunately, most specialized runes were used as core runes, keeping the difficulty of constructing sorcery models from becoming too outrageous. A sorcery model was essentially composed of a few core runes paired with a varying number of basic runes. Take Jie Ming's alchemy technique, for example. Its core consisted of the 3 foundational runes of the alchemy system, combined with 100 other basic runes, forming a complex 3-dimensional model in his mental sea. The core rune was the energy core of the sorcery, while the basic runes served as the pathways and nodes for energy flow. It sounded like constructing a sorcery model was no different from assembling a puzzle, simply connecting the energy ports of runes together to form a spell. But in reality, without understanding the inner meaning of each rune and the operational principles of the sorcery, a haphazardly assembled rune model was likely to be useless. As Clark described, the number of basic runes needed could be significantly reduced. And from what his mentor implied, it seemed there was no need to overthink. As long as the energy ports matched, a sorcery model could be formed. Simple. Clark gave him a half smile. If you only look at the process of constructing the mental C model, it might seem that way. But the entire process of building a sorcery is far from simple. You've already overcome the hardest part, though. What comes next is just a matter of course. Clark, unusually cryptic, didn't directly address the question, leaving Jie Ming to return to the Golden Garden in confusion. Time passed, and in less than a month, the humming of the ring of truth deep within Jie Ming's mental sea reached its peak. Finally, at a moment of intense mental focus, a resonant hum sounded, and the ring of truth fell silent. The core rune, containing the mysteries of the new sorcery, was fully born at the center of the ring of truth. It didn't appear out of nowhere, but rather coalesced gradually, as if woven from the void. When it fully materialized, all the sorcery models in Jie Ming's mental sea trembled. Jie Ming immersed his consciousness in his mental sea, approaching the core rune as a mental entity to observe it closely. It radiated an indescribable, profound light, its internal structure intricate and exquisite. Every line, every turn, seemed to hold infinite meaning. Yet, as Jie Ming analyzed it deeply, he realized the structure wasn't unfamiliar. The new rune was primarily built on the foundational runes of wizard runology, resonance, and link, which were cornerstones repeatedly studied and used by apprentice wizards. Their patterns were clear and formed the main framework of the core rune. On top of this framework were elements of the alchemy runes, transformation, and fusion, concepts Jie Ming frequently encountered in his studies of alchemy, particularly in the transformation and fusion of elements and materials. This newborn core rune was a specialized rune, not a standard rune from any universal sorcery system, but a unique one, existing for a specific purpose. The moment Jie Ming saw it, he understood its internal composition. He not only knew the meaning and content of each part of the rune, but also the consequences of such a complex structure, the energy cycles it could produce, and its effects. Why? Because these were all knowledge he had studied. This core rune wasn't created from nothing. It was a culmination of Jie Ming's knowledge. His recent immersion in diverse fields, divine faith networks, physical body refinement, and rune-infused artifact fusion, had interwoven and collided in his mental sea, blending seemingly unrelated knowledge. The ring of truth had silently operated in the background, mobilizing his subconscious to organize these scattered yet interconnected pieces of knowledge in the most rational and effective way, manifesting them as this specialized rune. In other words, if Jie Ming had needed to, he could have created this specialized rune from scratch. The Ring of Truth had merely completed the massive assembly work, materializing his buried knowledge. This realization made Jie Ming understand more clearly that a wizard's power ultimately stemmed from their mastery and application of knowledge. Knowing everything about this specialized rune made constructing a sorcery model with it as the core effortless. Jie Ming's consciousness in his mental sea casually waved, and his surging mental energy instantly condensed the many sorcery runes he had mastered. Under his will, these runes, like obedient spirits, slowly and orderly gathered around the specialized core rune. Fully understanding the rune's internal structure and principles, Jie Ming seemed to have a blueprint in mind, precisely placing each rune in its proper position. The energy ports sought each other, emitting faint hums before connecting perfectly. The entire process was smooth and swift, without any hesitation or deviation. Just as Clark had said, it was remarkably simple. The ordinary runes extended like branches toward the core rune, absorbing its light and weaving together into a precise rune network. Finally, when all the runes were perfectly connected, a brand new sorcery model took shape in his mental sea. It resonated with the surrounding sorcery models, yet emitted a distinctly unique aura. With the new sorcery model born, The next step was to confirm its effects and name. This wasn't something Jie Ming needed to worry about. The wizard world, developed over countless years, had records of nearly every specialized rune. Finding an unrecorded specialized rune was nearly impossible. Jie Ming uploaded the structure and energy fluctuations of this specialized core rune to the magical network of Norn Workshop. Soon, he retrieved information about it and the sorcery it formed from the vast knowledge database. The all-purpose eye. That was the name of the specialized rune and the sorcery it formed. The all-purpose eye was an auxiliary sorcery with a simple yet direct effect. As its name suggested, it granted the user a wide range of special visions. Jie Ming immediately began testing the newborn sorcery. He channeled a thread of mental energy into the sorcery model of the all-purpose eye. Instantly, his eyes underwent a peculiar change. It wasn't a physical transformation, but a shift in how he perceived the world. From Jie Ming's experience, using this sorcery allowed him to directly observe heat, electromagnetic waves, gravitational fields, infrared and ultraviolet light, scent distribution, energy radiation, elemental states, life force fluctuations, soul fluctuations, the microscopic world, and even the paths of force transmission. Essentially, every method of observing and evaluating the world that Jie Ming knew could be perceived through this sorcery. Its strength lay in its extreme detail, almost maddeningly so. It was as if the entire world's every detail was peeled apart and presented to Jie Ming in its rawest, most authentic form. However, this extreme detail also revealed a fatal flaw: the overwhelming amount of information. When Jie Ming slightly expanded the detection range of the all-purpose eye to just a meter around him, his brain was instantly flooded with a deluge of data. Countless streams of data, colors, lights, and fluctuations poured into his mental sea like a breached dam, overwhelming his mental energy's capacity to process. His brain felt dazed, even faintly aching. Retract. Jie Ming immediately shut off the all-purpose eye, and the torrent of information receded, restoring clarity to his mind. This made it clear that the all-purpose eye was utterly unsuitable as a wide-range detection sorcery. If he tried to use it to survey an entire battlefield or observe enemy distributions in an area, he'd likely suffer mental collapse from information overload. On the other hand, this sorcery was incredibly convenient for research. It practically eliminated the need for most experimental equipment. Jie Ming no longer needed complex elemental spectrometers to analyze energy compositions, thermal imagers to observe temperature changes, or microscopes to study the microscopic world. With his own power, he could precisely observe and study various phenomena, directly perceiving their intrinsic nature. This was a sorcery unfit for combat, purely designed to aid research. It perfectly matched Jie Ming's long-standing passion for study, providing immense convenience for his future academic pursuits. Whether it was deeper analysis of divine faith networks, microscopic structural studies of materials, or detailed observation of bodily cells in the body forging method, the all-purpose eye could provide the most comprehensive data. For Jie Ming at this stage, this sorcery was indeed highly suitable. It didn't directly enhance his combat strength, but it greatly boosted his research efficiency, indirectly accelerating his mastery of higher-level powers. Jie Ming speculated that the awakening of such a sorcery was likely due to his long-term obsession with research, pouring nearly all his energy into exploring and analyzing knowledge. His ring of truth had manifested his deepest needs and understanding into this sorcery called the all-purpose eye. In the following period, the birth of the all-purpose eye was like opening a gate to the depths of truth for Jie Ming. With this auxiliary sorcery, his already efficient research speed surged, as if he had boarded a high-speed train. With Minter Clark's manuscripts on divine faith networks and the inside of the all-purpose eye, what was once obscure and difficult research became far less daunting. For a time, Jie Ming was completely immersed in this state of deep research, unable to extricate himself. Aside from brief rests and necessary cultivation, He spent nearly all his time in the laboratory, his mental energy surging like tides in the ocean of knowledge, absorbing boundless wisdom. He felt his understanding of divine faith networks growing at an astonishing pace. However, in less than a year, this tranquil and efficient research life was shattered by a sudden crisis, forcing Jie Ming out of his near-meditative research state. The reason? His proud mortal dust chi was starting to run short. Looking at the 2 vials of potion shimmering with 7-colored light in his hand, Jie Ming's expression darkened. He had long noticed, even anticipated, that the yield of mortal dust chi would decline, but he hadn't expected the drop to be so drastic. In fact, since he took charge of this group of natives, the yield of mortal dust chi had been steadily decreasing. As time passed, this downward trend became increasingly pronounced. When he tallied this month's output, he was shocked to find that the collected mortal dust chi was barely enough to meet the minimum raw materials needed to refine 2 vials of mortal dust potion each month. For Jie Ming, this was like a bolt from the blue. The mortal dust potion was his primary source of stable points at this stage and a key bargaining chip for securing assistance in crafting a 7th-level elemental pool. He immediately extended his mental energy deep into the Golden Garden, meticulously inspecting the state of every rune seal absorbing mortal dust chi. Regrettably, yet unsurprisingly, the rune seals showed no issues. Sigh. I didn't expect this day to come so soon. With a sigh, Jie Ming left the laboratory for the first time in a while, ascending to the highest floor of his residence to overlook the endless sea of flowers below. Beyond the flower sea were the cities gradually built by the natives over the years. Those mortal cities remained bustling and vibrant, filled with birth, aging, sickness, death, joy, anger, love, hate, and all manner of social activities, proceeding in an orderly fashion. On the surface, everything seemed normal, without any anomalies. But Jie Ming knew that something fundamental had changed silently. Mortal dust chi was an extremely unique conceptual material, derived from the complex concepts produced by human social activities. These included, but were not limited to, faith, emotions, culture, and the clash of ideas. It was born from the prosperity of civilization and the intense interplay of sentient free will. Jie Ming's Golden Garden, as a region under his control, was seeing a sharp decline in mortal dust chi production precisely because of a conceptual shift. It seems Norn Workshop has put in a lot of effort over the years. The entire main plane of Alosia has likely been fully transformed. Jie Ming sighed helplessly. He recalled the conclusion he reached while at Norn Academy. Planes controlled by wizards generally couldn't produce mortal dust chi. The reason was simple. Under wizard control, the living environment of a plane's beings quietly shifted from a society to a breeding ground. On the surface, a wizard-controlled plane seemed no different, perhaps even more stable and harmonious. For the sake of plane stability and efficient resource output, wizards often optimized the social structure, eliminating internal strife, providing ample food and water, and even curing diseases. From a mortal's perspective, such a society was undoubtedly a golden age of peace. However, conceptually, from the moment a plane fell under wizard rule, all social activities were sustained by the wizard's provision. Human survival no longer relied on individual struggle or the natural evolution of society, but on the order and gifts of wizards. Even beyond their own lives, wizards provided an upward path for the beings of control planes, becoming a wizard. This nurtured stability, while eliminating turmoil, also invisibly stifled the conceptual vitality inherent to a society. People no longer needed to fiercely compete for survival or feel anxious about the future. All conflicts and contradictions were quelled by the wizard's order. This conceptual stability and harmony, while bringing material abundance, also stripped away the fundamental soil needed for mortal dust chi to thrive, the conflict, struggle, and creativity born of free will. Jie Ming wanted to do something, but felt a wave of helplessness. He believed he had already minimized interference in the lives of the Golden Garden's natives. Apart from the initial order restoration and necessary modifications, he hadn't treated the residents like livestock to be herded, as other wizards might. He allowed them to retain their culture, engage in free love, and even quarrel or fight, as long as it didn't disrupt the bigger picture. But as a wizard controlling multiple planes, his resources were simply too abundant. Even the meager handouts Jie Ming thought he provided gave the natives more resources and a better environment, turning the society around the Golden Garden into a more prosperous one. This very prosperity caused his control to erode the concept of society. His presence, and the wizard order he represented, fundamentally altered the origin concept of the Golden Garden. The yield of mortal dust chi continued to dwindle year by year, from more than enough to barely sufficient, to this year, when even the raw materials for 2 monthly vials of mortal dust potion were hard to gather. This was no small matter. The high-level wizards of Norn Academy's alchemy department were willing to help him craft a 7th-level elemental pool largely because the mortal dust potion demonstrated his ability to earn points. The 2 monthly vials weren't just for repaying debts, but also for showcasing his technical skill and potential. If the supply stopped now, finding someone to help craft a 7th-level elemental pool next time would be nearly impossible. His entire plane transformation plan would be indefinitely delayed. The solution to this predicament was, at its core, simple: find a new society. It seems it's time to start the next war. To find a society free from wizard domination, he would need to leave the Elosia plane, even the planes controlled by wizards, and take the initiative. He would venture to primitive planes yet to be dominated by wizards, seeking new civilizations to extract the needed mortal dust chi. Though many of his research projects remained incomplete, and though he had just emerged from the research frenzy sparked by the all-purpose eye, Jie Ming had no choice but to set out early for interplanar conquest. Moreover, in his view, participating in a plane war was a compelling reason. After all, plane wars were a shared duty of all wizards, a vital means for the wizard civilization to maintain its strength and expansion. As a wizard of Norn Workshop, actively participating in a plane war was entirely politically correct. As a shared obligation, both Clark and Clark's mentor should understand his temporary suspension of mortal dust potion production during the war. This was far more reasonable and acceptable than simply saying, "There's not enough mortal dust chi." Not only could he find new sources of mortal dust chi, but he could also buy considerable time, a win-win. Jie Ming quickly made his decision and immediately contacted Mentor Clark through the magical network terminal. "Mentor, I'm preparing to launch a new plane war," Jie Ming said calmly, trying to keep his demeanor as normal as possible. On the other end of the communication, Mentor Clark paused for a moment, seemingly surprised by Jie Ming's swift decision. But he didn't press for reasons, only responding simply and firmly, "Good. Your rest period before the next expedition was nearing its end anyway. Norn Workshop happens to have new plane conquest plans. I'll arrange a suitable target for you." "Thank you, Mentor," Jie Ming said. Then, as if recalling something, added, "I'll send this month's 2 vials of potion shortly. As for the potions missed during the war, I'll make them up after returning from the front." Clark suddenly looked up at him, a playful glint in his eyes. Jie Ming felt a chill down his spine until Clark slowly nodded. "No rush. We'll talk about it after you return from the front." "Yes." After ending the communication with Mentor Clark, Jie Ming couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat from his brow. Taking a deep breath, his eyes reignited with fierce determination. Research and exploration were important, but acquiring knowledge and controlling resources were the eternal themes of a wizard. After years of being busy, it was indeed time to test his research. Preparing for a plane war involved numerous and complex tasks, but the most critical was registration. Jie Ming was no stranger to plane wars. At Norn Academy, every 5 years, as each class of apprentices graduated, the Academy would arrange for them to head to planes requiring conquest. On the surface, This seemed like a trial for graduates, but in reality, it was a benefit provided by the Academy. Typically, each selected plane was sufficient to fulfill the military service requirements of a batch of graduates. Combat-oriented wizards were generally responsible for the initial invasion and exploration, charging in a battle to assess the plane's main conditions. Logistics-oriented wizards handled the mid-stage siege warfare, eliminating the most troublesome enemies, assisting in establishing strongholds, and managing the later stages of plane cleanup and reorganization. Occasionally, particularly challenging planes could serve as textbooks for two graduating classes, providing long-term training opportunities. However, once this academy provided benefit period, a mandatory military service, ended, it wasn't so easy for regular wizards to participate in wars. The planes targeted for expansion were strategic resources painstakingly located by high-tier wizards, often at great cost and even risk to their lives. Naturally, these couldn't be casually opened up for ordinary wizards to join at will. Jie Ming's situation was somewhat unique. Under normal circumstances, even if a plane used as a textbook was conquered smoothly, new graduates could still return to it for work during the 5-year preparation period. After all, even if most enemies were dealt with, tasks like clearing lingering resistance, cataloging resources, surveying materials, and plane transformation were enough to keep logistics wizards occupied for the duration of their military service. However, the Elosia plane cluster had been designated by Norn Workshop as the site for a new Norn Academy, with numerous high-tier wizards and veteran scholars involved, resulting in an astonishingly fast completion of the later stage work. In just a few years, the entire plane cluster was thoroughly organized, with even the plane's origin imprinted with Norn Workshop's mark. If Jie Ming had joined earlier, like Amy or Victor, he could have caught the tail end of the previous graduate's plane war and participated as part of his apprentice military service. If he waited a bit longer for the next graduating class, he could have joined their textbook benefit. But his timing was awkwardly caught in the gap between two graduating classes' campaigns, making things rather inconvenient. Thus, he had to follow the path of veteran wizards who had completed their military service and actively sought plane wars registration. Fortunately, Mentor Clark provided Jie Ming with a good solution and introduced him to a wizard familiar with the process. Lady Viola, looking at the familiar figure on the communication screen, Jie Ming was somewhat surprised. He double-checked and confirmed he hadn't mistaken the sequence number provided by his mentor. "Oh, Jie Ming, little brother. Didn't expect to see you again. I regretted not exchanging contact info after our last trade," Viola said with a familiar ease, greeting him warmly. Compared to their previous encounter during trade with Amy, she seemed even livelier now. "I didn't expect you to be Mentor Clark's student. What a coincidence." Also, Jie Ming keenly caught the implication in her words. "Is Lady Viola one too? I thought you specialized in potion studies. Call me senior sister." In the screen, Viola crossed her arms, looking smug. "Of course. Unfortunately, my talent in alchemy is pretty mediocre. I can only affect inorganic matter, so I shifted my focus to potion studies. Still, I'm considered an outstanding graduate. But you," she continued, "developed such a powerful potion, yet your specialty is alchemy?" Learning that Jie Ming was her junior, Viola's expression grew even more animated, her emotions barely concealed. As she spoke, her face showed clear envy and jealousy. "So annoying. You geniuses make people so jealous." Haha. Jie Ming gave an awkward laugh, unsure how to respond. Thankfully, Viola didn't dwell on it, quickly shifting to the main topic. "Mentor Clark already filled me in. You're planning to join a plane war, so you need to register, right?" "Yes. I'm not sure how it works." Jie Ming nodded. Viola waved grandly. "No problem. I'm also looking for a battlefield soon, so I can take you to register. Don't be too nervous. It's basically like a mercenary system." Through Viola's explanation, Jie Ming roughly understood what registration entailed. In simple terms, if a newly advanced high-tier wizard discovered a new plane's coordinates, but the plane was guarded by beings above level 6 or had an extremely complex environment, and their war system wasn't fully developed to conquer it alone. They would issue a task to invite other wizards to join forces. This was the main way low-level wizards participated in plane wars, akin to being mercenaries. As Viola described, as a seasoned wizard, Viola was well-versed in the ins and outs of the process. With her guidance, Jie Ming learned that the nearest plane war registration point wasn't within Norn Workshop's territory, but at the nexus of three wizard factions: Norn Workshop, the Tower of Annihilation, and the Chaos Secret Cult. Though these three factions competed fiercely, they often collaborated for external plane expansions. Thus, for major plane war tasks, wizards from all three factions would join forces and share the spoils. Out of respect for Minter Clark and their past camaraderie fighting together in the Aloja Plain, Viola offered to take Jie Ming to the special location at the nexus of the three factions. As it happened, Viola was also in the Aloja Plain, and the two soon met up. Using Norn Workshop's cross-plane teleportation array, they underwent several complex spatial jumps and finally arrived at their destination. As Jie Ming stepped out of the teleportation array, his mental energy sensed something amiss. Instinctively activating the all-purpose eye, he observed the surrounding energy environment and spatial coefficients, reaching a startling conclusion. This wasn't a complete plane, but a massive fragment of space floating in the endless void. The fragment was vast enough to house an entire kingdom, but its edges bore irregular tiers, surrounded by warped stars and void storms, both majestic and eerie. Oh, the all-purpose eye. Viola noticed Jie Ming's energy fluctuations and, to his surprise, recognized the sorcery he was using. "No big deal," she said, waving dismissively. This sorcery is a well-known observation tool in research circles. Even if you can't build it yourself, many buy the model to construct it. But she narrowed her eyes, stroking her chin as she leaned closer to Jie Ming, scrutinizing his mental fluctuations. Her intense inspection reminded Jie Ming of a curious pet dog from his previous life. Fortunately, the surrounding wizards didn't find it odd. A few even noticed the anomaly and approached, mimicking Viola's behavior. "Whoa, you built this all-purpose eye yourself?" asked not Viola, but another wizard who had come to observe. This figure was cloaked in a black wizard robe, shrouded in faint black mist that obscured their form. Judging by the voice, it seemed to be an older man. Not just him. Most of the observing wizards were similarly dressed, likely from the same faction. Hearing the question, Jie Ming instinctively raised his arm in a defensive gesture. Sensing the level 3 wizard aura from the speaker, he restrained himself, avoiding overt hostility. Seeing his wariness, the questioning elder and the other observing wizards stepped back slightly. "You actually built the all-purpose eye yourself?" Viola's voice finally chimed in, slightly distorted with surprise. Snapping out of her daze, she quickly stepped in front of Jie Ming like a protective eagle. "Hey, what's this? Shoo, back off. Stop crowding around." Despite her reaction, the black mist-clad wizards didn't retreat. Instead, they laughed and drew closer. "No need to be tense. We just want to make friends." Yeah. It's been ages since I've seen someone build the all-purpose eye on their own. Got a bit excited. "Little brother, what observation systems did you load into your all-purpose eye? Got a fate-based system? I'll pay a fortune for your model if you do." "Are you nuts? This kid's only a level 1 wizard. How could he load a fate-based system?" "Well, let's at least add him as a contact. If you ever load a fate-based system, you got to sell me the model." "Exactly. The all-purpose eye models in the database haven't been updated in centuries. They're such a hassle to use." A group of wizards surrounded Jie Ming, chattering incessantly. Facing these wizards, ranging from at least level 3 to as high as level 5, Jie Ming didn't dare say much. He stood there, bewildered, as they stuffed slips of paper with communication sequence numbers into his hands. It wasn't until Viola, acting like a protective mother hen, went to great lengths to shoo them all away that Jie Ming snapped out of his daze. Looking at the handful of slips in his hand, he felt a bit lost. Viola, who moments ago had been fiercely confronting the wizards, turned to him with a much softer tone. Sorry, I got you startled. My fault. If I hadn't made a big deal out of it, those guys wouldn't have swarmed you. Jie Ming shook his head, still confused. I wasn't exactly startled. But what's up with these people? At first, he thought they were picking a fight, but from their words, it seemed they were interested in his all-purpose eye model. Viola caught his train of thought. Exactly, it's about your all-purpose eye. That sorcery is quite rare. It's purely auxiliary, and its construction requirements are so stringent that almost no one can build it independently. But it's one of the top auxiliary sorceries for research, so it's highly sought after. Due to the all-purpose eye's unique nature, it's hard to find one tailored to specific research needs. That's why you got that reaction. Viola pursed her lips. Don't worry too much about those guys. They may look odd, but they're not bad people. They seem to be from the same faction, Jie Ming noted. Correct. They're from the Tower of Annihilation. The name sounds grand, but it's just a faction of research-oriented wizards specializing in annihilation-type sorcery. They're all scholars, so they're easy to talk to. But watch out for the Chaos Secret Cult folks. Those guys are always up to something weird. Keep your distance. Got it, Jie Ming responded, still a bit dazed. Once you're higher level, you can sell your all-purpose eye model to them and make a fortune. Don't let their scholarly look fool you. They're loaded. Viola clenched her fist excitedly, as if she'd be the one raking in the profits. Then, she suddenly slung an arm around Jie Ming's shoulders. Oh, and since I've shared so much info, when you upgrade your all-purpose eye, give me a discount, all right? Definitely, Jie Ming replied awkwardly, humoring her. This exchange made him realize just how fanatical wizards were about pursuing knowledge. It seems knowledge is the true currency among wizards, more valuable than points, Jie Ming mused to himself. After this interlude, the two grew more familiar with each other. Viola finally remembered her task and began explaining the details of the Nexus to Jie Ming. This Nexus was created by high-tier wizards from the three major factions. According to Viola, this spatial fragment wasn't naturally formed, but was constructed by several powerful high-tier wizards and stabilized with potent sorcery and spatial runes. Initially, it served as a registration and task release point for plane war missions among the three factions. Over time, however, it evolved into a hub where wizards from the three factions traded, exchanged ideas, and even temporarily resided, forming a unique floating marketplace. Jie Ming looked around. Earlier, he'd been too tense to observe closely. Now, calming down, he noticed the Nexus's bizarre appearance. The architecture here was wildly varied, with no unified planning, as if structures had been haphazardly transplanted from different planes. There were Norn workshops, standard workshop-style buildings, standing side by side with the Tower of Annihilation's obsidian towers, steeped in an aura of death. Nearby were the Chaos Secret Cult's cave-like dwellings, adorned with twisted, eerie runes. Beyond these, the most common were exotic buildings clearly originating from other planes. Most of these structures were shops selling all manner of strange items from alien worlds. From bone weapons etched with ancient runes to peculiar plants radiating otherworldly energy, from living beasts confined in energy fields to energy essences sealed in crystal vials. Everything a wizard might need or find curious was available. Aside from wizards, the Nexus was filled with slaves and wizard attendants of various forms. Some were giant barbarians several meters tall, bound by contracts and serving as laborers. Others were petite, humanoid-like creatures hawking goods at shop counters. There were even multi-limbed beings with skin gleaming in strange hues, acting as bodyguards or enforcers, roaming the streets. Some had blank expressions, others glinted with intelligence, and some betrayed fear. Passing by a shop that seemed to have grown from a single tree, Jie Ming stared in amazement at an energy orb resembling a jellyfish organizing the shelves. Pay attention. Viola's warning snapped him back to reality. Looking ahead, he realized a wall had inexplicably appeared before him. The wall's sudden appearance was so abrupt that even Jie Ming hadn't noticed any signs. It was as if it had materialized out of nowhere. Upon closer inspection, He was astonished to realize it wasn't a wall, but another road. The gravity here defied conventional rules. He stood on a wide street, and what seemed like a straight path ahead inexplicably bent upward at a 90-degree angle, creating the illusion of walking into a wall. Yet, this visual oddity caused no discomfort. Following Viola, Jie Ming stepped onto the wall and found his body still felt naturally upright. The gravity beneath his feet seemed to adjust automatically, allowing him to stand on the vertical wall as if it were flat ground. The spatial regions within this area had been deliberately distorted and manipulated, creating a disorienting visual effect. For wizards accustomed to it, however, this was merely a peculiar sight that didn't hinder their movements. This kind of spatial distortion design suits the aesthetic of high-tier wizards, Jie Ming thought to himself. This place itself was a display of power. Viola, long accustomed to this strange environment, skillfully led Jie Ming through the bizarre buildings and diverse creatures, heading straight for a towering structure at the center of the spatial fragment. This building was the only one with a unified, imposing style, clearly the administrative hub of the three factions. They entered the hall, a vast space with a massive magic crystal chandelier floating overhead, emitting a soft glow. At the center stood several tall counters, each staffed by a being responsible for task issuance and registration. Viola led Jie Ming to one of the counters, where a strikingly handsome, otherworldly being sat. He had pointed ears like an elf, pale golden skin, and deep eyes shimmering with strange runic light. "We're here to register for plain conquest missions. This is my friend," Viola said concisely. The handsome being glanced up, his gaze sweeping over Jie Ming as if performing an invisible scan, then nodded. He produced 2 rune-etched crystals and handed them to Jie Ming and Viola. "Please infuse your personal information and needs into these," he said, his voice cool yet melodious. Jie Ming and Viola each took a crystal and infused their identity details and specialties. First-time registrations required some processing time, as the three factions would evaluate and record the wizard's levels, specialties, and past performances. While waiting, Viola explained to Jie Ming, "Under normal circumstances, plain conquest missions pop up every month or 2. If you're lucky, there might even be one every month. Once you register, you'll likely get a chance to fight soon. Until then, you can prepare for the expedition." She gestured to the surrounding shops selling supplies. "If you need anything, you can buy it here." Jie Ming nodded in acknowledgement. However, with his own rune artifact system and alchemy reserves, he wasn't particularly interested in the goods here. During the wait, Jie Ming wandered the Nexus, exploring its strange shops. Using the all-purpose eye, he quietly observed the exotic items from other worlds. There were indeed fascinating things, like a still-beating heart removed from its body, pulsing with wild vitality, or fragments of a fallen deity from a dead star, emanating faint law fluctuations. However, he soon discovered that all goods here, whether rare treasures or practical supplies, were settled with high or low-level military merits. Though Jie Ming had some high-level military merits from crafting refined gold, he wasn't keen on spending these precious points here for now. Finally, the two returned to the registration hall. The otherworldly being had finished processing their applications. "These are your identity tokens," he said, handing them 2 new crystals. They're also linked to a terminal that connects to the communication networks of the 3 factions. Future mission releases will be notified through the magical network. Prepare for battle, esteemed wizards. Jie Ming took the magic network terminal, engraved with the joint emblem of the 3 factions. It was small but intricately structured, allowing seamless access to the public magical networks of Norn Workshop, the Tower of Annihilation, and the Chaos Secret Cult. It could receive mission information, check military merit points, and even facilitate basic communication. Having completed the registration, Jie Ming soon left the Nexus and returned to the Golden Garden. While organizing the supplies and rune artifacts he might need to bring, he mentally mapped out various possibilities for the upcoming battles. As he immersed himself in pre-war preparations, his magical network terminal suddenly lit up with a communication request from Mentor Clark. Jie Ming connected immediately. "Come to my office." Clark's voice was, as always, brief and calm, leaving no room for argument. Jie Ming didn't dare delay. He activated the teleportation array and instantly arrived at Clark's private office in Norn Academy. Mentor Clark stood before an alchemy table, toying with a palm-sized, exquisitely crafted doll. The doll was strikingly lifelike, its features bearing a subtle resemblance to Jie Ming. Its material seemed like rubber, yet resembled skin, its surface shimmering with intricate rune patterns. Seeing Jie Ming arrive, Clark handed the doll to him. "Take it. This is a death-defying doll," Clark said, his voice devoid of emotion. Jie Ming took the doll, its warmth surprising him. Observing its highly complex and profound runes, he knew it was no ordinary item. "Death-defying doll," Jie Ming repeated, a guess forming in his mind. "Correct," Clark nodded, extending a hand to signal Jie Ming to cooperate. "I need a sample of your biological material, carrying life information, and a small portion of your mental energy." Jie Ming hesitated briefly. If it were any other wizard, they might have paused at such a request. After all, biological information and mental energy were prime materials for curses or soul-based attacks. Wizards' instinctive wariness of such things was deeply ingrained. But Jie Ming only paused for a moment before unhesitatingly cutting a small lock of hair. This wasn't just due to his trust in Mentor Clark, but also because of the protection of his mysterious astral mortal dust barrier. This intangible treasure could block curses and retaliate against the caster. With this safeguard, he had no need to worry about Clark harming him. Seeing Jie Ming promptly cut his hair and offer his mental energy without hesitation, a faint trace of warmth flickered in the depths of Clark's eyes. But it vanished quickly, and he adopted a stern tone to reprimand Jie Ming. "Jie Ming, while your trust in me is noted, such unthinking trust is highly irrational. Even if I'm your mentor, you must maintain reasonable doubt and vigilance. As you venture into the Sea of Planes, you'll encounter all sorts of wizards and beings. The heart is treacherous. One misstep, and you'll face eternal ruin." Jie Ming listened to his mentor's lecture without retort, instead bowing respectfully. "Your teachings are wise, Mentor. I will remember them." He knew Clark wasn't truly scolding him, but seizing the opportunity to impart a lesson. This concern for his safety warmed Jie Ming's heart. "Once you return, imbue it with your mental energy, and the death-defying doll will bind to your life essence and soul imprint," Clark said, his tone softening as he collected the hair and explained. "If you face a fatal crisis or even die outright, it will activate, giving you a chance to resurrect at a predetermined location." Though he had suspected as much upon hearing the name, Clark's explanation still sent a jolt through Jie Ming. This was undoubtedly a life-saving treasure. Life was singular, and even a wizard's potent mental energy, which could sustain a soul independently, left it defenseless against enemies. The death-defying doll, however, could reverse death, granting him a second chance. But resurrection comes at a cost. Clark's tone grew serious. "It's merely a guide to draw your life essence back. True resurrection requires a spare body as a vessel. That's why I needed your biological information. With a complete sample, I can create a backup body for you." Jie Ming understood. The death-defying doll was the key, and the spare body was the door. Without the door, even the best key couldn't open a path to life. But a spare body? Only an alchemy master like Clark could perform such high-level body forging, Jie Ming thought. In the wizard world, crafting a body wasn't particularly difficult. Typically, alchemists above level 4 could dabble in body forging. But replicating a body with a soul imprint that perfectly matched the original soul was another matter entirely, touching the realm of life laws. This required not only a supreme understanding of alchemy, but also mastery of life studies, soul studies, and even fate studies. Ordinary alchemists, even high-tier ones, couldn't possibly achieve this. Life studies were manageable, But soul studies demanded innate talent, and fate studies were even more daunting. At this point, Jie Ming instinctively activated the all-purpose eye to closely examine the death-defying doll. Even as his mind grew foggy, he couldn't fully decipher its structure, but he roughly understood that its operational principles relied on fate-based knowledge. This thing, it's probably Minter Clark's own creation, Jie Ming thought. With this realization, he bowed respectfully to Clark. "Thank you, Minter." Clark saw through his thoughts and shook his head. "Don't thank me. My fate studies aren't advanced enough to create such an item. This is from your Grand Mentor." Grand Mentor? Jie Ming was stunned, not expecting his Grand Mentor to be involved. "Yes," Clark said with a half-smile. "Your Grand Mentor was worried you'd die and stopped supplying mortal dust potions, so they made this. Don't worry, it's cheap. Just 10 extra vials of mortal dust potion will cover it." Haha. Jie Ming gave an awkward laugh, unsure how to respond. He now realized his little schemes had been completely seen through by his mentor and grand mentors. They'd likely figured out that his expedition was mainly to secure raw materials for mortal dust potions. Yet they hadn't called him out, even giving him the death-defying doll, likely maintaining a tacit understanding. As long as he could secure enough mortal dust chi to produce the potions during this expedition, they'd probably acknowledge his potential and act as if nothing had happened. Clark said no more, only waving a hand. "Go prepare for your expedition. I'll notify you once your spare body is ready." Jie Ming gratefully bid farewell to his mentor and returned to the Golden Garden to make final preparations for the plane war. But just the next day, Clark's communication came again. "Your spare body is complete. Come retrieve it," Clark said, his voice tinged with faint exhaustion. Crafting such a high-level alchemical creation so quickly would tire even a master like him. Jie Ming hadn't expected his mentor to prioritize this so highly and immediately headed to Clark's private laboratory. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a large transparent glass incubator at the center. The incubator was filled with pale green nutrient fluid, and within it floated a body identical to Jie Ming's. With closed eyes, its skin and muscle texture matched his own perfectly, identical in every way except for the lack of hair. It floated quietly in the nutrient fluid, like a sleeping perfect replica, indistinguishable from the real thing save for its lack of life essence. Complex energy conduits and rune arrays connected to the incubator's base, combined with the nutrient fluid, ensured the body's vitality for an extended period. "This is your spare body. Take it and store it somewhere safe," Clark said, pointing to the incubator with a hint of relief in his tone. "I didn't expect your physical condition to be so robust." "What a loss." Jie Ming smiled, approaching the incubator to closely inspect the flawless duplicate. Hearing Clark's words, he considered several safe locations. The depths of his Golden Garden? But that was his daily activity hub, and an accident could implicate it. The infernal sulfur plane? Though secluded, it wasn't entirely secure until he fully transformed it. Finally, a bold idea emerged in Jie Ming's mind. He turned to Clark. "Mentor, after much thought, I believe the safest place is your private laboratory." Clark's face instantly showed clear disdain. His usually impassive expression twitched. "You little brat, is my private plane a storage unit for this kind of thing?" Yet, in the end, he didn't refuse. "Oomph." Clark grunted discontentedly, but waved a hand helplessly. "Fine, leave it here. But you'll pay a daily management fee, and energy consumption costs." He quoted a price so negligible for Jie Ming, it was practically nothing. Jie Ming's heart leaped with joy, knowing Clark had agreed. Storing the spare body in a level 6 wizard's private plane was undoubtedly the safest option at this stage. "Mentor, I'll prepay 100 years of management fees." "Getting cocky, huh? I'll only store it this once." Clark finally lost his patience, kicking Jie Ming in the rear. Despite his words, Clark directed his attendants to move the body and its nutrient fluid to a hidden compartment in the lab's corner, reinforcing it with several protective wards. Call of war sounded sooner than Jie Ming had anticipated. Less than a month after registering at the junction, A sharp alert from the Magic Network terminal announced the summons to assemble. The efficiency far exceeded Jie Ming's expectations. He swiftly checked all arrangements inside and outside the Golden Garden, ensuring everything was in order, then contacted Viola via the Magic Network's communication rune. Viola's voice carried a faint thrill, confirming she'd received the same notice. They agreed to meet at the designated spot in the junction. Stepping onto the teleportation array, Jie Ming and Viola materialized amidst the warped spatial fragments of the junction. The place retained its surreal charm. Vertical streets, floating shops, and bizarre otherworldly creatures and servants, all frozen in a strange harmony, like a still oil painting. Yet, the air now carried not just vibrancy, but a palpable tension and solemnity of impending war. Ready, Viola's voice rang out. She wore a sleek black leather outfit designed for mobility. 2 metallic staves crossed on her back, her face adorned with a confident smile. Anytime, Jie Ming nodded. Clad in a black wizard robe, 6 floating cannon arrays hovered behind him like faint wings. Viola's smile faded slightly as she turned to him, her tone growing serious. Jie Ming, in the warplane, aside from the native inhabitants, be extra cautious of wizard from the Tower of Annihilation and the Chaos Secret Cult. Though our Norn workshop collaborates with them, we're not under the same faction. On the battlefield, profit comes first. It's no surprise they do something extreme to seize spoils. They won't stab you in the back openly, but underhanded tricks are common. Never fully trust your back to a wizard from a different faction, Viola said, her words concise and direct. Jie Ming's expression hardened, and he nodded solemnly. Understood, senior sister. I'll be careful. He knew the pragmatism of wizards. Their rationality meant that sufficient profit could drive them to act decisively. The two waited at the junction for 2 more days. In that time, wizards from the 3 major factions poured in, filling the hall with a cacophony of voices that roared like thunder. Most wizards wore standard or custom robes, adorned with various magical artifacts. Their bodies emanated distinct elemental fluctuations, their mingled auras creating a peculiar oppressive force. Finally, the moment of assembly arrived. Tens of thousands of wizards packed the registration hall, spilling onto the streets outside. The majority were first- and second-tier wizards, the cannon fodder and executors forming the backbone of the Wizard Legion. Third-tier and above high-tier wizards were rarer, typically serving as squad commanders or elite forces for strategic points. Fourth-tier wizards were exceedingly scarce, each drawing the crowd's attention. As the wizards awaited orders, the sky above the junction, usually a backdrop of chaotic void, was suddenly shrouded by a massive shadow. The sky darkened abruptly, and an indescribable colossal outline, like the body of a prehistoric beast, slowly emerged from the void. It was a barren land, covered in scorched mountains and deep chasms, exuding an ancient, primal aura. That's the warplane leased by the junction, Viola explained, looking up at the continent floating in the void. It's our ship for this campaign. Ship. Jie Ming recalled his rare trips to other planes, one via teleportation, another by being thrown in by a high-tier wizard from the workshop. The Elosia plane was an exception. Normally, beyond each plane lies the infinitely vast chaotic void. Viola began, educating him. Though called a void, it's not a true vacuum devoid of energy or matter. On the contrary, the chaotic void teems with abundant scattered elements, far richer than any plane's interior. The key lies in the chaos part. She paused, pointing to the barren plane in the sky and the faint, wavering forces around the junction's spatial fragments. The fundamental elements we know, earth, fire, wind, water, are governed by rules within a plane, stably forming matter, energy, space, and time. But in the chaotic void beyond, extreme disorder reigns. It's not just filled with scattered, complex matter and energy. Time and space are chaotic too. Time may speed up or slow down. Space may twist and fold, and rules shift constantly. For ordinary beings exposed to the chaotic void, the distorted time, space, and rules would tear them apart, reducing them to nothingness, Viola warned. Only 6th-tier wizards and above can roam outside planes. Jie Ming nodded thoughtfully, already aware of this. 6th-tier wizards could survive the chaotic void because they mastered law stabilization techniques. This technique, applicable to objects in themselves, allowed them to maintain a temporary stable zone in the void, enabling brief stays. But even 6th-tier wizards can't linger long in the chaotic void, Viola continued. Beyond the distorted laws, time, and space, the chaotic matter and energy constantly erode a wizard's existence. Even 6th-tier wizards can't withstand that endless attrition for long. Planes, in essence, are rare miracles in the infinite chaotic void, Viola said, pointing to the vast barren continent above with a hint of awe. When certain elements align perfectly by chance, they form a plane's embryo. When these element clusters exceed a certain mass, they spontaneously form a plane barrier. A plane barrier can assimilate and absorb all chaotic elements from the void into the plane, maintaining its stability and growth. It's a natural assimilation ability born from amassed elements, actively excluding all foreign chaotic matter and energy. Viola's explanation clarified things for Jie Ming. And we low-tier wizards can't breach the chaotic void or plane barriers on our own, Jie Ming responded instinctively. But high-tier wizards need our strength as cannon fodder and executors. So, they use a plane as a ship to carry us through the void and break the target plane's barrier. Exactly. Not bad for a student Minter Clark values. You're sharp. Viola smiled approvingly. But high-tier wizards needing low-tier wizard strength typically don't own their own planes. If they did, they'd form their own vassal legions. No need to share spoils with us. That's why the Junction offers plane leasing. Jie Ming marveled silently. Viola's words resolved many of his lingering questions. No wonder 6th-tier wizards, despite their immense power, lived like workhorses. Leasing warplanes to traverse the void and hiring wizards for expeditions cost real resources and knowledge. Even after conquering a target plane, transforming it, building wizard towers, and establishing energy networks demanded more resources. Minter Clark, with his own wizard tower and private plane, was a pinnacle existence among wizards, his wealth and power beyond imagination. As Viola spoke, all wizards in the hall turned their gazes to the barren continent above, their warship. At that moment, 4 figures descended from the floating plane. They hovered in midair like 4 towering mountains, exuding indescribable might. 3 were 5th-tier wizards. Their auras were profound yet restrained, faint law fluctuations rippling around them. Though merely natural emissions, they made most low-tier wizards below struggle to breathe, awestruck. The 4th, leading the group, was the 6th-tier wizard initiating this campaign. Not tall, he was the center of the world. He emitted no deliberate pressure, yet his mere presence made the surrounding space feel stagnant. Each subtle movement seemed to align with universal laws, exuding an irresistible, incomprehensible strength. Though Jie Ming often interacted with Minter Clark and Norn Academy's high-tier wizards, facing 5th and 6th-tier wizards from other factions still tightened his chest. It was a visceral reaction, a primal fear in his soul when encountering an overwhelming superior. Even the 3 5th-tier wizards beside the leader were enough to make Jie Ming's body tremble involuntarily. He realized he'd grown accustomed to the restrained demeanor of Norn Academy's mentors, mistaking their subdued power for the norm. It was like seeing a tiger in a zoo behind thick bars, dismissing it as lazy or clumsy. But encountering a real tiger in the wild, unarmed, even if gaunt and lean, its predatory aura would still make one's heart quake and legs weaken. Only now, facing these high-tier wizards from other factions who didn't restrain their imposing auras, did Jie Ming realize the vast chasm between himself and senior wizards. It was a gulf, the divide between mortals and gods. At this moment, he was but a speck on the edge of that abyss. No one noticed the stirring in Jie Ming's heart. While he stood dazed, the sixth-tier wizard descended above the crowd. Wizards were among the most rational and ruthless beings in the multiverse. All their actions were driven by the pursuit of truth, knowledge, and resources. Under the wizards' standard cultivation system, they knew why they fought and what they sought in this expedition. Thus, a wizard's large-scale campaign differed from those of other races. No lengthy, rousing pre-battle speeches, no passionate oaths, none of the morale-boosting rhetoric common among mortal armies. Everything was simple and efficient. This time was no exception. When the imposing sixth-tier wizard appeared, he wasted no words, simply stating his identity in a calm, resonant voice. "I am Augustine from the Tower of Annihilation, one of the leaders of this expedition." His voice, low and powerful, amplified by mental force, cut through the clamor of tens of thousands of wizards, echoing clearly across the hall. He offered no words of encouragement, painted no visions of victory, and issued a direct order after his introduction. All participating wizards, board the ship within a quarter hour. Depart. At his command, the tens of thousands of wizards surged toward the hall's exit like a tide, heading for the massive, barren continent in the sky. Some cast their specialized flight spells, their bodies shimmering with elemental flows, transforming into streaks of light. Others rode tamed, exotic mounts, giant vultures, winged beasts, roaring into the sky. Some controlled peculiar vehicles, archaic airships, floating platforms carrying alchemical golems and bio-beasts, or even cloaks that bore them aloft. Without any direction, the wizards ascended in orderly sequence. Above the junction, a sky-blotting torrent of wizards formed instantly. Jie Ming and Viola joined the crowd, rising into the air. His floating cannon array silently orbited behind him as he flew. Viola, perched elegantly on a faintly glowing long-handled staff, glanced at Jie Ming with a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Don't be nervous. It's just boarding the ship. The real excitement comes later," she said softly, her tone hiding a trace of barely perceptible thrill. Jie Ming nodded, feeling his blood surge and adrenaline spike. It wasn't fear, but the thrill of facing the unknown and its challenges. As they climbed higher, crossing a critical threshold, Jie Ming sensed a subtle shift in gravity. The familiar downward pull vanished, replaced by an upside-down momentum, as if falling headfirst. They were no longer flying toward the sky, but descending toward a vast, independent continent. Jie Ming reacted instantly, adjusting his posture to land gently and stably on the scorched, barren ship. This bizarre gravity shift was a visceral experience of distorted spatial laws, marking the transition from one physical world to another. The barren plain was vast, its surface uneven with charred rocks and cracked earth, the air tinged with sulfur and desolation. When the last wizard landed, Augustine, the sixth-tier wizard from the Tower of Annihilation, radiated a sudden burst of light. Hovering in the plain sky, he spread his arms, eyes narrowing slightly. A vast mental force surged like a tide, instantly linking to the barren plane's core essence. He wasn't manipulating the plane's rules, but, like a seasoned captain, imprinted his will with spatial coordinates deep into the plane's ship. "Set sail." Augustine's voice, low and grand, merged with the plane's resonant hum. At his command, the massive barren land covering the junction's sky reacted. To the wizards and alien merchants still at the junction, the continent shrank inward like an overstretched rubber band. The plane began to warp and fold at its edges, its once flat structure crumpling like a wadded sheet of paper. With a silent boom, the colossal land vanished from sight. It was as if it had never existed, leaving only the chaotic void backdrop above the junction. Such a spectacular, unimaginable sight was mundane to the junction's wizards and aliens. They glanced up briefly, confirmed the ship had departed, and returned to their bustling lives and noisy transactions. After all, such plane shifts had happened countless times, no longer remarkable. Inside the plane, Low-tier wizards felt little change. Jie Ming, with his all-purpose eye, could observe the plane's parameters shifting rapidly. This is the power of high-tier wizards. They can manipulate and command planes. Viola said softly beside him, her gaze tinged with longing. As a third-tier wizard, she could touch spatial forces and keenly sense the plane's changes. Despite housing tens of thousands of wizards, the ship plane, manipulated by Augustine, felt vast and empty. Wizards scattered across the barren land, seeking their own spots and busying themselves. Jie Ming noticed this emptiness was deliberate. Many wizards, upon landing, immediately summoned bio-beasts or golems from their spatial gear. These constructs varied: thick-skinned beasts, metal-armored mechanisms, humanoid puppets radiating eerie energy. Once summoned, they formed orderly, cold legions per their master's commands. Clearly, these artificial creations were the first wave of cannon fodder for invading other planes. Numerous, tireless, and fearless, they were ideal for depleting enemy forces or breaching plane barriers. Next came the combat wizards to break enemy lines. As logistical wizards, Jie Ming and Viola didn't need to prepare for initial combat. Their roles leaned toward mid-battle support, post-conquest cleanup, transformation, and resource management, requiring self-preservation early on. Settling on the ship plane, Jie Ming eagerly checked his magic network terminal. The interface had updated with details about the target plane. Yet, the information was scant but oddly specific. Only 2 points. First, the plane housed 2 6th-tier beings. Second, the plane was peculiar, with fire and water elements highly active, while earth and wind elements were calm, almost inert. Beyond this, there was no data on races, terrain, creatures, or even a basic map. No intelligence at all. This struck Jie Ming as odd. How was this intelligence gathered? Didn't they conduct deep reconnaissance? He asked Viola. She had anticipated his question and explained carefully. This intelligence means the 6th-tier wizard who discovered the plane didn't enter it. He observed it remotely from the chaotic void, based on its external manifestations. As I told you, planes are miracles where elements with specific patterns coincidentally amass. A plane's elemental composition, energy cycles, and law operations manifest through its barrier. Viola continued. From the outside, in the chaotic void, you can observe a plane's elemental makeup, like the active fire and water elements, reflecting its characteristics. Jie Ming understood but grew puzzled by another key detail. Then how do they know the strength of the plane's beings, like the 2 6th-tier entities? That's not something external observation can reveal, right? Viola nodded. You've hit the crux. It's not purely external observation. It involves the traits of high-tier beings. She paused, her tone cautious. 6th-tier beings, wizards, gods, or alien entities, naturally commune with a plane's origin. Their existence is deeply tied to the plane's laws, their power permeating its deeper layers, resonating with its origin. This resonance makes them stand out in the chaotic void, like blazing beacons in a dark night. Of course, I don't fully grasp the specifics. It's knowledge at the 6th-tier level or beyond, Viola added. Jie Ming sank into thought. Seeing his reaction, Viola waved a hand with a smile. No need to worry too much. Though the details are sparse, a wizard posting a mission at the junction typically aims to conquer a plane for their wizard tower. For a plane to be chosen as a wizard tower, it must have relatively orderly rules. Orderly rules meant the plane's laws were similar to those of the wizard's native plane. Though there were differences in specifics, they generally followed certain patterns like the Elosia plane cluster. Troublesome planes had overly unique rules, where wizards often suffered non-combat losses. For instance, Jie Ming had heard of the Shadow Plane, where merely staying there caused continuous harm to wizards. The value of these planes was hard to assess. For individual high-tier wizards, orderly planes were more valuable, while special planes held greater worth for wizard factions. As they spoke, the entire plane suddenly quaked violently. The ground beneath them cracked with a grinding sound, as if under unbearable pressure. Jie Ming saw the barren sky above torn open by a massive rift, a real tear in the plane's barrier. Beyond the rift lay a bizarre scene, with strange substances surging, filled with utterly alien elemental fluctuations. "We've arrived." Viola's voice grew grave. The other wizards shifted into combat readiness. In an instant, Jie Ming felt the atmosphere across the plane change. Their destination had been reached. In the boundless chaotic void, there existed a dazzling and peculiar plane known to its inhabitants as the Flame Frost Plane. From its birth, this world was endowed with an extraordinarily unique geography and ecosystem. The plane was split in two by permanent projections from two distinct elemental planes, resulting in two starkly contrasting landscapes. One half bathed in the eternal radiance of the fire elemental plane's projection. Here, perpetual daylight reigned, scorching light evaporating all moisture, the air thick with sulfur and the smell of char. The barren land was covered in red-hot sand and jagged, blackened rocks, with smoking volcanoes rising and falling like festering sores, ready to spew world-destroying lava. The temperature was so extreme, it could melt steel with ease. This region was called the Blazing Sun Realm by the native beings. In stark contrast, the other half was eternally steeped in the ghostly light of the water elemental plane's projection. Here, perpetual night prevailed, with only snow and ice pierced by bone-chilling winds. Heavy snow fell ceaselessly, painting the world pure white, while howling gales froze all living things. Aside from rare plants glowing faintly in crevices, there was no light. This was known as the Frostdark Realm. Between these two extreme worlds lay a massive, ancient mountain range, like a scar. Not formed of ordinary rock, it was a crystalline and mineral vein born from the violent clash and fusion of two elemental energies, permeated by a wild, chaotic energy field. Only a few specially evolved creatures dared venture. There, this range was the natural divide between the Blazing Sun Realm and the Frostdark Realm, a buffer between two extreme civilizations. In such a unique plane, two vastly different intelligent races naturally emerged. The rulers of the Blazing Sun Realm were colossal lava giants. Their bodies were formed of flowing molten cores and solid volcanic rock, their skin a molten red, radiating intense heat, their eyes like blazing volcanoes. Immensely strong, they could lift hundreds of tons of rock with ease, innately immune to fire and heat. Their civilization was built around volcanoes, feeding on lava, drawing power from flames. The rulers of the Frostdark Realm were snow beast creatures, covered in long, frost-white fur, their lower halves equine, their upper halves bear-like. Robust and powerful, they trod snow without a trace, with sharp canine ears and explosive bear-like arms. Adapted to extreme cold, they absorbed ice elemental power and could even consume darkness. Their civilization thrived deep in glaciers, dwelling in vast ice caves or castles carved from snow, feeding on frozen creatures, drawing power from ice. Lava giants and snow beasts, two vastly different yet equally formidable races, had existed on the Flame Frost Plane for countless years. Mutually antagonistic, they had fought for dominion since their inception. Brutal wars raged near the Boundary Mountains for eons, blood and fire, ice and whales weaving the Flame Frost Plane's main theme. Yet, despite endless conflict, neither side could truly defeat the other. The reason was simple. Neither could adapt to the other's environment. Lava giants, leaving the Blazing Sun Realm's heat, cooled and slowed. Snow beasts entering the Blazing Sun Realm suffered from the extreme heat, their vitality rapidly draining. This made their wars, however fierce, confined to the Boundary Mountains, unable to strike at each other's core territories. This stalemate persisted until now. At this moment, in the heart of the Blazing Sun Realm, atop a 10,000-jong volcano surrounded by endless lava, a palace echoed with gurgling bubbles. Scorching steam filled the hall, forming distorted illusions. At its core, a molten pool, private to the lava giant king, reached thousands of degrees, capable of melting metal instantly. A lava giant over 10 meters tall lounged within, treating the molten pool as a soothing hot spring. Molten lava flowed over him, nourishing his body, emitting pleasing, sizzling sounds. His eyes closed, he reveled in ultimate comfort and power. He was Karamose, king of the blazing sun realm, a mighty sixth-tier being commanding millions of lava giant legions. Suddenly, urgent, thunderous footsteps shattered the tranquility. A guard lava giant stormed into the private palace, radiating anxious heat waves. "My king, a celestial anomaly." The guards' booming roar carried uncontainable fear. Karamos slowly opened his eyes, two fiery gazes piercing the guard. His voice rumbled like a volcano before eruption. "What's all this noise about?" "My king, the sky is torn." The guard trembled, pointing above the palace. A massive black rift. We observed in its center a round yellow rock. Due to distance, the guard couldn't gauge the shipplane's size, mistaking its projection for a rock. To him, it was as if a colossal black eye had appeared in the sky, with the yellow rock as its pupil, staring at their world. "What nonsense is this?" Karamose's face twisted with irritation. He stood abruptly, lava cascading off him, splashing the floor with hissing screeches, coating the palace ground. Unable to tolerate his guards' incoherent words, Karamose decided to see for himself. With a wave, he blasted open the palace's ceiling. Amid falling stones and lava rain, his massive form shot skyward, exposed to the blazing sun realm's searing canopy. His molten eyes locked onto the black eye in the sky described by his guard. The spatial rift was indeed enormous, spanning half the sky, though the ship plane at its center seemed smaller. It blocked part of the scorching light, casting a shadow below. Karamose was shocked to find the rift and its central eyeball rock were even larger than the sun, eternally hanging in their sky. Such a phenomenon, unseen in tens of thousands of years. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in Karamose's heart. "Seer, now, to me." His roar echoed across the blazing sun realm. Soon, his chief seer, a frail lava giant with ancient runes on his skin, arrived trembling under guard escort. He pressed his molten hand to the king's chest, closing his eyes to sense the celestial anomaly. Moments later, the seer's eyes snapped open, filled with terror. My king." His voice, old and trembling, quavered. "The ancient prophecy, it's true. In days, enemies will descend from the sky. They will tear our world apart." "Enemies?" Karamose's rage flared. His first thought was his eternal foes, the white-furred freaks of the Frostark realm. Those icy creatures had schemed to erode the blazing sun realm for eons. It must be those damned white-furred freaks. They're using this trick to ambush our world from above. Karamose roared. Lava poured from him, dripping with his fury. Without hesitation, his massive frame shuddered, and he issued an urgent command. "My order. Summon all legions. Prepare for battle. Assemble at the Boundary Mountains. We'll burn these sky-sneaking white-furred freaks to ashes." Meanwhile, in the Frostark realm, shrouded in eternal night, the same earth-shaking anomaly was noticed. Deep within a massive glacier, at the core of the Grand Ice Crystal Court, in a lake carved from eternal ice, the great Snow Beast King, Agron, received the same news from his guards. Unsurprisingly, he reacted as Karamose had. "Summon all clan warriors. Assemble the legions." Agron's roar echoed through the glacier, triggering avalanche-like rumbles. "Prepare for battle. We'll bury these sky-invading rocks forever in our ice and snow." Thus, in complete ignorance, the two ancient enemies of the Flame Frost Plain, Karamose, king of the lava giants, and Agron, king of the snow beasts, mobilized their vast armies, preparing for the imminent war. The chaotic void was far from a serene vacuum. Its boundless expanse teemed with disordered energy, twisted matter, and most perilous of all, chaotic time flows. These temporal distortions posed significant challenges to the wizard's precise plane invasions. Viola had been softly explaining to Jie Ming how these chaotic time flows could disrupt plans, causing reinforcements to arrive too late or too early at critical moments. In an instant, those theoretical words became a visceral reality. For Jie Ming and the others, after the sixth-tier wizard from the Tower of Annihilation announced their arrival and a massive spatial rift tore open the sky, it was but a blink. Yet, as their gazes pierced the chaotic void to the other side of the rift, they were shocked to see a dense, massive army of colossal creatures already assembled. This was no mere coincidence, but a result of the time flow disparity between the Flame Frost plane, the external void, and the wizard's ship plane. The chaotic time flow allowed the natives to muster their armies in the instant of the wizard's arrival. Fortunately, when the two planes made contact, their internal time flows stabilized. Thus, the moment the sky's rift fully stabilized, the lava giants and snow beast elite warriors, long waiting outside the rift under their king's commands, rode diverse flying creatures. Like a tempest of scorching lava and biting frost, they surged toward the wizard's ship plane in an overwhelming tide. The lava giants' flying units were flame-winged magma bats, their massive bodies blotting out sunlight, spewing corrosive lava projectiles. The snow beast units were frost-covered bone eagles, capable of wielding icy currents, their wings spanning dozens of meters. When diving, they unleashed ice storms that tore through space. Vast in number, each emitted at least a first-tier being's aura, weaving a deathly net of lava, ice blades, and claws, aiming to shred the newly arrived invaders. Yet for the battle-hardened wizards, such a display, though grandiose, was negligible. They had anticipated this and prepared thoroughly. With a low command from Augustine, tens of thousands of bio-beasts and artificial constructs on the ship plane's surface sprang into action. Colossal golems, forged from sturdy rock and metal, rose from the ground with unimaginable agility, forming a meat shield at the forefront, impervious to fire and frost. Following them were bio-beasts covered in sharp-boned spikes or scales, crafted from alien plane remnants. Frenzied and bloodthirsty, they boasted astonishing regeneration. Interspersed were mechanical constructs with rune-glowing eyes and elemental creature swarms, surging like a tide toward the enemy lines. A torrent of flesh and metal collided with a tide of ice and lava near the void rift. Boom, boom, boom. Earth-shattering roars tore through the sky's silence. Scorching lava projectiles met frigid ice winds, erupting in dense white mist and acrid charred odors. Magma bats' flesh was shredded under mechanical eagle blades, while stone golems' thick bodies were coated in ice from bone eagles' frost breath, cracking under relentless strikes. 3 clashing torrents exploded in the void. Like swirling inks, they twisted, eroded, and annihilated each other in a frenzied collision. Countless bio-beasts, lava giants, and snow beasts were torn apart by powerful energy surges midair. Severed limbs, metal shards, charred lava, and frozen crystals rained down like a storm, smashing onto the ship, plane's surface, or falling into the flame frost plane. This was a battle that, from the outset, skipped probing and dove into a white-hot meat grinder. Lava giant King Karamos and snow beast King Agron, initially stunned and roaring accusations of treachery at each other's legions flying toward the rift, had no time to dwell as the wizard's cannon fodder legion poured out like a tide. Their faces darkened at the sight of the massive army emerging from the rift. They hurriedly directed their troops to face the external threat. The war raged for 4 or 5 days, the sky's roars never ceasing. The wizard's cannon fodder legion suffered heavy losses but held the advantage in sheer numbers, with endless reinforcements from the ship. The Flame Frost Plane's native flying units, especially high-tier magma bats and bone eagles, dwindled under the wizard's constructs and elemental swarms, losing their aerial edge. As the natives' air forces waned, the wizards gained the upper hand. The enemy's counterattacks weakened, while the wizards' lines steadily advanced. Seeing the moment ripe, combat wizards from the rear joined the fray. Wielding immense power, they summoned elemental giants, unleashed elemental storms, or triggered explosions, diving into the slaughter. Each second or third-tier wizard's entry was like a boulder in a calm lake, rippling out to reap scores of low-tier lives. As the wizard's offensive surged, about to breach the Flame Frost Plain, two roars, nearly tearing the atmosphere, swept the battlefield with tangible, tsunami-like pressure. Roar! Screech! Lava Giant King Karamose and Snow Beast King Agron struck simultaneously. Karamose's colossal form became a blazing lava meteor, crashing with unstoppable force into the wizard's densest frontline. His massive, molten arms swept, unleashing a lava shockwave that scattered thousands of meters of bio-beasts and low-tier wizards, vaporizing several unprepared first-tier wizards. Agron, like an icy specter, charged from another direction. His paws conjured frost blades, each swing unleashing a visible torrent of ice spikes, freezing wizards' mechanical puppets into ice sculptures before shattering them. Where he passed, all froze, the air itself solidifying. Yet, the terrifying might of these two kings didn't inflict the expected damage on the wizard's legion. The moment they struck, a brilliant, powerful streak shot down like lightning from the ship plane. It was one of the expedition's 3 fifth-tier wizards. Clad in a simple gray robe, he seemed diminutive before the kings, but radiated an aura no less grand. This fifth-tier wizard, Master Erwin from Norn Workshop, one of the expedition's commanders, moved with agile precision. His right hand grasped the air, firing pure energy beams like lasers, precisely countering Karamose and Agron's attacks, deflecting or neutralizing them. Alone, he halted the combined assault of two peak 6-tier beings. Not only that, Master Erwin had the strength to counterattack. His ghostly figure left afterimages with each move. Each flicker tore spatial rifts. Without a staff, he conjured elemental greatswords dozens of meters long, forcing even the kings to be wary. The wizard's combat system defied conventional logic. Before 8th tier, as wizards advanced, their ability to challenge higher-tier beings grew stronger. Their uniqueness meant each tier wasn't just a power increase, but a leap in understanding the world's essence. This advantage was nearly unreplicable in other systems. Wizard apprentices, lacking sufficient knowledge and shallow in technique, could hardly fight above their tier. At first tier, only the exceptionally gifted with sharp combat instincts could challenge one tier higher. By second tier, most wizards could face third-tier beings, even dominating in certain domains. At third and fourth tier, wizards touched plane laws, wielding multiple law forces with ease. Fighting one tier higher wasn't just a challenge. It was a crush. Fifth and sixth tier wizards mastered their system to the extreme, dabbling in law stabilization and distortion. Their power could tear space and warp matter. In cross-dire battles, they could take on multiple foes. Now, Master Erwin, a 5th-tier wizard, held off 2 6th-tier beings, even briefly holding his own. However, wizards' cross-dire prowess ended at 7th tier. 8th-tier wizards could dominate scores of same-tier beings, but against 9th-tier beings' unique nature, reverted to apprentice-like limitations. Nearly impossible to fight above their tier. 9th-tier beings' power wasn't mere energy stacking, uncounterable by a simple tier jumping. Blaze of the Sun, Karamose roared, his body swelling into a 100-meter lava titan. Each step spewed flames, scorching gusts scattering swathes of wizard cannon fodder. His massive fist, trailing lava, smashed toward Erwin. Erwin flickered, a spatial ripple parting before him, teleporting 100 meters away, dodging the lethal blow. Simultaneously, he gestured, summoning hundreds of energy missiles like starlight around Karamose, exploding into blackened craters on the giant surface. Though not fatal, they fueled his rage. Frost Edict. Snow Beast King Agron slammed his claws, conjuring a massive frost rune in the void. Half the battlefield's air temperature plummeted, freezing countless bio-beasts and unprepared low-tier wizards into crystalline ice sculptures. Agrin's massive form darted through the frost, seeking Irwin's weakness. Irwin's eyes flashed blue, hundreds of mirror clones appearing, dispersing the frost rune's effect and Agrin's focus. His true body conjured a powerful spatial barrier, blocking Agrin's charge, their clash screeching through the air. The three titans' battle carried devastating force. Their arena was like a separate dimension, each clash collapsing space and disrupting elements. The ordinary legions below suffered greatly. Stray elemental shockwaves reaped lives effortlessly. Lava giants' fire sprays were frozen by frost. Snow beasts' ice spikes evaporated by energy. At the battlefield's center, bio-beasts and native elite warriors fell at a staggering rate. The three-way struggle lasted nearly an hour. Though agile and powerful, Master Irwin, facing two six-tier beings, showed signs of fatigue. His robe bore scorch marks. His breathing grew labored. The two kings grew fiercer, their attacks limiting his movements, though they couldn't land a direct hit. Finally, with Karamoz's earth-shattering punch and Agrin's surprise assault, Irwin let out a muffled grunt. His aura contracted into a streak, retreating to the ship, plane at a speed far surpassing his arrival. He was narrowly defeated by the king's combined assault. Yet, he had stalled them long enough, securing precious time for the wizard's main force to land. The kings didn't pursue. Both were heavily spent. Karamoz's massive form steamed, lava flowing sluggishly, his aura unstable. Agrin's white fur was singed, his presence colder, eyes weary. They warily glanced at the retreating wizard, then at each other, faces filled with suspicion and confusion. Reluctantly, they roared and led their battered legions back to their domains. With the king's retreat, the wizards secured the landing point. Augustine's stern gaze swept the battlefield's wreckage, issuing orders to all logistical wizards. Establish the camp. Defensive systems. Energy furnaces. As fast as possible. At the command, Jie Ming, Viola, and other logistical wizards sprang into action. They were the linchpin, ensuring the stability of subsequent troops and resources. Immediately, they retrieved alchemical materials, rune puppets, and defensive array cores from their spatial gear. Jie Ming, you handle the core energy matrix. Viola shouted upon landing. I'll lead the outer defenses. Understood, Jie Ming replied. Holding nothing back, his floating cannon array fanned out for vigilance. His hands wove seals rapidly, mental force spreading like quicksilver. They had to build protective measures and a temporary outpost before the next assault. A long, bloody plain conquest had just begun. Rewinding slightly, Master Irwin transformed into a streak of light, retreating to the ship, plane in disarray. His robe was scorched black, his aura unsteady, clearly having sustained significant damage. Watching from the barren land, Jie Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. He turned to Viola beside him, remarking, as expected of a veteran wizard, his acting is flawless, making it look like he barely lost. Viola's eyes glinted with amusement. It's standard in plain wars. Lure the enemy in, deplete their strength, stretch their lines. Every shift in offense and defense is calculated by high-tier wizards. With their capabilities, the wizards quickly analyzed the situation after encountering the Flame Frost Plains natives' fierce resistance, moving beyond the initial cannon fodder clashes. The most obvious insight was that, though both races attacked the wizards simultaneously, their attack patterns and zones were sharply distinct, often restraining or even misfiring on each other. This revealed a harsh truth. The lava giants and snow beasts were likely long-standing enemies, perhaps irreconcilable foes. Their alliance was only due to the shared threat of the invaders. This means conquering the entire plane requires considering both kings' intentions and their delicate, complex enmity, Jie Ming mused, analyzing the situation. The best approach, as Master Irwin did, is to show strength surpassing a single king, but slightly weaker than their combined force. Master Erwin faced two alone, appearing to narrowly lose, but he stalled two sixth-tier beings for hours, exhausting them and forcing their retreat. Viola agreed. This gives the natives hope of defeating us while making them wary of our strength, preventing reckless, all-out assaults. They'll regroup after resting, but won't risk everything, giving us wizards ample time. More importantly, their mutual hatred is our greatest ally. They can't truly cooperate. Every attack or reinforcement may be delayed by their distrust. This situation allows wizards to steadily weaken the plane's origin, ultimately claiming it. It was an open scheme. Even if the native sixth-tier beings saw through it, they couldn't fully counter it. As Jie Ming and Viola marveled at the high-tier wizards' deep strategies and the complex art of plane warfare, their magic network terminals vibrated simultaneously, receiving an urgent, top-priority message for all. The message was stark, a single cold line. Important notice: Commander Master Erwin did not intentionally retreat, but was genuinely overpowered by the combined assault of two sixth-tier native beings. All wizards heighten vigilance and act cautiously. Seeing this, every wizard, including Jie Ming and Viola, froze briefly. Then, in an instant, their eyes lit up. The message's sender was Master Erwin himself, one of the invasion's commanders. Its purpose was to sound an alarm, warning that the plane's natives were indeed stronger than average. But the wizard's excitement stemmed from spotting greater opportunities amid the danger. All things followed certain laws. A plane birthing two powerful races wasn't random. It signified the plane's resources were extraordinarily abundant. Two sixth-tier beings able to rival a fifth-tier wizard implied the plane held rich resources to support their advancement, possibly rare elements, law fragments, or undiscovered mystic veins. For wizards, strong enemies often meant richer treasures lay behind them. With the strategy and the plane's value clear, the wizard's efficiency peaked. The camp was swiftly established through collective effort. Alchemical puppets and wizard-crafted defensive walls rose rapidly. Energy cores were buried deep in the earth, and rune arrays glowed around the camp, forming visible protective barriers. Though frontline battles persisted, native skirmishes against the wizards' consolidating lines, the scale had significantly diminished. Both sides were clearly biding their time. Logistical wizards seized this precious window to dive into routine tasks. Unlike his chaotic experience on the Aloja plane, where Jie Ming was thrown in a battle, he now grasped the proper role of a logistical wizard. In the early stages of plane wars, logistical wizards rarely fought directly. Their primary role was analyzing the plane's elemental data and the resources and intelligence brought back from the front. Every newly invaded plane was a treasure trove for wizard civilization, brimming with unknown resources and information. In just a few days, as frontline troops cleared the landing zone and scout wizards retrieved samples through the spatial rift, Jie Ming alone identified several unique resources. One was a peculiar plant from the Blazing Sun realm. Named blazegrass, it resembled leaping flames, growing in volcanic rock crevices. Though as fragile as common grass, it boasted astonishing resistance to fire and heat. Using his all-purpose eye, Jie Ming analyzed its structure, finding its cell walls could condense fire elements, forming a microscopic barrier. After tests, barring physical shockwaves or spatial tears, this plant could withstand a third-tier wizard's fire attack unscathed. Its defensive properties were astounding. Due to limited time, Jie Ming hadn't fully researched how to refine it into a potion for permanent integration into a wizard body. But through specialized methods, he crafted a preliminary film from it. When applied to the body, this blazegrass film offered similar short-term effects. For wizards or cannon fodder bio-beasts needing close combat, this was an extraordinary passive defense material. Another find was a unique mineral from the Frostdark realm, named Iceburst Crystal. It appeared as ordinary transparent crystal, inert under normal conditions. But Jie Ming's analysis revealed that exposure to high heat, especially lava or extreme flames, caused its ice element structure to destabilize, unleashing devastating force. This backlash from clashing elements could level a small hill. It was both a highly dangerous material and a potent weapon. After Jie Ming identified its properties, a group of Tower of Annihilation wizards approached him. After paying some knowledge, they left the camp excitedly, heading deep into the Frost-Dark realm. Watching their eager departure, Jie Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. You'll get used to it. Tower of Annihilation wizards excel at annihilation spells. Iceburst crystal is their ideal casting material, Viola said, appearing beside him. Jie Ming was puzzled. Not for research. Viola shrugged unceremoniously. You've been in Norn Workshop's logistics too long, thinking all wizards are like that. Viola sighed, explaining, it's not that they don't research, but the Tower of Annihilation has few logistical wizards skilled in research. Materials like Iceburst crystal, though promising, aren't high priority for study. Before deep research, they'll likely use it directly as spellcasting material. Why? Jie Ming blinked. Viola shook her head. You've been in Norn Workshop too long. Being a logistical wizard isn't easy. With the growing volume of knowledge, many struggle just to learn it. Researching its principles and advancing further is nearly impossible. Even in Norn Workshop, named for its craft, logistical wizards are only about 2% of the total. In other factions, the gap between logistical and combat wizards is even starker. In the Tower of Annihilation, it's down to 1%. In the Chaos Secret Cult, aside from a few founding leaders and their successors, all are combat wizards. Seeing Jie Ming's dawning realization, Viola tilted her head toward the research area in the camp. Look at the numbers here. Jie Ming glanced at the sparse research zone. He hadn't paid much attention before, as, to him, the area, though spacious, felt compact compared to his own lab. The lack of equipment slowed his progress. Without the all-purpose eye, his research would have been even slower. Only now did he realize the emptiness wasn't just to give logistical wizards space, but because their numbers were truly few. Jie Ming briefly recalled and calculated that the number of logistical wizards in this expedition was just over 270. Compared to the total of over 30,000 wizards, logistical wizards made up less than 1%. So few logistical wizards? Jie Ming couldn't help but exclaim, then realized something, his expression darkening. Does that mean? Viola nodded in agreement, finishing his thought. There's plenty of work ahead for you, so cherish this easy time while it lasts. I suggest stocking up on a few vials of energy potions. Watching Viola walk away elegantly, Jie Ming's mouth twitched. This is easy? If he remembered correctly, he hadn't slept in days, had he? If this was easy, what would busy look like? Wait, that meant he'd come to fight in a campaign. So how had he unknowingly become a workhorse again? Was being a workhorse the ultimate fate of logistical wizards? Leaving the shaken Jie Ming aside, as time passed, logistical wizards uncovered more discoveries. In just a few days, they identified over 100 rare resources. This fully confirmed Master Irwin's intelligence. This plane was indeed a vast treasure trove. Even energy crystals used as universal energy in wizard civilization, like pure elemental cores and mana crystals, were practically ubiquitous in the Flame Frost plane. Nearly every lava vein or icy spring harbored unmined clusters of raw crystal, their energy density astonishing, making every harvesting wizard's eyes gleam. Beyond researching these precious resources, the logistical wizard's primary task was analyzing local creatures and elemental data. This supported frontline combat wizards and provided high-tier wizards with a basis for long-term strategic planning. Due to the severe shortage of personnel, even a lower-tier wizard like Jie Ming, specialized in alchemy technique and rune studies, was assigned a seemingly simple but critical task, analyzing the biological data of captured lava giants. He needed to dissect, analyze, and study them thoroughly. Their weaknesses, physiological structure, elemental affinities, and even social behaviors. Bring it in, Jie Ming said through the internal communication rune. Soon, a team of alchemical puppets and low-tier wizards escorted a bound, unconscious lava giant into his temporary lab. Even in its coma, the giant radiated stifling heat. Standing 7 to 8 meters tall, its broad shoulders resembled small hills. Its body was formed of twisted, solidified red rock, riddled with irregular edges and cracks, like a demon born from a volcano. Thin streams of molten lava flowed slowly across its surface, snaking through crevices like veins, emitting faint sulfur and charred odors. Its limbs were thick as pillars, with only 3 fingers and toes, each tipped with robust black nails, sharp as iron shovels. Its eyes were pure energy, like smoldering embers, glowing faintly red even when closed. Steam wisped from its mouth and nose, proof of its persistent internal heat. Despite being captured and subdued, each breath made the air scorchingly dry. Jie Ming donned special rune gloves, the all-purpose eye flaring brightly in his gaze. He aimed to unearth every secret hidden within this lava giant's body. Activating the all-purpose eye, his vision transcended physical appearances. The world transformed in his sight. The soft glow of blaze grass, the energy ripples within ice-burst crystal, and the microscopic movements of the lava giant's tissues became vividly clear. Begin analysis, Jie Ming murmured, activating the nearby recorder. As he engaged the all-purpose eye, he employed alchemy technique, his mental force surging like a tide, permeating the giant's body with penetrating insight. Starting with the external tissues, the surface appeared as solid rock. Through the all-purpose eye's microscopic vision, Jie Ming discovered they weren't mere mineral deposits, but highly active skin and tissue. This rock skin was composed of dense, elastic mineral crystals. Even under microscopic scrutiny, tiny energy veins flickered within. When struck, these crystals partially disintegrated, rapidly drawing energy from within to reform, granting terrifying self-repair capabilities. More astonishingly, the flowing lava on its surface was another form of its skin. Not mere secretions, it was the external manifestation of the giant's living plasma blood. Rich in fire elements, this plasma liquid fueled the body and exchanged heat with the environment, maintaining a stable core furnace. Normally, this living lava thinly coated the rock skin, giving the giants their iconic red glow and fearsome heat. Recording these findings via the recorder, Jie Ming shifted focus to the giant's overall physical condition. Good thing I'm versed in rune studies, or this would have been impossible to calculate, he muttered. By analyzing the giant's energy fluctuations and system efficiency, he found that even this ordinary adult specimen, assessed via the all-purpose eye for energy density, strength matrices, and elemental circulation, far surpassed typical creatures. Unexaggeratedly, even the average adult lava giant reached the level of a first-tier being. Elite individuals, like those clashing with wizard cannon fodder, could reach second-tier strength. He delved deeper, probing the giant's sensory and physiological systems. Their visual system was entirely unlike humans. Their eyes weren't lenses and retinas, but 2 glowing molten cores. Through the all-purpose eye, Jie Ming found these were highly sensitive to elemental energy and heat fluctuations. They could see heat flow trajectories, lava pulse frequencies, and even distant elemental array radiation. Requiring minimal visible light, their vision relied on pure fire element perception, seeing clearly in darkness as long as heat or fire elements were present. Their auditory system was even stranger. Jie Ming found no obvious ear structures, but internal resonance cavities and mineral crystals in the head capture vibrations. Insensitive to high frequencies, they excelled at detecting low-frequency infrasound and ground tremors. Lava giants could sense distant armies, volcanic lava activity, or impending geological shifts with ease. This was a highly adapted seismic or vibration sensing ability for volcanic environments. Most surprising was that, despite their elemental nature, lava giants had a complete digestive system. Under alchemy technique and all-purpose eye analysis, a complex, efficient digestive tract emerged, formed of layered molten rock, capable of breaking down minerals. They didn't rely solely on elemental energy, even consuming fleshy creatures. Jie Ming found undigested biological remains in its esophagus. This upended his understanding of elemental beings. This system allowed them to draw energy from diverse sources, supplementing pure elemental energy. He noted that, despite appearing as moving lava and rock, they required breathing. Even in a magically induced coma, hot waves and faint airflow moved rhythmically through cracks in its head and torso, indicating breathing was essential. This wasn't for oxygen, but for heat pumping and elemental conversion, stabilizing the core furnace and expelling metabolic impurities. Unsurprisingly, lava giants excelled at fire-based attacks. Their surfaces could conjure scorching lava and flames, igniting surroundings with a single strike. Naturally immune to fire, heat, and most heat-based toxins, their core furnace converted fire energy into strength, making fire spells akin to nourishment. Through deeper study, Jie Ming uncovered a startling racial trait. In prolonged high-heat environments, like volcanic cores or under sustained fire spells, lava giants underwent a qualitative shift into a semi-liquid molten state. Their rock skin softened and flowed, losing fixed form, rendering physical strikes nearly ineffective as attacks passed through or were absorbed. Even if part of their body was destroyed, they could regenerate by drawing nearby lava or through remarkable natural recovery. Their tissues could switch between rock-solid and molten liquid, adapting freely. By absorbing external lava, they could drastically boost strength and regeneration speed temporarily. This adaptive ability made them near invincible in fiery environments. Moreover, focusing the all-purpose eye on their heat stabilization, Jie Ming was shocked to find they weren't immediately vulnerable to cold. When hit with extreme cold, like Snow Beast Frost Breath or Wizard Eye spells, their surface rock skin rapidly cooled, forming a porous, insulating layer. Like thermal expansion and contraction, their internal living lava retracted to the core, while the exterior formed a hard, porous shield to insulate the molten core. This allowed temporary resistance to freezing damage, making small-scale cold attacks less effective than imagined. But this resistance came at a cost. In extreme cold, this low-temperature rigidity didn't destroy them, but slowed their life energy cycle. Their potent regeneration weakened significantly, and mobility slowed, resembling dormancy or stiffness. This discovery made Jie Ming's eyes gleam. Record hypothesized effective killing methods based on research. He swiftly drafted a preliminary tactical analysis on his magic network terminal. Employ cold attacks first. Jie Ming recorded. Use ice spells or other low-temperature attacks to force the lava giant's surface skin into an insulating rigid state. In this state, their regeneration is greatly weakened. Then, physical attacks can efficiently kill them. Ordinary fire attacks were nearly useless, and pure physical strikes were ineffective in their liquid or regenerating states. Combining cold and physical strikes bypassed their two main defenses. Additionally, suffocation spells could be surprisingly effective, though not lethal, slowing their actions temporarily. However, most suffocation spells targeted respiratory channels, likely ineffective against the giant's physiology. Still, with the vast array of wizard spells, suitable ones could be found. Also, high-frequency sound waves could deal effective damage. He uploaded the analysis to the Magic Network, sending it to the Warzone's senior commanders. As expected, every creature has its weaknesses. Rubbing his weary forehead, Jie Ming's lips curved slightly as he deactivated the all-purpose eye. In the tense yet fleeting gaps between research, Jie Ming allowed himself no moment of idleness. On this day, after uploading his newly completed report on the lava giants, he donned his robe, his figure flickering before vanishing from the temporary laboratory at the heart of the camp. He did not rest. nor did he seek out other wizards for conversation. Instead, he headed straight to the battlefield from days prior, where blood and flesh had once flown freely. The frenzied aftermath of the landing campaign had dissipated, leaving only silence in the air. Yet, to a wizard's keen senses, this vast expanse of land was far from tranquil. In the landing battle a few days ago, wizard fodder, lava giants, and snow beast had clashed in this region, their blood splattering and energies raging. The slaughtered souls numbered at least 1,000,000. Chaotic energy particles intertwined, forming a massive vortex of turbulent energy in the perception of wizards. But what Jie Ming sought was not these energies. It was the concepts left behind by this brutal battle. In Jie Ming's vision, the area was shrouded in lingering battlefield malice and deathly aura. He walked lightly across the scorched earth, where the air carried a nauseating stench of blood and the decay of death. Beneath his feet lay dried bloodstains, shattered weapons, twisted remains of bio-beasts, charred rocks, and frozen corpses. Every inch of this land seemed to have endured 1,000-fold tearing and destruction. After all, besides him, many low-level wizards were also engaged in cleanup work on this battlefield. Some wizards, wearing runic gloves, carefully extracted residual energy cores from the charred bodies of lava giants. Others commanded golems to sort and stack the broken remains, preparing them for recycling. There were even wizards specializing in soul sorcery, wielding strange containers to meticulously collect the lingering soul fragments that permeated the area. Just as souls and vitality in the cultivation world could be transformed into spiritual energy, in the wizarding world, souls and flesh were valuable materials for many wizards. Jie Ming paid no heed to the busy figures around him. He softly chanted a spell, unfastening the malice-gathering gourd from his waist. The gourd, dark and unadorned, glowed faintly with runes as its mouth slowly opened, forming a vortex nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. The invisible malice and deathly aura in the air, laden with sorrow, rage, and destructive will, were drawn toward the gourd's mouth as if pulled by an unseen force, absorbed completely within. On the gourd's surface, the once dull markings now pulsed at a subtle frequency, steadily drawing in these negative energies. Jie Ming made no effort to hide his actions from others. After all, his method of collecting raw materials was hardly conspicuous in a battlefield teeming with wizards employing all manner of bizarre techniques. Not far away, he even saw a wizard unfurl a massive black banner. The banner fluttered in the wind, adorned with countless distorted ghost patterns, each seeming to contain countless struggling souls. As the wizard chanted, the banner snapped sharply, stirring a chilling gust that sent shivers down the spine. Within a radius of several hundred meters, all stray soul fragments and deathly auras were swept into the banner, emitting silent wails in a scene both eerie and grand. The striking visual made Jie Ming briefly wonder if he had crossed back into the cultivation world and witnessed the legendary 10,000 soul banner. Truly, Jie Ming shook his head inwardly, refocusing his attention on absorbing the malice. As he immersed himself in the sea of malice, he encountered a few low-level wizards along the way. They appeared to be cleaning up the battlefield's outskirts, searching for new hunting targets. Upon seeing Jie Ming, their eyes involuntarily revealed a hint of respect, followed by practiced flattery. "Isn't that Master Jie Ming? You're working hard collecting as well?" A weary first-level wizard approached, his tone warm with familiarity. "You're truly diligent, personally handling such tedious work." "I'm merely adding bricks to my own studies," Jie Ming replied with a faint smile, his tone gentle and composed, like that of an ordinary scholar. "You're working hard, too. Keep at it." "Hardly. Compared to you, our efforts are nothing," another second-level wizard chimed in, his tone even more deferential. "If not for your reports, my team and I would still be struggling with how to deal with those lava giants. Who would have thought that sonic attacks and blocking their breathing would be so effective?" "Exactly, Master Jie Ming. do you have any new tactical analyses? We're all eager to see them. Jie Ming handled their flattery with ease, his smile perfectly measured, as he had grown accustomed to such encounters. Over the past few days, these interactions had become increasingly frequent, with their praise and thanks centered on one thing: the analytical reports he had published on the physiological traits of lava giants. There was, however, an unexpected twist. In his reports, Jie Ming had emphasized what he believed to be the most effective way to kill lava giants quickly. First, using low-temperature attacks to harden their surface skin, then shattering their brittle bodies with concentrated physical strikes. Yet, this low-temperature plus physical strike method had not garnered much attention from the low-level wizards. Instead, the other two methods mentioned in passing had been hailed as treasures and widely adopted. These were the use of suffocation-based sorcery or similar elemental suppression to restrict the lava giant's movements, and the later published method of using high-frequency sound waves to target and damage their auditory systems. Both methods proved unexpectedly effective. Regarding suffocation sorcery, Jie Ming had explained in his report that, despite being elemental creatures, lava giants required breathing. This wasn't breathing oxygen in the traditional sense, but rather a process of heat pumping and elemental conversion through surface fissures and internal systems to maintain their core furnace's stability. Thus, by isolating, suppressing, or directly blocking these breathing fissures, one could disrupt the lava giant's heat balance and elemental flow, forcing them into rigidity or unconsciousness. Wizards didn't need to search for weak points. Specific sorcery could make these colossal creatures suffocate, temporarily incapacitating them. Normally, making elemental creatures suffocate would be challenging, but Jie Ming hadn't anticipated that the wizards would find suitable spells almost immediately. The reason lay with one of the 9 ninth-level wizards in the sorcery civilization. This wizard's name was unknowable, as all personal information about 9th-level wizards was obscured, leaving only code names. This one's code name was Breath. The code name stemmed from the law this wizard had chosen to study at the 3rd level. While most wizards pursued grandiose laws, this one had chosen the simple law of breath. Yet, this wizard had elevated breath to extraordinary heights. By the time they reached the 4th level, the law of breath in their hands could sever a target's energy exchange with the outside world. Moreover, they generously shared related spell models, including simplified versions that low-level wizards could construct, making it far easier than Jie Ming had imagined to find ways to suffocate lava giants. The high-frequency sound wave method was even more ingenious. In his report, Jie Ming had hypothesized that the lava giants' auditory systems, formed of unique mineral crystals, were highly sensitive to specific high-frequency sound waves, which could cause resonance and disintegration of their internal structures. Frontline combat wizards, following this hypothesis, quickly experimented by incorporating specific high-frequency vibrations into high-intensity explosions or sustained wind-based spells. They discovered that these sound waves could penetrate the lava giant's rock skin, causing violent internal vibrations that disrupted their molten flow, inflicting pain and even temporarily incapacitating them. These two methods gained fame not only for their surprising effectiveness, but also because they allowed wizards to capture lava giants alive with ease. This was the core reason why these findings became wildly popular among low-level wizards. During the landing campaign, the battle outcomes of the two powerful monster kings, Kalamoth and Agron, and Master Erwin had quickly spread among the wizards. Faced with the formidable combat potential of the Flamefrost plane, wizards naturally recognized the immense value of its native inhabitants. For low-level wizards, the greatest harvest from the Flamefrost plane wasn't the visible resources but the natives themselves. Living lava giants, or snow beasts, were, to these low-level wizards, walking treasures. Whether captured as slaves, experimental subject for sorcery research, or transformed into bio-beasts, golems, or wizard servants, their value was incalculable. A living lava giant could provide alchemists with the purest molten plasma samples, offer unique bodily structures for bio-wizards to study, or even be used to create more powerful biological weapons. Low-level wizards could even sell them to major wizard factions, earning astonishing merits and resources. But before this, the lava giant's formidable strength made it difficult for low-level wizards to capture them intact. Killing them was easy, but capturing them alive while preserving their abilities was a challenge of another magnitude. Jie Ming had inadvertently provided effective methods. His two research findings opened a Pandora's box for low-level wizards, enabling them to capture lava giants at low cost and with high efficiency. Thus, in a short time, Jie Ming became renowned in the camp, hailed as a respected biology master. Of course, Jie Ming knew his fame was merely due to the simplicity of his research topic. While the lava giant's physiology was unique, it was still a relatively basic research direction compared to the plane's broader laws and more complex life forms. He was aware that the camp now housed many higher-level, more experienced logistics wizards from places like Norn Academy, the Tower of Annihilation, and the Chaos Secret Cult. These masters, with their deeper understanding of biology and planar laws, would soon complete more advanced research, devising more effective and precise strategies against the plane's natives. When that happened, his small achievements would quickly be swept away by the tides of history. But that wasn't his concern now. Regardless, being able to help more wizards and earn their recognition was a feeling Jie Ming didn't dislike. A piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the wizard camp, interrupting Jie Ming's deeper research into the lava giants. Less than 10 days after the landing campaign, the alarm blared, far sooner than anticipated. The intelligence center reported that the lava giant Karamos and the snow beast King Agron, both 6th-level beings, had once again amassed massive armies, surging toward the wizard camp like an unstoppable flood. The camp's location was chosen with strategic intent. It was deliberately established at the border of the Flame Sun realm and the Frost Shadow realm, on the edge of a vast mountain range shrouded in chaotic energy fields. This position meant that, once battle began, wizards would face assaults from two hostile races on both flanks. Yet, this was no accident, but a deliberate design by the wizard leadership. As was their custom, only by giving their enemies hope, luring the natives into believing they had an advantage, would they continuously launch attacks, pouring their forces into the wizard's preset meat grinder, thus depleting their core strength. During this time, the wizards had not been idle. They had not only fortified the camp's defenses, upgrading temporary fortifications into runic walls and energy barriers, but the combat wizards had also fully replenished and greatly expanded the fodder lost in the landing campaign. The wizards' bio-beast gene banks and puppet factories operated at full capacity, producing several times the previous number of fodder legions in a short time. These cold instruments surged toward the camp's front lines like a tide, ready to engage. Compared to the brief aerial skirmish before, the might of the two monster races of the Flamefrost Plain was now even more formidable. After all, aerial combat required specialized elites or air units, which limited their performance. But now, fighting on solid ground was where both races excelled. Their armies came like a tsunami, the earth trembling, fire and frost intertwining, even staining the distant sky with an apocalyptic hue. This time, the monster armies included not only greater numbers and stronger elite commanders and units than the landing campaign, but also millions of peak first-level ordinary troops from each race. The lava giant army consisted of ordinary lava warriors, massive in stature and immense in strength, wielding flaming warhammers and stone shields, stomping across scalding earth with deafening roars. The snow beast army comprised giant frost hounds and fur-clad snow beast hunters, moving silently through the snow, their claws gleaming, cold, and deadly. And this was not their limit. Intelligence from wizards infiltrating enemy territories revealed that even more monsters were rushing from afar. Lava giants emerged from underground magma tunnels, while snow beasts surfaced from deep glaciers, endless like a swarm of ants. Combined, the two hostile races likely had hundreds of millions in reserve forces. This meant the wizards faced an unimaginably vast native force. Though individually inferior to the wizards, their numerical advantage was undeniable. All personnel, prepare for battle. Wizard Augustine's stern voice echoed across the camp. Standing atop the command tower, his body surged with the power of laws, appearing both diminutive and immensely powerful. At his command, the wizard camp transformed into a functioning war machine. Golems forged of metal and bone, and bio-beasts fused from countless alien remains, let out silent or low growls. Forming two orderly ranks, they charged fearlessly against the lava giant's onslaught and the snow beast's arrow storms. They knew no fear, no retreat, only pre-programmed directives: charge, exhaust, destroy. The torrent of flesh and steel collided heavily with the storm of magma and frost. Boom! The colossal impact detonated the battlefield. Dense explosions rippled ceaselessly along the front line. Molten lava and biting ice shards flying everywhere, corrosive acid and toxic ice fragments blending into a deathly inferno. Lava giants swung massive stone fists, pummeling bio-beasts and golems, each strike accompanied by sprays of magma, tearing flesh and shattering steel. Yet, the golem's inner cores still flickered, and the writhing remains of broken bio-beasts continued to cling to enemies, detonating their final strength even when dismembered. On the other side, the snow beast army glided through the icy mist like specters. Their movements were swift and silent, their ice crystal bows drawn taut, unleashing a relentless hail of ice arrows. Each arrow carried immense, piercing power, easily penetrating the energy shields of wizard fodder. The robust snow beast warriors, wielding claws and ice axes, engaged in deadly combat with the wizard's flesh abominations. Ice blades clashed with bone spikes, ringing like metal, as blood and white ice crystals mingled on the battlefield. The combat wizards now displayed their might. Stationed behind the second defensive line, they cast powerful spells and support from afar. Elemental energies surged in the air, sorcery runes weaving into nets, thick beams of energy piercing the sky. Each hit triggered a small explosion. Yet, the monster armies were vast, their battle lines stretching far. Even with the wizards' full effort, they could only hold the line, unable to push back. For a time, the situation stagnated. While the wizards and monster legions waged a bloody tug-of-war at the camp's front line, deep in the lava giant's heartland, a region of roiling magma and towering volcanoes, a subtle change was unfolding. Three seemingly ordinary volcanoes served as hubs for the core ley lines. Their peaks, once emitting faint smoke, now glowed with an eerie crimson light. Countless lava giants, expending untold effort, had secretly altered the flow of the surrounding ley line magma. They channeled the magma, rich with pure fire and earth elements, like rivers into the bases of these three volcanoes, charging them with ferocious energy. A colossal, suffocating elemental force was coalescing within the volcanoes. This was the lava giants' strategic weapon. Developed in secret during their long war with the snow beasts, it was a powerful tool capable of altering local battlefields. As the energy reached its peak, the volcano's internal fluctuations hit their zenith. The next moment, with three muffled booms, three massive crimson beams, like burning war spears, shot skyward, targeting the area where wizards and monsters were locked in bloody combat. The beams traced perfect parabolas through the air, landing precisely in the battlefield's center, then exploded outward almost simultaneously. A visible ripple of light, carrying terrifying heat, surged from the three impact points. The battlefield's temperature skyrocketed in an instant, soaring to a suffocating 1,000 degrees Celsius. This sudden extreme heat dealt devastating blows to unprepared wizard fodder and frost shadow realm monsters. Some less durable bio-beasts and golem shells charred and curled under the heat, their internal energy cores overloading rapidly. Many let out wails, emitted smoke and collapsed. The heat-intolerant snow beasts screamed in agony. Their frosty bodies melted and evaporated under the heat, turning into black liquid, some reduced to pools of blood. The air filled with the acrid stench of burnt flesh and sulfur. Worse still, the barren, blackened ground at the flame sun and frost shadow realm's border cracked under the baking heat. Vast streams of molten lava erupted from deep underground, like open wounds, turning the battlefield into a flowing sea of magma. In this extreme environment, the previously suppressed lava giants thrived. They roared with ecstatic triumph. The scorching heat and flowing magma, far from harming them, became their source of strength. Their bodies swelled in the heat, the molten blood on their surfaces growing hotter and thicker. Some lava giants even evolved into pure liquid magma forms, moving freely through the lava as if one with the earth. Their bodies absorbed the surrounding heat and magma, their strength surging dramatically in a short time. In an instant, the previously balanced battle shifted. The lava giant's tide, bolstered by the erupting magma, pushed the wizard fodder's lines back several kilometers with ease. The wizard's defenses began to waver on a large scale. At the rear of the battle lines, Karamos, cloaked in a blazing magma storm, laughed wildly. "Ha ha, that's it. Tell those at the back to keep charging and unleash more attacks." His massive form, bathed in the crimson beams from the Earth's core, loomed larger and more terrifying. He directed his lava giants to continue charging the three strategic volcanoes, ensuring the battlefield advantage would grow. Karamos gazed at the wizard's temporary retreat and the snow beast's pitiful wails in the heat, his eyes gleaming with smug satisfaction. He prided himself on this tactic that both crippled the white-furred freaks and repelled the foreign invaders. Yet, at the peak of his triumph, his massive body suddenly shuddered. It wasn't an external attack, but a primal warning from his instincts, a dire premonition. As a sixth-level being capable of communing with the plane's origin, his usually dull instincts now screamed with alarm. At that moment, a terrifying force was quietly gathering at the battlefield's center, beneath the torn spatial rift. Its power was so immense that it sent an unprecedented shiver through his heart. What in the world is that? On the wizard ship plane, the camp's alarm rang like a death knell, echoing through the cold void. Jie Ming, Viola, and over 200 other logistics wizards floated silently in the plane's sky. Their figures seemed insignificant before the vast rift tearing through the heavens. As soon as the alarm sounded, they were summoned back to the ship plane by the commanders. This was the Wizard Expeditionary Force's final fallback, their safest stronghold. Above, through the massive spatial rift torn in the sky, the war raging on the flame frost plain was clearly visible, laid bare before every wizard's eyes. At this moment, the battle situation was undeniably dire for the Expeditionary Force. An army of billions, composed of molten giants and snow beasts, leveraged their numbers and home field advantage to relentlessly press the wizards' battle lines. The three strategic volcanoes, empowered by the planet's magma veins, periodically erupted with red light, turning half the battlefield into a 1,000-degree inferno. The intense heat amplified the molten giant's strength, transforming them into pure liquid magma, nearly immune to physical attacks and most elemental witchcraft. Meanwhile, the surviving snow beasts seized the opportunity to launch assaults with ice-based witchcraft from the other flank, coordinating with the molten giants to fragment the wizards' cannon fodder regiments. Unlike the molten giants and snow beasts, who could continuously muster reinforcements from the entire plane with near-infinite reserves, the wizards' expeditionary force had limited resources. Their biochemical beasts and golem cannon fodder required air transport, cultivation, and alchemical production. Once depleted, they couldn't be quickly replenished, relying instead on distant plane workshops for slow resupply. This was time-consuming and insufficient to quench immediate needs. By now, the second wave of the war on the Flame Frost Plain had raged for over 3 days, with millions of corpses piling up on the battlefield. The wizards' cannon fodder legions had visibly dwindled by more than half under the relentless tide of attacks. Despite the absence of elite enemy units, the sheer numerical pressure and strategic disadvantage had already led to casualties among the combat wizards. The wizards' battle lines were buckling under the flood of molten giants and snow beasts, and the energy shields outside the camp wailed under continuous bombardment. Some areas flickered with unstable rune lights, teetering on the brink of collapse, as if they could be breached at any moment. Yet, the wizards in the rear, witnessing this perilous situation, showed little change in their expressions. Jie Ming glanced at Viola's cool, composed profile and the calm faces of the other logistics wizards in the distance, understanding dawning in his heart. For these wizards, accustomed to plain wars, the current disadvantage and casualties were within the calculations of the high commanders. This was merely the prelude to the plain war, with a greater storm brewing. Jie Ming instinctively looked behind him. There, on the barren black, scorched earth of the ship plain, a massive cannon barrel now protruded abruptly from the once flat ground. Truly extravagant. Can that even be called a cannon barrel? Jie Ming mused inwardly, marveling at its astonishing caliber. The structure, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, defied all his prior understanding of cannon barrels. At this moment, the terrifying barrel was steadily amassing energy. Peering into its depths, clusters of eerie, colorful light orbs were rapidly converging at the barrel's center. This was a spectacle born from compressing vast elemental energy to its extreme, each increment accompanied by faint hums and spatial distortions, as if the void itself grew uneasy before this power. The energy was so immense that Jie Ming could clearly sense its star-shattering might. With a wizard's destructive power, a single shot of pure offensive witchcraft could likely shatter the Flamefrost plane into fragments. But that would destroy the plane itself, which was not the goal of the Wizard Workshop's invasion. Thus, the witchcraft loaded in this barrel was not a purely offensive spell, but a targeted destructive one. Though the two types of witchcraft seemed similar, both bearing the word destructive, they were fundamentally different. Offensive witchcraft was raw physical or elemental destruction, aimed at obliterating all visible matter and energy. Targeted destructive witchcraft, however, was precise annihilation, not indiscriminate but designed to deconstruct and erase specific targets. The witchcraft loaded in the barrel was meticulously crafted to target the molten giants for deep-level destruction. This was the latest achievement of Master Elwin from Norn Workshop, developed tirelessly over the past 10 days. While both studied molten giants, Jie Ming's research focused on identifying their weaknesses and devising restrictive techniques. Master Elwin's approach was more profound, targeting the fundamental elemental structure of the molten giants for precise destruction. In simple terms, it was a targeted attack that disassembled the molten giant's foundational particle structure. It could penetrate the microscopic layers of their living rock and magma plasma, breaking down their molecular bonds and annihilating them at their essence. According to Jie Ming's intelligence, besides Master Elwin's targeted destructive spell for molten giants, another 5th-level wizard in the expedition had developed a similar spell for snow beasts. However, due to the molten giant Karamoza's schemes, the snow beast had suffered heavy losses, so their spell wasn't needed for now. Boom! Soon, the warped light orbs in the barrel reached their peak, transforming into a terrifying beam of vibrant, multicolored energy. The beam tore through the void with a deafening roar, crossing the spatial rift and hurtling toward the Flamefrost Plains battlefield. As it left the barrel, the beam rapidly expanded, stretching to tens of kilometers as it passed through the rift. Its radiance instantly enveloped half the battlefield, bathing all creatures in an eerie, pure halo. A deathly silence fell. The battlefield's clamor froze under the sudden assault. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Within the grand, colorful beam, neither the wizard's cannon fodder legions, the snow beasts of the Frost Shadow realm, nor even fragile plants or sturdy rocks were harmed. They stood unscathed, neither melted nor frozen, as if the light were merely vivid, natural illumination. But the molten giants, previously dominating in their liquid state and sweeping all before them, underwent a dramatic change. The moment they touched the beam, their bodies trembled violently, emitting pained, despairing wails filled with indescribable fear. Their molten forms collapsed like sandcastles, their flowing magma blood boiling and disintegrating, vanishing entirely within the beam. They weren't shattered or burned, but disintegrated at the material level into the finest particles, reduced to nothingness. The near 10 million molten giants vanished from the battlefield in mere seconds. This sudden, precise strike shocked all the native combatants on the Flame Frost Plain, who had never witnessed such a bizarre and efficient method of annihilation. But the wizards didn't pause. All combat wizards, full advance. Cannon fodder units, press forward. Annihilate the remnants. Augustine's command rang clearly through the magic network to every combat wizard as the beam's aftershock lingered. The combat wizards, long prepared, moved like predatory falcons. Seizing the chaos of the molten giant's evaporation and the snow beast's stunned hesitation, they directed their cannon fodder legions into a full-scale assault. The wizards' cannon fodder roared thunderously, mercilessly trampling the scorched earth left by the molten giants, targeting the snow beast legions still reeling from shock. Witchcraft rained down like a deluge, with steel golems and flesh monstrosities charging recklessly. The wizards' assault, like an unstoppable flood, swept away the remaining molten giants and snow beast forces in one fell swoop. Soon, the native armies collapsed entirely. The once mighty legions lost all fighting spirit. Be it the remnants of the molten giants or the snow beast hordes, they abandoned everything and fled in panic toward their origins. Their formations dissolved, leaving only disorganized, desperate flight. Outside the battlefield, the typically ferocious monster kings, Karamos and Agron, didn't blame their routed forces. They were stunned by the terrifying, destructive power of that single beam. It wasn't fire or frost, yet it erased millions of molten giants in an instant. This transcended their understanding of their plane's natural laws, an incomprehensible force. Their gazes were heavy with caution, no longer daring to act rashly. On the ship plane, Viola watched through the sky's rift as millions of molten giants vanished, and the snow beast legions crumbled under the wizard's iron heels. A faint smile curved her lips. She turned to Jie Ming, whose eyes also sparkled with awe, and said softly, "Now, the war enters its second phase." Jie Ming snapped out of his awe at the previous attack's power, nodding with a faint smile. Under normal circumstances, a wizard's invasion of a plane was divided into multiple phases. Beyond the initial intelligence-gathering phase, the two most critical stages were the landing battle's initial invasion and the current tug-of-war phase. These two phases were both vital and complex, requiring a delicate balance, demonstrating the wizard's threat without letting the plane's natives underestimate them. The landing battle had already instilled enough confidence in the Flame Frost Plains natives, so this round of combat was meant to deliver a crushing blow. Only by instilling measured pressure and fear could the natives be forced to take the wizard seriously. Under such pressure and fear, the natives would instinctively muster their forces to their fullest, plunging into a prolonged war of attrition with the wizards. This required high-level wizards to maintain precise control. Take the recent attack, for instance. Though it appeared grandiose, every wizard present knew it was executed with extreme restraint. After all, witchcraft could be manipulated even after being unleashed. With that targeted molten giant spell, a slight tilt of the cannon barrel could have carved a hundreds of kilometers long, tens of kilometers wide zone of annihilation across the Flame Frost Plain. If the spell's duration were extended and the barrel's angle widened, it could have plowed through the entire plane. Such an act could have erased the molten giant race from the Flame Frost Plain entirely. But doing so would only force the molten giant King Karamos to detonate the plane's core in a mutual destruction, achieving nothing. On the battlefield, the shocking sight of countless molten giants being instantly disintegrated by the targeted destructive witchcraft struck like a heavy hammer, pounding the hearts of all creatures on the Flamefrost plane. That power, transcending comprehension, gave them their first taste of true fear. The allied forces of the molten giants and snow beasts, too overwhelmed to continue fighting or heed old grudges, collapsed completely. With unimaginable terror, they fled like a receding tide toward their respective territories. And this was the hunting moment the wizards had long awaited. On the ship plane, Augustine, the commander-in-chief, issued a calm and resolute order through the magic network. All units engage. Pursue the fleeing enemies. Maximize the harvest of war resources and live specimens. The moment the command was given, Jie Ming, Viola, and the other logistics wizards on standby in the ship plane activated their flight spells without hesitation. Like a swarm of descending reapers, they surged back onto the Flamefrost plane's scorched earth. No longer confined to the rear, they joined the combat wizards, becoming a relentless torrent of death, pursuing the routed soldiers of both races in a deadly chase. As a third-level wizard, Viola's powerful magical aura radiated like a beacon in the night, naturally drawing scattered low-level combat wizards on the battlefield. Their eyes gleamed with reliance and awe, instinctively gravitating toward her, forming a temporary squad of over a dozen members that followed her deep into enemy lines for the harvest. Jie Ming, naturally, stayed close to Viola, his goal being to capture as many live prisoners as possible for future research. These fools dare to pursue us. After casually slaughtering hundreds of scattered molten giants, their squad encountered a still organized remnant force. This group, led by a fourth-level molten giant general, consisted of several thousand molten giants, including over 100 second-level elites and a few third-level giants. The general's molten eyes burned with fury. Seeing only a dozen wizards, with the highest being the third-level Viola, daring to chase their million-strong remnant army was an unbearable insult to its pride as a leader. Fueled by immense humiliation and rage, the fourth-level molten giant let out a deafening roar. Its voice, accompanied by gushing magma, echoed across the horizon. Halting its retreat, its now crimson molten eyes locked onto Jie Ming, Viola, and the others. Counterattack! Kill these alien invaders, it bellowed. Its massive body, carrying terrifying force, turned like a locomotive and charged straight at their squad. Behind it, the thousands of fleeing molten giants, ignited by their leader's fury like a powder keg, roared with renewed vigor, turning back to engage. After a brief moment of surprise, the wizard squad quickly deployed. Ash, Locke, handle those third-level molten giants, Viola instructed calmly. Several second-level wizards immediately rushed out, their rune staves glowing with various lights, precisely targeting their assigned foes. Viola, without hesitation, radiated brilliant light and charged directly at the fourth-level molten giant general. Though a clear gap in power existed, wizards were adept at fighting above their level. The molten giants, deemed a formidable combat race by Master Elwyn, weren't easily subdued in a short time. Viola's movements were graceful and efficient, her body tracing elegant arcs through the air, each surge of energy accompanied by an icy aura. Rather than confronting the giant head-on, she relied on speed and foresight, weaving through gaps in its attacks, seeking weaknesses and draining its strength. The remaining 100-plus second-level and thousands of first-level molten giants were left to the 2 remaining second-level wizards and the 11 first-level wizards, including Jie Ming. As Viola charged the 4th-level giant, she glanced back at Jie Ming, a flicker of concern in her eyes. After all, under normal circumstances, first- and second-level wizards, despite their superior witchcraft mastery, could dominate same-level creatures, but taking on 100 was already the mark of an elite. Yet now, Jie Ming, the other second-level wizard, and 11 first-level wizards faced thousands of molten giants. This included over 100 second-level elites. The odds were staggering, even for wizards. Facing such overwhelming numbers, the pressure was immense. Every step was like treading on thin ice. A single misstep could mean death. Especially for Jie Ming, who, despite his research on molten giants, was only a first-level wizard. Viola even considered drawing a few third-level molten giants to herself to ease the pressure on Jie Ming's side. But before she could act, Jie Ming displayed a combat prowess that shocked her to her core. Boom, boom, boom. In a moment of Viola's worried glance, the 6 autonomous floating cannons, orbiting Jie Ming like wings, sprang to life as if alive, unleashing full firepower the instant they received his command. Each floating cannon was a miniature turret, its internal lights swirling as it precisely targeted the hundreds of first-level molten giants charging at Jie Ming. Their muzzles spewed blazing energy beams and missiles, weaving an impenetrable net of firepower. The charging first-level molten giants were halted by the precise strikes. Their stone bodies were pierced by energy beams, molten blood splattering as they were blasted apart or scattered by the concentrated fire. The 6 floating cannons, with astonishing efficiency and perfect coordination, easily suppressed the hundreds of first-level molten giants, even preventing their advance and easing the pressure on the other wizards. What stunned Viola even more was that, facing such a multitude of enemies, Jie Ming himself hadn't cast a single offensive spell. Instead, his focus was on casting high-frequency sonic witchcraft to support his floating cannons. On Jie Ming's left wrist was a peculiar bracelet embedded with 10 crystal-shaped rune artifacts. Driven by his mental focus, the 10 rune crystals flashed in rapid succession, each pulse releasing a wide-range, high-frequency sonic spell from the crystals. This sonic witchcraft, carefully chosen by Jie Ming, was invisible and intangible, yet devastating to the molten giants' internal structures, particularly their resonance cavities and auditory mineral crystals. Hundreds of molten giants wailed under the relentless waves of high-frequency sonic assaults. Their massive bodies trembled uncontrollably, their molten flows disrupted, their movements sluggish and rigid, temporarily losing their ability to attack. Through continuous sonic suppression, Jie Ming held thousands of molten giants at bay. Naturally, his indiscriminate sonic suppression made him a prime target for the molten giants. For creatures instinctively sensitive to sound vibrations, Jie Ming's actions were tantamount to provocation. Almost all the molten giants, whether attacking other wizards or suppressed by the floating cannons, instinctively turned their fury on Jie Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Except for the distant third-level giants and the fourth-level general, the other molten giants roared in rage, targeting Jie Ming, the disruptive source. They unleashed torrents of molten projectiles or summoned sharp stone spikes from the ground, bombarding the sky where Jie Ming stood like a relentless storm. Careful! Viola's alarmed cry echoed from afar. But Jie Ming showed no intention of retreating. In everyone's gaze, he was instantly engulfed by the overwhelming barrage of attacks. As Viola battled the fourth-level molten giant general, her peripheral vision caught Jie Ming being engulfed by a barrage of concentrated attacks, her heart tightening. She even noticed a few low-level combat wizards caught in the shockwave hastily retreating, fearing being implicated by Jie Ming's self-destruct truck behavior. But soon, Viola sensed something unusual, her worried expression turning to astonishment. The molten giants on the battlefield still writhed in agony, meaning Jie Ming's high-frequency sonic waves hadn't stopped. How could he still be alive? Another wizard exclaimed in shock, noticing the same. As the smoke in the air cleared, Jie Ming's figure slowly emerged. Only then did everyone see that he was enveloped in an energy shield. Though the shield flickered unsteadily, Jie Ming himself was unscathed, without a single injury. Seeing him, the wizard's shock surpassed even that of the Molten Giants. They could clearly sense that Jie Ming's shield was merely a first-level energy shield, even with a few additional protective spells layered around him. How could 3 or 4 first-level spells withstand such an onslaught? Before the wizards could ponder the logic, the Molten Giants, seeing their attacks fail, launched another barrage without hesitation. Yet amidst the sky of firelight and stone spikes, the glowing shields around Jie Ming never ceased. On his right wrist, unnoticed until now, was a bracelet embedded with protective rune artifacts. Whenever an attack neared, the runes at the base of the artifacts flashed rapidly, conjuring visible protective spells, elemental shields, force barriers, or atmospheric distortions, layering one after another to block everything. Each shield lasted only briefly, shattering after enduring dozens of molten projectiles. But the protective rune artifacts on Jie Ming's right wrist conjured new shields faster than the old ones broke. As one shield shattered, another materialized instantly, seamless and continuous, their radiant glow unbroken. Jie Ming floated in midair, engulfed by the storm of molten projectiles and stone spikes. Yet his figure stood unmoved, enduring the damage like a steadfast reef. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Viola's worry transformed into unparalleled delight and amazement. She had never seen a wizard fight in such an outrageous manner. Now assured of Jie Ming's safety, she refocused, unleashing her full power to keep the 4th-level Molten Giant pinned down. Not just Viola, but the other 2nd-level wizards tangling with the 3rd-level Molten Giants also intensified their efforts, fully occupying their opponents to prevent them from joining the assault on Jie Ming. The wizards saw clearly that Jie Ming's contribution far outstripped that of any other low-level wizard. With him suppressing the enemy, victory was only a matter of time, so they couldn't let Molten Giants above a certain strength interfere with him. Jie Ming, facing the relentless barrage, showed no intent to dodge. He abandoned mobility entirely, standing firm in the sky, drawing the hatred of every Molten Giant on the field, while continuously unleashing wide-range, high-frequency sonic waves to suppress the enemy for the other wizards. He also attracted nearly all the Molten Giants' firepower, guiding their attacks to himself, the punching bag. With Jie Ming suppressing and drawing most of the fire, the other wizards felt their pressure ease significantly. Under the wide-range sonic suppression, the 2nd and 1st-level Molten Giants moved sluggishly, their defenses rigid, practically sitting ducks. The combat wizards seized the opportunity, unleashing torrents of witchcraft with soaring efficiency, swiftly clearing the enemies restrained by Jie Ming. In just over 10 minutes, this massive Molten Giant remnant force was utterly crushed under Jie Ming's support and fire drawing. Aside from the 4th-level Molten Giant generals still locked in combat with Viola and a few giants who fled decisively, the remaining thousands of Molten Giants were either killed or captured by the wizards. When the dust settled, Viola, having depleted most of her mental energy, finally subdued and suppressed the heavily wounded 4th-level Molten Giant general. But after the battle, the wizards' first glances weren't toward Viola. Their eyes instinctively fixed on the figure still quietly floating in midair. Jie Ming, surrounded by faint, flickering rune shield glows amidst the lingering dust and elemental aftershocks. They saw him raise his wrist, the light of the protective rune artifacts finally dimming, no longer flashing frequently, no longer enveloped in spell radiance. Jie Ming looked somewhat fatigued, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. All the wizards' gazes toward Jie Ming were filled with incredulous shock. Though Jie Ming hadn't killed or captured many Molten Giants himself, every wizard knew who the greatest contributor to this battle was. Their eyes conveyed pure awe and reverence for his strength. The embers of battle hadn't fully faded, the scorched stench still lingering in the air, but the wizard squad's atmosphere shifted from tense slaughter to relaxed victory. Viola retracted her arcane radiance and lightly landed beside Jie Ming. She raised her hand, a trace of rune lightning lingering, and gave a firm pat on the shoulder of Jie Ming's robe, which, protected by shields, bore no real damage. The force was unexpectedly strong, reflecting her inner shock and admiration. "Jie Ming, you really surprised me," Viola said, her voice tinged with an awe she hadn't noticed herself, her gaze complex, as if seeing her junior for the first time. "To pull this off, it won't be long before I can't lead you anymore." Jie Ming gave a slight smile, shaking his head, his fatigue vanishing, all thanks to studying the molten giants a bit more. "Glad it came in handy." Viola's eyes shone with even greater appreciation. She patted his shoulder again, signaling the upcoming spoils tally. "No matter what, your performance today earned you plenty of merits. Now it's time to divide the spoils. We'll talk more back at camp." The wizard world's strict rationality and order ensured that even something as contentious as spoils distribution was managed through a rigorous system. The magic network terminal Jie Ming received upon enlisting wasn't just for receiving orders or contacting allies. It was also an authoritative system that automatically recorded each wizard's contributions. The strength of spells used, number and level of enemies killed, support effects, and even the value of captured prisoners were all recognized by the magic network and converted into merits. Spoils were divided based on these contribution records. The 4th-level Molten Giant General and a few 3rd-level giants naturally go to Master Viola and the assisting 2nd-level wizards. A 2nd-level wizard responsible for tallying the results reported respectfully to Viola. These high-tier captives and corpses, even as raw materials, were valuable resources, especially given the Molten Giant's unique properties, making them coveted biological materials for any wizard. The allocation of 3rd and 4th-level giants was straightforward, but what concerned them most was the distribution of the vast number of 2nd and 1st-level molten giants. These live captives and intact corpses were the most valuable currency on the battlefield for low-level wizards. Jie Ming's contributions stand out. Based on merit, he should receive the majority of the 2nd level and some 1st-level molten giants, Viola declared without hesitation. Her words sparked slight reluctance among the low-level wizards, but their faces showed no dissent. After all, Jie Ming's contributions were undeniable. His near-miraculous human fortress support justified a far greater share than usual. More importantly, it was clear to all that he shared a close relationship with Viola, a 3rd-level wizard with a strong background in Norn Academy. No one dared to covet Jie Ming's merits and invite trouble. Thus, Jie Ming smoothly claimed the largest share of the spoils, including the best-conditioned dozen 2nd-level molten giant captives and a heap of 1st-level giant corpses for his continued research. After Jie Ming stored his spoils in his spatial expansion bag, he noticed that the remaining 2nd and 1st-level captives and corpses sparked lengthy disputes among the other wizards. "I killed a 2nd-level molten giant. My battlefield contribution should be about 5% higher than his," a 1st-level wizard argued. "But I suppressed dozens of 1st-level giants on the other flank. My support contribution should translate to a larger share of captives," a 2nd-level wizard countered. "My spell consumption was far greater than yours." "Nonsense. Your support was nothing. If I hadn't held the front, you think you'd have cast a 2nd spell?" Though no physical fights broke out, their sharp words and veiled sparks in their eyes revealed their true emotions. The dispute, starting with merits and spoils calculations, soon devolved into questioning and criticizing each other's battlefield performance, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense and rigid. Initially, Jie Ming had little interest in their disputes. Such meticulous haggling over contributions held little appeal for him. He was about to focus his mind and consider how to efficiently process his fresh molten giant specimens. But suddenly, a strange glint appeared in his expression. He sensed a faint pulsation from the rune sealed deep within his dantian, used to collect mortal dust chi. Immediately, he focused inward, his mental energy probing the seal. To his delight, Jie Ming discovered that the seal's surface had indeed gathered a trace of faint mortal dust chi. How is this possible? Jie Ming's heart surged with unprecedented astonishment. He had long suspected that mortal dust chi stemmed from intense emotional fluctuations and interactions tied to the concept of society. On the Elosia plane, such energy was almost ubiquitous. But among wizards, especially within the orthodox wizard civilization, mortal dust chi was exceedingly rare, almost non-existent. Wizards' daily interactions were steeped in rational rules and cold data. They rarely succumbed to anger, deep emotions, or pursued mundane warmth. Thus, he had hardly collected any mortal dust chi from wizards. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the nearby wizards, still arguing heatedly with flushed faces, then extended his mental energy to sense the scattered auras of other wizards tallying spoils in the distance. Though they strove to maintain calm expressions, their emotional fluctuations were clear in his highly sensitive perception system. Anger, reluctance, greed, cunning, and even suppressed desires, all were evident. In that instant, clarity dawned on Jie Ming. He finally understood. Wizards, these near-extremely rational beings, rarely produced mortal dust chi because most were profoundly logical. In daily life, they seldom quarreled or engaged in the vibrant social interactions of mortals. Their exchanges revolved around knowledge, power, and utility, lacking the intense clash of mortal passions. But when faced with tangible interests, when vying for resources critical to their growth, even wizards would bicker like ordinary people for their own gain. Their rationality still dominated, but they would act, curse, and unleash their suppressed greed, competitiveness, reluctance, and even darker emotions. These seemingly trivial emotional ripples were precisely the source of mortal dust chi. Jie Ming exhaled deeply, a newfound understanding surging within him. This confirmed his years-long speculations about mortal dust and shattered his rigid assumptions about wizard civilization. He had thought wizards were entirely detached from mortal concerns, but it turned out rationality merely suppressed their emotional expression, not eradicated it. When core interests were at stake, cracks appeared in the wizard's cold, rational shells, revealing the mortal heart within. No wonder wizard civilization was perpetually embroiled in wars. No wonder their desire for external conquest was so fervent. He had once wondered why these beings, pursuing eternity and ultimate rationality, were so zealous about plain conquests. Now he understood. The entire wizard civilization had long been transformed. For this civilization, true social interactions and conflicts were no longer confined to peaceful life, but had been artfully shifted to the battlefield. Through plain wars, they acquired resources, distributed spoils and merits. And through these direct, primal allocations, they ignited the most fundamental 7 emotions and 6 desires of individual wizards: greed, slaughter, competition, control. These emotions, once suppressed by rationality, were not only unleashed on the battlefield, but became the intrinsic drive for wizards to continuously enhance their strength and pursue eternity. This was a civilization both ruthlessly cold and supremely efficient. It transformed all negative emotions into war-driven momentum, channeling personal desires into external expansion. As Jie Ming observed the heated spoils dispute in the distance, the wizard's arguing voices seemed to carry a peculiar rhythm. He sensed again the faint but steady stream of mortal dust chi from the wizards flowing into his dantian. Yes, this was the wizard's society. Only in such battlefields of life and death struggles for gain were the most primal flames of wizards as living beings truly ignited. They bloomed with those fleeting glimmers of mortal dust. "Hey, an unexpected gain," Jie Ming muttered, a grin spreading across his face. Unbeknownst to him, his smile mirrored those of the wizards around him, equally laced with greed. Jie Ming stood in midair, watching the other wizards continue their pursuit of the scattered native legions. The distant sounds of chase and slaughter no longer concerned him. After this battle, Jie Ming chose not to join the others in further hunting. Unlike those still vying for merits and resources, his harvest was already sufficient. The large number of valuable live, molten giant captives was enough to saturate his upcoming research. Time to head back, Jie Ming murmured, transforming into a streak of light and speeding toward the wizard camp without looking back. For him, mere killing or capturing paled in comparison to dissecting and analyzing specimens to extract knowledge. Moreover, he had another research target, the snow beasts of the Frost Shadow realm. Upon returning to the wizard camp, he didn't head straight to his temporary laboratory, but went directly to the designated resource trading zone. The area was brightly lit, filled with the low murmurs of wizards and the clashing hum of energy fluctuations, even in the lulls of war. Countless wizards brought their spoils here to sell, trade, or seek needed materials. The air was thick with the scents of alchemical potions, elemental materials, and magical ores, chaotic yet orderly. Jie Ming had applied for a stall via the Magic Network terminal en route. Following its guidance, he stopped at his booth and carefully extracted several top-condition, second-level molten giant captives. These captives, bound by rune arrays, lay quietly in specialized containment boxes, their surfaces still emitting faint, searing heat. They were meticulously selected from the thousands of routed enemies, each possessing intact vitality and powerful elemental cores, rare research specimens. Urgently need live snow beasts. Jie Ming didn't shout his wares. Instead, he posted his needs through the Magic Network terminal, listing his trade offerings, high-quality live molten giants and copies of exclusive molten giant research data. As expected, within moments, several logistics wizards specializing in biology and elemental affinity gathered around. Second-level live molten giants were highly sought after, especially Jie Ming's pristine specimens. Your molten giants are impressive. I have a few freshly captured second-level snow beasts, full of vitality. What do you say? A biology wizard offered, eyes gleaming. In his containment box, several snow beasts bound by ice-blue rune chains emitted low whimpers. Covered in white fur, they were slightly smaller than their molten giant counterparts, but radiated equally potent vitality. After brief haggling, Jie Ming traded some of his molten giant captives and verified copies of his high-frequency sonic suppression data models and spell formulas for several live snow beasts. Satisfied, he stored them in his spatial ring, these fresh specimens sufficient to fuel his research for some time. After the trade, Jie Ming didn't linger, heading straight to his temporary laboratory. He was eager to begin detailed research on the snow beasts. As representatives of the plane's polar extremes, their elemental composition and physiological traits were bound to differ starkly from the molten giants, harboring vast knowledge. Jie Ming placed a live snow beast in a special ice crystal containment box on the dissection table, using the all-purpose eye to preliminarily scan its surface and external energy flows. Clearly adapted to extreme cold, the snow beast's ice elements were highly active, its white fur capable of condensing ice crystals to form natural armor. Subdued and unconscious from witchcraft, its every breath carried such low temperatures that the surrounding air formed frost. But just as he prepared for deeper analysis, his Magic Network terminal emitted an urgent, solemn tone. This wasn't a battle alert, but a highest priority notification for a new task. Such notifications typically targeted all combat personnel or specific core departments. Jie Ming's heart stirred. He paused his research and opened the terminal. As expected, it was a directive for all logistics wizards and select elite combat wizards. The issuers were Master Elwin and another fifth-level wizard Jie Ming hadn't yet met. The task was clear and concise. Critical urgent task, downgrading and popularizing targeted destructive witchcraft. Task 1. Downgrade and refine the targeted destructive witchcraft for molten giants, code, Magma Annihilation. Led by Master Elwin, with all relevant research wizards to cooperate closely. Objective: simplify the spell model to make it straightforward and comprehensible. Requirement: lower the spell's rank, creating versions from levels 1 to 5 for combat wizards of varying strengths to learn and use. Focus. Ensure the modified spell is understandable and usable by combat wizards in a short time. Task 2. Downgrade and refine the targeted destructive witchcraft for Frost Shadow Realm Snow Beasts. Code: Frost Soul Disintegration. Led by Master Roland Varnell, with all relevant research wizards to cooperate closely. Requirements and objectives same as Task 1. Jie Ming's eyes quickly scanned the task list, unsurprised by its contents. Targeted destructive witchcraft required the highest knowledge level among spells of its tier. To popularize it among the wizard forces, especially the reckless combat types, simplification was essential. This was a golden opportunity for Jie Ming, as accepting the task would grant access to related research data, immensely valuable for his work. Roland Varnell, though, reading Task 2, Jie Ming's gaze turned peculiar at the name. Strictly speaking, this master was half an acquaintance. When Jie Ming enlisted at the junction point, Roland was among the Tower of Annihilation wizards who approached him. He was also one of the 3 fifth-level wizards in this campaign. All acquaintances, He was also one of the 3 fifth-level wizards in this campaign. All acquaintances, The torrent of time silently washed over the war-torn Flamefrost plain. Since the wizard army landed, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Over countless days and nights, the war had long settled into a grueling stalemate. What was once a grand invasion of the plain had now fragmented into countless battles, large and small, a daily grind of bloodshed. Both sides fought fiercely, their corpses soaking nearly every inch of the land. Jie Ming let out a long breath, setting down his rune pen. The final witchcraft model, refined through complex deductions and simplifications, displayed the word completed on his magic network terminal. After a year of intense research, he had finally completed most of his tasks. From Master Irwin's Lava Annihilation to Master Roland Varnell's Frost Soul Disintegration, these 2 highly targeted destructive witchcrafts, with the aid of numerous wizards, have been successfully dimensionally reduced and modularized. They could now be tailored to the level and needs of combat wizards, with versions ranging from level 1 to level 5, each with progressively greater power. This gave the Wizard Legion unprecedented efficiency in annihilating the native inhabitants. However, since these targeted destructive witchcrafts left little in the way of spoils, most combat wizards preferred not to use them unless absolutely necessary. As a result, the camp issued a series of tasks to modify these destructive witchcrafts. For instance, the project Jie Ming was currently working on involved transforming the downgraded level 1 lava annihilation into a non-lethal area suppression witchcraft. Finally, I can relax a bit, Jie Ming said, stretching with a faint crackle of his bones. Over the past year, the Flamefrost Plain remained dominated by the relentless influx of troops from the lava giants and snow beasts. Their respective territories seemed like inexhaustible sources of soldiers, with new legions emerging daily from the depths of the earth or the ends of icy veins, launching routine assaults on the wizard camp. The wizards had grown accustomed to these normalized battles. The camp stood like an unbreakable nail, firmly lodged at the boundary of the Flamefrost realms, clashing with the natives in skirmishes of varying scale each day. Yet the massive assaults of millions that marked the war's outset had not recurred. Both sides cautiously balanced their losses and reinforcements, avoiding excessive provocation. Overall, while the wizards still only controlled the initial camp area, they held an absolute advantage in combat. Even Viola, a seasoned wizard, was astonished by the natives' unyielding will to fight. For an entire year, thousands to tens of thousands of monsters attacked the camp almost daily. For any ordinary race, such overwhelming disadvantages would have long shattered their resolve, even sparking internal conflicts. Jie Ming, Viola, and other logistics wizards had discussed this, concluding that the natives' unique life forms likely led them to mistake the wizards' cannon fodder units for their kin. In their eyes, the wizard civilization's main force must be the bizarre cannon fodder, with the wizards themselves as elite units. Moreover, neither the lava giants nor the snow beasts reproduced sexually. Instead, they split off cores and placed them in high-energy nurturing fields for asexual reproduction. With sufficient energy, juveniles could rapidly mature into adults. Thus, in their view, their battles against the wizards were likely seen as evenly matched. Even so, their sustained fervor for combat was astonishing, making live captives of both races increasingly valuable. After all, such resilient, battle-hungry, and easily reproducible life forms were the perfect foundation for cannon fodder enhancements. Still, their relentless aggression saves us a lot of trouble, Jie Ming muttered with a sigh. Viola, passing by, paused at his words. Exactly. In the past, we'd have to feign weakness after a few months to boost their confidence. This time, it's much easier. She paused, her tone turning somber. But because these guys are so tenacious, our logistics tasks have piled up more than ever. Jie Ming nodded, still shaken. The past few months had been manageable, but during the busiest period, if he hadn't fortified his body with the body forging method beforehand, he might have collapsed under the workload. Just then, a commotion erupted among the nearby wizards. What's going on? Jie Ming stood, instantly alert. He was all too familiar with such disturbances, almost conditioned to react. Every time a commotion like this arose, it meant a wizard had made a major discovery, and that usually meant a flood of new tasks. Viola reacted similarly, but both relaxed after checking their magic network terminals. The terminal's message revealed that a wizard had uncovered the primary reason for the mutual animosity between the lava giants and snow beasts. Most intelligence about the two races had already been extracted from the souls of killed or captured natives. However, some questions remained, answers to which existed only in the souls of higher-ranking members, leaving the wizards in the dark. The most perplexing question was why the two races despised each other so fiercely. To the wizards, outsiders to the conflict, the enmity between the lava giants and snow beasts was utterly irrational. Their ecological habits and environments were entirely different. Though they shared the same plane, they might as well have lived in separate worlds. If each race possessed resources coveted by the other, the conflict might make sense. But according to the wizards' gathered intelligence, neither race's survival depended on the other's resources, and they could coexist without interference. Unable to thrive in each other's environments and lacking tangible conflicts of interest, the very idea of interaction, let alone enmity, was absurd. Yet, before the wizards' arrival, the lava giants and snow beasts waged massive wars every few years. The lower-tier natives knew no reason for this, only that every few years they left their comfortable habitats to fight to the death in the chaotic energy zone where the flame and frost realms met. Recently, a logistics wizard skilled in resource surveying made a breakthrough while studying the geological environment, uncovering a possible cause. The wars were not meaningless. The losing side's territory would shrink. Who would have thought the boundary between the flame and frost realms shifts with the outcome of their battles? Jie Ming said, surprised as he read the terminal's findings. But what's the underlying principle? Isn't the flame frost plane's unique climate due to projections from the fire and water elemental planes? It's hard to comprehend, but geological drilling samples show the boundary between the flame and frost realms is constantly shifting, and the changes correlate with the annual war outcomes, Viola said, intrigued by the data. It's likely the leaders of both races have special methods to influence the elemental plane projections after a victory. Jie Ming's eyes widened. They can influence that. It's possible, but it's high-level technology. Even our wizard factions specializing in this can only do so after reaching level 6, Viola said, licking her lips. If a native civilization has this tech, Wizard Augustine's hit the jackpot. Jie Ming nodded in agreement. Undoubtedly, such knowledge was held by the leaders of both races, the two level 6 Monster Kings. Thus, the one most likely to obtain this knowledge was the mission's initiator, level 6 Wizard Augustine. With the Star Orbit Tribunal's treaty in place, No one dared defy a level 9 wizard to steal another's knowledge. Surrounding factions, including Norn Academy, would have to purchase this technology from Augustine. Since he'd need vast resources to build his own plane later, he'd likely be open to trading it. This single piece of knowledge might recoup all of Augustine's investments, both early and late. As someone who'd half participated in plane construction, Jie Ming knew the immense resources required to build a wizard tower. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. But that's all too far off. For now, the most useful intel is this. Jie Ming shook his head, focusing on the geological survey data below. Due to limited manpower and time, the wizard's data was rough, but it contained critical insights. Drilling revealed that the boundary shifts were dramatic, with the deepest changes penetrating over 80% of each side's territory. Jie Ming rubbed his chin. They keep fighting despite losing 80% of their land? That's fantastic. Viola finished his sentence. They exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Wizards never feared fierce resistance from enemies. What they feared was enemies driven to desperation. The stronger the enemy's resilience, the less likely they were to resort to mutual destruction. By the time they realized defeat was inevitable, they'd already lost the ability to fight back. It wasn't just Jie Ming and Viola. The other logistics wizards clearly shared the same sentiment. Jie Ming stretched again. The camp's main task now is probably to expand the geological survey and confirm this theory, right? Viola pulled over a chair and sat down leisurely. Exactly. Something this important will be prioritized immediately. The camp's focus will likely shift to this. Then we're off the hook and can finally rest for a bit. That was why both had sighed in relief earlier. After all, tasks like geological drilling and sample collection didn't strictly require logistics wizards. Most wizards could handle it with minimal training. Moreover, confirming the data required a large workforce, so the task would primarily fall to the more numerous combat wizards. Combat wizards were already roaming the Flamefrost plane daily, so this task merely meant collecting samples while gathering resources. Viola swung her legs casually. So, what do you plan to do during this break? Me? Jie Ming leaned back in his chair, gazing at the camp's ceiling. I'm going to take a stroll. Not bad for a young guy. Full of energy. Old folks like me need a few days rest in the camp, Viola teased. Jie Ming shook his head with a smile, saying nothing more. It's time to venture deep into enemy territory and search for more mortal dust chi, he thought. His original purpose for joining this expedition was to collect mortal dust chi, but the overwhelming workload of a logistics wizard had delayed him until now. Though the wizards had provided him with a fair amount of mortal dust chi over the past year, it was still far from what he needed. Without alerting anyone, he quietly packed his research reports and donned a lightweight robe suited for mobility. Jie Ming set his magic network terminal to minimal contact permissions, activated his flight technique, and headed straight for the depths of the Flame Realm. To maximize his collection of mortal dust chi, he planned to explore the Flame Realm first, then the Frost Realm, covering the core areas of both extreme civilizations. With the camp now focused on geological survey tasks to confirm the earlier findings, wizards were flying about everywhere, so Jie Ming's departure went unnoticed. The Flame Realm was a true scorched wasteland. After flying for days, Jie Ming arrived at a desolate area covered in volcanic ash, with occasional streams of molten lava. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and minerals, and the ground glowed an unsettling dark red, dotted with dormant volcanoes still emitting wisps of white smoke. The environment here was harsher than the camp's surroundings. Jie Ming landed because his senses had locked onto a peculiar area. It was a dilapidated ruin, the remnants of a town once inhabited by lava giants. Charred stone structures stood in broken fragments, desolate and bleak under the eternal blazing sun. Though abandoned, the ruins still told Jie Ming that this place had once housed a dense population of lava giants. Due to the wizard's activities, the lava giant settlements had been pushed back repeatedly. Stumbling upon such a ruin, Jie Ming hoped to find new clues. As he prepared to descend and investigate, he suddenly sensed a faint but rapidly moving cluster of life energy fluctuations. "Looks like I got lucky," Jie Ming chuckled. Through the all-purpose eye, he identified 3 level 2 lava giants leading over 100 level 1 lava giants, a small reconnaissance team. The lava giants had also spotted Jie Ming. Locking onto the lone wizard in the sky, they roared furiously after a brief moment of surprise. To them, a solitary level 1 wizard daring to infiltrate their heartland was practically begging for death. "Intruder, die!" the leading level 2 lava giant bellowed, spewing molten lava from its mouth. The other giants on the ground began gathering energy, preparing to attack. Jie Ming wasted no time. The 6 autonomous floating cannons behind him sprang to life, their dark barrels gleaming as they spun in the air. Over the past year, he had refined the cannons, enabling them to maintain wide-area firepower while also performing precise sniping and targeted strikes. "Clear them." Jie Ming issued a simple command. In the next second, the 6 cannons unleashed their full power. Hundreds of missiles and energy beams wove a dazzling web of death, instantly engulfing the 100-plus level 1 lava giants. Lacking agility and precise defenses, the low-level giants stood no chance. Their bodies shattered like paper under the relentless barrage, reduced to scattered piles of charred rubble in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Jie Ming focused on the 3 level 2 lava giants. The offensive rune artifact on his right wrist hummed, and 3 razor-sharp light blades shot out almost simultaneously, too fast for reaction. The level 2 lava giants, with sharper instincts and quicker reflexes, swung their molten fists to block, but Jie Ming's rune artifact was too swift. The light blades tore through their lava armor with precision. Boom, boom, boom. 3 muffled explosions rang out as the blades struck their core vulnerabilities, weak points Jie Ming had thoroughly analyzed over the year. The blades detonated on impact, their powerful shock waves shattering the giants' lava cores. The 3 level 2 lava giants didn't even have time to scream before collapsing like statues stripped of their vital components, their molten flows ceasing as they hardened into stillness. The entire battle lasted less than 10 seconds. The once menacing reconnaissance team was now just heaps of charred stone and debris amidst the ruins. "Not bad. My new witchcraft works well," Jie Ming nodded in satisfaction. The rune artifact on his wrist stored a spell derived from his year-long modifications to lava annihilation. Optimized for speed and equipped with auto-locking. Combined with the devastating power of targeted destructive witchcraft, it could one-shot even level 2 beings. This was the terrifying strength of wizards. Once they conducted targeted research on a species, their lethality became extraordinarily exaggerated. Jie Ming approached a level 2 lava giant's corpse, retrieving a level 4 soul-searching artifact and placing it gently on its core. The all-purpose eye in his gaze flared, and his vast mental energy, guided by the artifact, delicately infiltrated the giant's fragmented soul, initiating a soul search. From the shattered memory fragments, he quickly extracted valuable intelligence. The lava giant's recent activity ranges, gathering points, and concealment methods. After a year of intense combat, the lava giants had grown cunning. They no longer lingered on the surface, instead hiding deep within the Earth's veins, even submerging themselves in scalding lava. These lava zones, with their extreme heat and immense pressure, effectively blocked most level 1 wizards. Even level 2 wizards, if lingering too long in lava, would expend significant mental energy maintaining defenses, severely reducing their combat effectiveness and limiting pursuit. But this was no issue for Jie Ming. Though still a level 1 wizard, his body, forged through intense body forging methods in the Elosia plane, far surpassed the imagination of his peers. His physical strength alone allowed him to withstand the lava's heat and subterranean pressure without constantly maintaining a high-cost energy shield. "Found it," Jie Ming murmured, locking onto a massive underground lava vein from the memories. He took flight, following the giant's path from the memory, and located a massive active volcano crater. Inside, molten lava flowed slowly, exuding suffocating heat. Without hesitation, Jie Ming stored his clothes and his spatial artifact, leapt forward, and dove straight into the bubbling, searing lava. The crimson lava enveloped him instantly, yet no energy shield flared around him. His formidable physique allowed him to move effortlessly through the molten rock. The only downside was the lava's density, which prevented graceful, swimming-like movements, making him feel more like a mole burrowing through earth. Jie Ming sighed, his hands acting like massive shovels, carving a stable tunnel through the lava. The surrounding lava parted briefly under his strength, creating a path forward. Like a true, subterranean creature, he dove swiftly through the scalding lava, descending into the earth's veins. Soon, he reached an outer entrance to a lava giant settlement, as indicated by the memories. Jie Ming quickly encountered his first obstacle. The entrance wasn't merely sealed with rock, but guarded by a near-solid energy barrier. The translucent orange-red barrier shimmered with complex, primal runes, radiating unsettlingly powerful energy fluctuations. It was highly integrated with the surrounding earth vein energy, as if part of the lava itself, virtually indestructible. Jie Ming probed it with a trace of mental energy, quickly assessing the barrier's strength. It wasn't just defensive, it had an energy-absorbing effect. Though simple, the barrier's integration with the surrounding earth vein energy made it an exceptionally sturdy fortress. After exhausting his inspection methods, Jie Ming found no way to breach it. With his current knowledge and strength, even depleting his mental energy wouldn't break through. Using the Great Radiance could blast it open, but the commotion would likely allow the lava giants to escape through the earth veins. Moreover, the barrier was part of an alert system. Any breach, by any means, would alert the giants inside. Yet, far from being discouraged, a glint of amusement flickered in Jie Ming's eyes. He recalled a saying from his past life: when the door is too strong, the wall becomes the door. Ignoring the impregnable barrier, Jie Ming swam back through the volcano, retracing his carved tunnel to a point near the entrance. He set his sights on the thick, solid rock wall, the wall protected by the energy barrier. Unable to take a deep breath in the lava, he adjusted his mindset and activated his alchemy technique, channeling mental energy into the volcanic rock. An invisible drill seemed to form before his hands, parting the stone wall as he focused, allowing it to flow like sand before instantly solidifying to maintain a narrow workspace. Jie Ming began digging, not through lava this time, but through solid volcanic rock and hardened lava layers. The rigid crust, under his alchemy technique, became malleable, then solidified behind him to prevent lava from flooding in. The intense heat and pressure pressed in from all sides, but his robust physique rendered them harmless. With precise alchemy technique and resilient mental energy, he carved over a kilometer through the solid rock beneath the lava. Crack! A faint snap sounded as the rock ahead thinned. Jie Ming carefully applied his alchemy technique, pushing aside the final layer of stone. A blast of unprecedentedly searing air, thick with sulfur, hit him. With a leap, he emerged from the narrow tunnel, landing steadily on scalding ground. With a wave of his hand, he healed the stone wall behind him. Before him lay a vast, blistering underground cavern, far grander than he'd imagined. The space was towering, ablaze with firelight, its walls embedded with massive lava crystals radiating intense glow. In the distance, he heard the low rumble of molten lava and the deep roars and conversations of countless lava giants. A cold smile curved Jie Ming's lips as he narrowed his eyes. He had bypassed the sturdiest door and slipped through the wall, successfully infiltrating the true lair of the lava giants. Jie Ming didn't act rashly. The power of his alchemy technique silently activated beneath his feet, and the scorching ground parted noiselessly, with gravel and charred earth flowing aside like water. In the blink of an eye, a narrow tunnel just wide enough for his body was carved out. With a flicker, he slipped inside, using alchemy technique to seal the entrance, completely concealing himself. During his infiltration, Jie Ming gently twisted his left wrist, activating a level 4 defensive rune artifact that emitted a faint glow. After a brief delay, a nearly transparent elemental shield enveloped his body. This shield wasn't merely for defense. Its surface runes also suppressed his aura and energy fluctuations, allowing him to perfectly conceal his presence in the searing underground space. Based on the intelligence gleaned from the soul search of the Level 2 lava giant, Jie Ming had a clear understanding of the rough troop distribution in this lava giant stronghold. The inner circle housed over a dozen Level 2 lava giants, guarding the core of the stronghold. The outer perimeter was teeming with thousands of Level 1 lava giants, either patrolling or hauling rocks, busily maintaining the outpost. Over a dozen Level 2s, thousands of Level 1s, and the strongest leader at the peak of Level 2. With the lava giant's combat strength, even I'd take some damage in a direct confrontation, Jie Ming mused in the confines of his tunnel. But since I've got the upper hand and am fully prepared, there's no issue. However, this wasn't his primary goal. His main objective here was to collect mortal dust chi. With this in mind, Jie Ming didn't rush. He hunkered down in his carved-out tunnel, adjusting his breathing to meditate and absorb the surrounding fire elemental energy while calmly planning his next steps. His thoughts naturally drifted to the lava giants he'd soon capture for soul searching and what it would feel like to create a potion from their mortal dust chi. The unique trait of the Mortal Dust Potion was its ability to let the user experience the life and emotions of the chi's source. In the past, the Mortal Dust Chi Jie Ming used mostly came from ordinary humans or humanoid beings in the Aloja plane. These groups shared similar physical structures and societal frameworks, so the experiences varied little, mostly differing in emotional nuances. But now, with the lava giants, elemental beings of rock and molten lava, the unknown variables of the experience multiplied exponentially. Could it produce a foreign flavor mortal dust potion? Jie Ming chuckled to himself. He imagined vividly experiencing the primal, fiery emotions of a lava giant or sensing their affinity for lava and repulsion toward ice and snow. If that's the case, these potions might unexpectedly enhance mental training. He wasn't worried about the potion's potent effects causing issues within the wizard civilization's trade networks. Jie Ming had chosen the Mortal Dust Potion as his primary product after careful consideration. Not only was its effect easy to market, but more importantly, its nature easily led other wizards to associate it with faith-based power. In Jie Ming's view, so-called faith power resembled the incense power of the cultivation world, a potent mental energy formed from the collective thoughts of countless mortals. The mortal dust chi he collected, in the eyes of other wizards, likely seemed like an impurity of faith power. While faith power was pure and directed, mortal dust chi was chaotic and disordered, yet undeniably, their effects shared significant similarities. Coincidentally, after arriving at the Aloja plane, one of Jie Ming's main research focuses had been the study of divine faith networks. He had delved into the nature and classification of faith power. Thus, when he introduced the Mortal Dust Potion, many wizards saw it as a byproduct of his divine faith network research or related phenomenon. Wizards were clever, adept at piecing together clues and constructing logical explanations in their minds. Jie Ming capitalized on this. He didn't need to craft a flawless cover story or explain the potion's raw materials. As long as he didn't directly expose the mortal dust chi, other wizards would rationalize the potion based on his displayed knowledge and research focus, attributing it to an incidental outcome of his deeper studies. Because of this, Jie Ming had no concerns about potions made from lava, giant mortal dust chi, being flagged as suspicious by Minter Clark or other high-level wizards. However, as he indulged in these thoughts, he suddenly noticed something bizarre. He hadn't collected a trace of mortal dust chi from the lava giants. Jie Ming's consciousness immediately plunged into his dantian, meticulously inspecting the rune seal used to collect mortal dust chi. The seal was still slowly gathering faint traces of mortal dust chi. But to his dismay, after thorough examination, he realized these traces all came from wizards, not the thousands of lava giants before him. What's going on? Is the rune seal malfunctioning? Jie Ming frowned, confusion flickering in his eyes. He re-examined the surrounding lava giants. Their roars, their labor, their interactions, all indicated they possessed intelligence and emotions, which should generate mortal dust chi. He recalled the battlefield, where wizards' emotional fluctuations during fights over spoils produced faint but precious mortal dust chi. These lava giants, both in number and context, should absolutely produce mortal dust chi detectable by his seal. Because they're a different species, no. Jie Ming dismissed the thought halfway through. The nature of conceptual materials meant they could be collected as long as basic conditions were met. Undoubtedly, the conditions for mortal dust chi had nothing to do with race. Even the great Dao Book Pavilion's records noted that demon clans could produce collectible mortal dust chi. Could it be that for the lava giant's biological system, this underground stronghold doesn't qualify as a true society? Jie Ming pondered. It was a possibility, as all other conditions seemed to align. But he wasn't certain. The only way forward was to investigate a larger lava giant stronghold. If he couldn't collect mortal dust chi there either, he needed to reassess the situation entirely. As for finding a larger lava giant gathering, based on their ecological data, that leader definitely knows the coordinates of a larger stronghold, Jie Ming thought. With that, he stopped hiding. He deliberately released his energy fluctuations and, with a swift movement, emerged from his underground cover. His appearance instantly shattered the cavern's calm. Intruder detected. A patrolling lava giant roared deafeningly. Jie Ming gave them no chance to react, immediately entering slaughter mode. With a thought, the 6 enhanced and modified autonomous floating cannons behind him sprang into action, fanning out in a circular formation. Simultaneously, hundreds of small, gleaming crystal-like rune artifacts materialized around him. These pre-prepared rune artifacts formed a slightly smaller Great Radiance combat array around his body. Kill! With a cold shout, Jie Ming unleashed his attack. The Great Radiance array, composed of hundreds of small rune artifacts, erupted with a barrage of energy missiles, scattering like celestial blossoms to engulf the nearby Level 1 lava giants. At the same time, the 6 autonomous floating cannons, guided by the 5 aggregates rainbow mirror, unleashed precise energy beams targeting the Level 2 lava giants attempting to organize a counterattack. The lava giants charged with roars, their bodies toughened in the high-heat environment, their surfaces flowing with viscous lava, nearly liquefied. Their affinity for fire elements peaked, their molten projectiles hotter, their earth spikes harder. With his Level 4 shield still active, Jie Ming had no intention of defending, pouring all his energy into the offensive rune artifacts behind him. Eager to verify the issue, he had no patience for capturing live specimens. The rune lights flickered relentlessly, their terrifying destructive power obliterating the first wave of gathered lava giants. High-frequency sonic suppression. Seizing the moment, Jie Ming deployed a high-frequency sonic witchcraft. Though the lava giants were in an enhanced state, the sonic waves still disrupted their internal crystal structures, briefly immobilizing them. TCH, too busy with research. I didn't have time to swap most rune artifact for targeted destructive witchcraft. Jie Ming grimaced, feeling the effects of his artifacts. The Great Radiance was undeniably powerful, but its destructive force was overly saturated. Once activated, it obliterated everything, leaving no spoils. Crafting new rune artifacts wasn't as simple as tweaking core patterns. Each required significant effort. Forget it. Now's not the time to dwell on this. Jie Ming focused, directing the Great Radiance array toward the second wave of barely assembled lava giants.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.